All right. What's how's everyone doing? What's going on in the news today? Oh my lord. Well, that's not good. Well, that just happened. It can fly now. Me pointing at a nuclear warhead hurtling towards fucking Tehran. What's up? How stupid are you feeling now about what you said yesterday? I goaded Trump into doing something. Well, nothing's happened yet. Nothing's happened yet. You see Mamdani back down one of his biggest campaign promises about the NYPD. Secretus Liber, I'm afraid that you've already marked yourself for scrutiny. You know, you're the person who was complaining about Mamdani backing down on his defense of trans people because he hadn't intervened in a federal case concerning a local hospital, something that had nothing to do with him. You've already demonstrated yourself to be uncredible. You have some kind of beef with Mamdani, and I don't know why. You know, it's probably not good for your well-being. You know, to give your criticisms credibility, they have to be well-proportioned, and I apologize and stated that I was wrong about that, but you were insistent for days before backing down, which means that this could be the same with any future criticism you offer. See, that's the thing, you know? Only got so much time in the day. You've got to, you've got to dedicate and proportion your criticisms appropriately. Otherwise, everything comes across as kind of biased. But you know what? Because I don't think you've engaged in bad faith, and I think maybe you're a bit obsessive, but I don't think that that's the end of the world or anything. I'll take a look. Mamdani steps back from pledge and total elimination of NYPD gang database. Really interrupting 2 minutes in? What's up? Pastor? They can't hear you, so it's just dead air to them. I already forget the beginning of their sentence, so I can't. This is the same length as the previous thing. Okay, something about Mamdani promising to abolish 24-hour work, and there's been a sit-in for 3 weeks, but it hasn't led to any change or something along those lines, I think. People, they say streaming's an easy job. They don't realize, you know? There's a lot of, you have to manage dead air. Mm-hmm. Nobody knows. It's a hard job, right? They agree. It's not just Mamdani, actually. Over here in Seattle, Katie Wilson's backed off a big campaign promise, or at the very least, she's been stalling on it. Seems like she's backed off on it, which has to do with police surveillance. She's getting some flack from her supporters and campaigners. You know, it's that's the problem with being mayor. The moment you're in the office, the police union, they start putting horse heads in your bed, you know? Definitely not bad faith. Nah, I don't think you're bad faith at all. I usually get a good read in that, I think, in my opinion. I'd have to look more into this, though. This is definitely within the purview of Mamdani's mayoral authority. I might have peeved my partner a little bit, you know. It is, in fairness, if they were in a work meeting and I interrupted them for 60 seconds, I feel like they'd be peeved with me. So, you know, but no one takes my job seriously. I disagree, but I can't contest that statement without revealing your job. It's over. We're getting divorced. It's your fault. I can hear them giggling. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. All right. 2 Christmases. Yay! All right, let's open with something funny, huh?
I actually had a special guest that asked that I give him a phone call, and we'll see Let's hope
The
he actually
Ayatollah.
answers. This is going to be very embarrassing. All right.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
Okay.
Try.
Try one more time. I get a good signal here. It's ringing. It's progress.
Oh, man.
I actually had...
My partner doesn't realize this is what they did to me. Oh, that's rough. He's in Hungary right now campaigning for Viktor Orban's re-election because that's a normal thing. Who is he calling? He's calling Trump. Kind of reminds me of how, like, Hegseth and co. were discussing war plans on Signal. It's kind of crazy that so many government communications are being done conventionally, you know? Like, I could be wrong on this, but I think that historically, if you wanted to call the president for some kind of campaign event, you wouldn't call his fucking cell phone. You would call one of his aides who would have, like, tattooed on the back of their hand the exact time the call was going to come through, and then they would immediately transfer, or there'd be a government line. Like, it wouldn't be a regular cell phone, you know? There'd be the special presidential conch, exactly. But in this administration, I guess you just call the phone. The voicemail box has not been set up, not even like a presidential voicemail box alert, just a regular one, an unedited one. Since we're chatting about Orban, he's getting raked by Bloomberg. Orban offered to be mouse helping Russian lion and Putin call. It's crazy how much fascism is the ideology of sexual submission. You know? Everyone imagines themselves the Adolf Hitler, but in reality, there's like a billion times greater likelihood that you're just one of his pathetic, whimpering underlings who desperately licks the sweat off his boot for the opportunity to be slightly privileged above other people in the hierarchy. You know? Like, imagine being a fucking head of state and you're still acting this way. To Russia, barely even a real country. It doesn't matter because, as John Oliver explained, the elections are structurally rigged. He still might lose. But also, Viktor Orban's opposition really isn't that much better, unfortunately. Again, I'm deferring to my I guess, kind of doomer statement on America, which is that the real enemy is neoliberalism, not fascism. Orban is just a vessel for neoliberalism with a fascist mask. He hasn't really meaningfully changed anything. He's eroded at the democracy, but the ultimate undemocratic force is not him stacking the courts or getting rid of the electoral reforms or changing the constitution, but rather just the slow, inexorable accumulation of capital in the hands of the elite. And that's not going to change through his opposition. Vosh is saying the real problem is the Hungarian people. Fuck, you saw right through me. I mean, the main harm is his clogging up of EU votes. They should legitimately just get rid of Hungary. Hungary doesn't even meet the EU's definition for, you're supposed to be, like, if Turkey can't be in the EU and you make them jump through hoops, there's no reason why Hungary should. That's insane. They should fuck off, yeah. If they want to be part of, like, the Russosphere so badly, they should be part of the Russosphere. There's no official process for kicking a country out. That's their problem, not mine. Does Hungary have good food? I don't really know much about Slavic food, to be honest. I don't think that Eastern European and Russian food are known for being good, but I've had good food. Like, people like kielbasa, people like pierogi. I don't know, but I don't really know much about Hungarian food compared to, say, Hungary isn't Slavic. The Russian, sorry, like Slavic east of, I guess east of Germany, really. Well, German food isn't really known for being good either. Well, there's pretzels and sausage. I don't know. In terms of good food, I feel like all the aura goes to Mediterranean food, right? Italian, French. Like, no one talks about British food. No one talks about Scandinavian food. It's all like, what do? They bury fish heads in the ground for a season and then they eat it raw. I don't know what they do over there. They have black licorice fish gummies. I don't, makes my tummy hurt just thinking about it, to be honest. Everyone talks about Italian food, French food, Spanish food, Greek food. Um, I assume Croatian food is good because it's on the coast. I don't know. There's some kind of magic emanating from the Mediterranean that makes people cook good. Lebanese food is probably amazing. I grew up eating a decent amount of Syrian food, actually, because one of my closest friends had a mom who was Iraqi Syrian. So I got a lot of that growing up. Have you ever had skagen? It's good? No. I've always wanted to visit Damascus. Me too. Me too, dude. Damascus and Beirut, 100%. Yeah, like pearls of the Middle East. I guess I just want to like, I don't know. I want to remind myself because for my entire life, literally from like the day I was old enough to understand the news, the Middle East has been known exclusively as a hot pot of violence and religious extremism. And I kind of want to remind myself going there, like, oh, wait, hold on. This is like the literal cradle of civilization. Like the oldest, like the Persians and the fucking Jerusalem and like it's like actually like the fucking foundation upon which global civilization emerged. I'd like to remind myself of that. I feel like it'd be a nice experience. Because, like, as an American, for me, culture is like you go over to Boston and you're like, oh my God, that building is 200 years old. And then you go to Europe and it's like, oh, those Roman ruins, those are 2,000 years old. And then you go to Beirut or Jerusalem or something and it's like, oh, those ruins are 4,000 years old. And it's like, okay, you win. That's pretty much, that's about as far back as you're going to go, I think, in terms of like surviving ruins. You know? Not Jerusalem, get the fuck out. Dude, I'm not fucking endorsing Israel. It's just Jerusalem's one of the cities. What do you want from me? I'm not endorsing its current occupation. I'm just saying Jerusalem is one of the cities, man. Hmm. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is 12K years old, I think. Huh. City of Jericho is 9,000 years old. Okay, I don't know about all that. Whatever. I don't think time is that real. I'm pretty sure the Earth was actually created 6,000 years ago, so check your sources. Thank you. Can't do any construction in Italy because they keep stumbling on priceless Roman ruins. You laugh, man, but in 5,000 years after the great storms rake upon us, future humans will unearth the remains of the dilapidated vinyl 5/1s that we constructed en masse in the 21st century, and they'll be like, oh my god, priceless ancient ruins. The kitchenette was a very important household feature to New Yorkers of the 21st century, you know? They'll be digging up Cybertrucks and treating them like we do ancient shipwrecks. That's true. Dude, no, the Cybertrucks are all like unpolished or like unlaminated steel, right? That shit's gonna rust in no time, man. The only shit that's gonna remain from the Cybertrucks is like the plastic casing of the headlights. The actual chassis of the Cybertruck will fade into, you know, fucking iron oxide in 100 years at least. You know what's going to be so fucking cool? People pay a lot of money for like raw denim from 150 years ago. someday, like 1,000 years from now, somebody's gonna unearth a perfectly preserved pair of, I don't know, samurai 16-ounce jeans, and they're gonna be like, holy shit. And that guy's gonna have his shit on. Whoever puts that on, they're gonna pay like 50 trillion future dollars, Dubai dollars. In Damascus, I received Volodymyr Zelensky. That's fucking funny, dude. Rolling out the red carpet. God, he dresses like shit. Speaking of, I've noticed no one's complimented my sugarcane rainbow weft short sleeve work shirt, which by the way, I'm noticing you guys haven't complimented it yet, and I am noting everyone in chat who hasn't said anything nice about it. Your names are in the list. I've auto-compiled them, thank you. This is so fucking funny. Bro was like, nah, I need allies. No, seriously, yeah. It's like, please God, anyone, get along with me. Excuse me. My shirt, which is identical to all his shirts. You people, you try to wound me, but you must know it only makes me stronger. You try to hurt me, but it only makes my conviction deeper. Oh my God, the editing. God damn, man. Get Zenkai power-ups from your attacks. Yeah, my drip gets better every time someone in chat makes a snide comment about how I spend $200 on clothing that's identical to what you could buy at the Gap. Like, people make fun of Hassan for spending too much on clothes, but Hassan will spend that money on, like, designer clothing from LA, whereas I'll be like, dude, check out my purchase, and it costs the same, and it's, like, visually identical to something you could buy. And I'm like, no, check the stitching, check the stitching. Why are you playing the video? Because it's fucking good. What do you want? Didn't the Gap go out of business? The Gap went out of business? Did it really? No? Okay, I don't know. Vosh, I just specifically traveled from YouTube on an account to tell you my first thought of seeing you was nice shirt. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Paid chatter. You can't prove that. You can't prove that. Does he read YouTube chat? I read YouTube chat occasionally, but for the most part, I read my site chat. It's important to have a site chat because we can add funny emotes and like it's the wall that keeps out, you know, the undesirables. You know, at least some of them, most of them. We ever going to talk about how awful this fit was? People will say that this fit was awful, and then they will go and wear cropped, skinny athleisure pants. Like, people will be like, this fit is awful, and then they'll put on slim fit stretch chinos that they saw on a X.com, the everything app ad. What? So you think it looks bad in him? Well, why don't you stop wearing it yourself? It's not that bad. It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm just pointing out that it's not exactly like uncommon to see people with pants like that. Also from the 2010s? Yeah. Man. Would you say that if a woman was wearing it? Actually, hold on a second. I want to make this clear, and this is a testament to my consistency ideologically, which is that I have said multiple times women by and large look terrible in their athleisure Lululemon leggings. No matter how nice their body is, fashion is not just showing off your body. You know, fashion is an artistic construction on top of your body. All you're really doing with leggings is showing off your body. And if your body looks nice, that's great, but that's not fashion. That's just your body. Might as well walk out naked. I mean, if you wanna. I actually saw, hold on, I swear to God we're doing politics today. This isn't going to take 30 minutes, but I wanted to see this because this is one of my favorite, like, small batch designers. Recently came out with some quad leg denim, which included a very nice shot of a woman climbing while wearing some nice, like, barrel jeans. Look at this. Isn't that such a good fit? It's really difficult to get good, high-quality denim on women because of their proportions. It's a lot easier on male proportions to do that. I just think it's a very nice fit. This isn't going to take 30 minutes, said the liar, lyingly. Okay, all right, okay. I don't see the fit. You don't see the... Okay, never mind, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's okay. We don't need to... It's okay. Let's just... Okay. Hello, Vosh. Bit late. Had to create an account for this. German here. Most of our cooked food... Okay, I swear to God, I thought you were about to compliment my shirt. Most of our, like, cooked food is pretty bland, uninteresting. Our real strength is our baked goods, think cakes, pastries, and bread, for which we have thousands of different types. Yeah, when I think of German food being good, I don't really think of their, like, I don't know, schnitzel or whatever. I think of baked goods. I think of like pretzels and like dense stacked cakes and stuff like that. Strudel. Yeah, yeah. I think of stuff like that. Because the Swiss are known for their chocolate, I think, mostly. Not so much their baked goods. Yeah, no, I've had some very good German. The main problem that I have with basically all of the food in Europe, like Europe plus Russia, that isn't the Mediterranean, is that it's so heavy, you know? Like when you eat a German or Polish meal or whatever, I feel like I'm eating Southern food, like country fried steak or whatever. Like it's all meat and oil, and like afterwards you're like, yes. Like I feel my body struggling to process it, you know? It's just not, oh boy. It's cold? No, no, I understand. I understand. Bosch hates black culture. Listen, I love soul food as much as anyone else, but it is objectively true that the Southern diet, by and large, is not conducive to a long lifespan. And if you want to take a look at the actuarial tables of the United States, haters will say it's systemic racism, but life expectancy United States map. Haters will say that it's systemic racism, but real ones will know that it's just the country fried steak. It's actually really bad. Did you guys know this? The life expectancy in the deep south is significantly and notably lower than everywhere else. Like the Bayou area is like 5 years younger than the Northeast and the West Coast and stuff. The closer you are to the South, the earlier you die. It's the biscuits, man. It's the biscuits. What are these names? I don't know why they named it this. I'm sorry. Sweet tea. Yeah, you guys know that tea is really popular in the South in America, but their version of tea isn't the same as the tea you drink in England. Their version of tea is like an 800 calorie mega drink you can get from a gas station. What? It's sweet tea. It's barely even tea. I assume this is like translated. That's why it says left coast. I don't, yeah. Hey, it tastes good. I mean, yeah, sugar tastes good. That's true. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want from me. New Netherland. I believe this is a translated map. What do you think of the U.S. soccer jerseys for the World Cup? I don't really think you can make jerseys that fashionable because they're technical wear. It's a technical synthetic fabric designed to wick moisture as fast as possible. So I don't really think of it as like I wouldn't really like grade fashion on athletes' clothing. I would grade the ceremonial clothing they wore to the thing. But I think the jerseys themselves look fine, I guess. They're dripped out jerseys, but it's not the priority, right? It's like technical. Okay, hold on. Let's lock in. We have to be responsible here, okay? Members of the Iranian Jewish community inspect what's left of their synagogue in Tehran after Israel bombed it on Passover. Nice. Nothing Israel hates more than disobedient Jews. I don't know if these Jews were disobedient. I just assume it's like a vindictive thing. Link doesn't work, white boy. Sorry, everyone. White boy was the name of the chatter. I wasn't just assuming their gender and race. They chose that name. Thank you for clarifying. My pleasure. Just wanted to clear up any potential miscommunications. Page not found. Well, I guess we can't postpone the real story here. So tonight at 8 p.m. EST, that is when the deadline that Trump has issued to Iran expires. The deadline is that Iran must agree to, I don't know, give up and shit their pants or something. The demands keep changing. I don't even know if this is tied to the 15-point plan that was disclosed by Israeli media before we got it from Americans. But that shit ain't happening. However, to really hype people up for the deadline, we got this wonderful Truth Social post, which is referenced in the stream title today. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. The second sentence is so funny after the first, yeah. Not gonna lie, every person in the military is responsible. I don't want to hear about the tragedy of Americans. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're preaching to the choir here, buddy. As far as I'm concerned, like, soldiers have to just start disobeying their orders, you know? House Democratic Leader statement. Let me guess. We condemn Trump for not asking Congress for permission to nuke Iran first? It's nothing, obviously. I saw AOC made a good statement. AOC said unambiguously, soldiers just need to disobey illegal orders. House Democratic leadership statement on Donald Trump's threat to kill a whole civilization. Donald Trump is unhinged. Blah 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 blah. It's nothing. It's the same bullshit. No, it just doesn't mean anything. Didn't they just fire a bunch of generals for basically saying no? Well, we don't know the exact reason they were fired, but Hegseth did just fire a bunch of generals, yeah, including the chief of staff of the army, which, you know, probably a relationship between that and this. Yeah, I'd say so, in my opinion. Not great. This is how Israelis are reacting to the news. Coming? Israel's Channel 13 has set up a countdown clock in anticipation of Trump's threat to wipe out Iranian civilization. Yeah, that seems about right. That tracks. I don't know what else you'd expect, really. Like, it's fucking New Year's. If he sends a nuke, can we draft post? I think if he sends a nuke, you can do a lot of things, actually. Yay. Asking seriously, could this spark a military coup? We don't even know what he's threatening or what he's going to do. Again, it's Trump. We have no idea what he's actually proposing or to what extent or whether he'll do it. For all we know, Trump could end up declaring victory based on some arbitrary, asinine, or completely made up concession he imagines the Iranian people have made. It's impossible to know. I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen. All we know is that the Democrats are absolutely useless. It's if nothing else, it's definitely cementing the. I know you've heard this from me a lot, but like, the world won't forget this. You know, for all of the like to make it clear, even countries like Russia don't openly broadcast stuff like this. The genocidal intent of the Russian oligarchs has been known for a while, but Putin doesn't really come out and say stuff like, we will eradicate the entire population of da-da-da. There's at least a pretense towards, you know, amicability. They did that for a bit, then they stopped. They wavered. It was more like the Ukrainian people don't exist than just openly, straightforwardly, we will just kill everyone, you know? Medvedev does this? Yeah, well, you know. I guess the point that I'm making is that even the behavior they do engage in makes Russia a pariah state, you know? You can have an America that's the center of global trade and culture, and you can have an America that does shit like this, but you can't have an America that does both. They're completely fundamentally... They're completely juxtaposed. You can't have them both. MS Now got a response to a voter's genocidal... What is this?
It's giving war crime.
It's giving war crime.
You can't do that. We don't just annihilate people because we can and, you know, make a grab for the money and the oil.
Well...
And that's what we've done in Venezuela, and that's what we're doing in Iran.
Well, I don't even know if that's a Trump supporter. I mean, how can I know? Don't want to assume just based on the accent. B-52 has been spotted taking off. I don't want to speculate too much, okay? That's support for the message. On Tuesday, Trump... This was a very hasty poll. On Tuesday, Trump posted to social media, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Do you approve or disapprove of this statement by Trump? Democrats minus 91, Republicans plus 18. Yeah, that sounds about right. Independents minus 54. Such a sick country. Though altogether, Republicans are not even close to 50% of the population, so you get a overall, what, minus 41 here? I know, Spider Cash. You keep posting the same thing over and over. The 75th Rangers, Green Beret, and the Marines were practicing Urban Island raiding a couple weeks ago. Sure, but that doesn't really track to what he's threatening today at 8 p.m. ET, right? Invading Karg Island and eradicating a civilization are two different, you know, two different actions. Guess they could sort of come in tandem. We need to have a conversation with those 14% not so sure people. We are a sick country. I feel like, you You know, the United States isn't really going to ever reckon with the evil that it's done abroad. We've been the epicenter for fascism for a long time. Ever since the beginning of the Cold War, we've propped up so many fascist dictatorships in other countries. Not to say the Soviets were good, only that we have, without question, been the bulwark, and eventually that comes back to hit us. Oftentimes, the reason fascists take power in other countries is because we're encouraging those countries to be amicable to neoliberal reforms, right? Like during the Cold War, a bunch of, Latin American or Southeast Asian countries were nationalizing their industries. And the essential argument was like, in order to make these countries palatable for neoliberal investment, we must make them fascist. Fascism is the defense mechanism for liberalism, no? At the very least for neoliberalism, for the economic portion of liberalism. So inevitably, that would happen here. If it happened elsewhere, why wouldn't it happen here? In order to make liberalism possible indefinitely, eventually you run out of socially legitimizing arguments. You run out of good arguments on its own terms, and you eventually have to defer to something else. I got you, white boy. Again, that's the name of the person, not... Do you believe that after all this, all U.S. soldiers involved should be charged? Generally, like every sailor aboard the USS Lincoln, probably not. But specifically in terms of officers involved in decision making, absolutely 100%. Yeah. It probably wouldn't be very palatable or sort of politically effective to charge like 200,000 just random guys, but you could absolutely find people who are more responsible than others for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Fascism isn't real. It can't happen in today's era. Every fascist is just a neoliberal. I know it sounds insane, but I do genuinely think this. Actual fascism was only really possible in an earlier era where more children died, before the age of 5, and people had incredibly strong tribalist factional beliefs that were later eradicated by globalism and the internet. Now, all you really get is neo-fascism, which at the end of the day is doing the exact same policies as neocons, but less effectively. It's the Penguin video. They don't believe in a future. Yeah. If you think that, why do we still call them fascists? Well, they're still neo-fascists. I mean, they're engaging in the affect of fascists. I don't think you couldn't call me a socialist just because I don't believe in, I don't know, Red Army shit. What's the Penguin video? You should go watch the Folding Ideas video on it. It's very good. Very good. That explain Israel. Actually, I think Israel is a perfect example of what I'm saying because the average IDF soldier and Israeli civilian is a massive fucking coward. German soldiers enlisted and were conscripted en masse, and many people were literally actually willing to die for their homeland. Whereas nowadays, like, Israel freaks the fuck out, and like a lot of people get tummy aches as soon as a couple bottle rockets are fired back across the border. I'd argue that they're a perfect example. They're people who like the aesthetic of dominating and killing all of their mortal enemies, but they despise the actual practical reality of doing so. They like the killing, they don't like the being killed. Whereas a real fascist, the OG fascists, understand that killing and being killed are both essential parts of the cycle. You live to die. That was the mantra of the Nazis: live for heroism. Every young boy was trained from the moment of their earliest education to die for the fatherland. That was the whole point. That was the point of the Hitlerjugend. You weren't growing up to live like a artistic life, to live a fulfilled life, to live a happy life. You were growing up so that you could be an organ of the state. Nobody thinks like this anymore. At least no one in the developed world. It's very uncommon. Fascists nowadays in the developed world, they don't think like this. They want to play video games and jerk off to pornography and die at 82 in a bed surrounded by their loved ones. But fascists, real fascists? No, no, no. You're not getting that, buddy. Wehrmacht soldiers did not die at, well, at least not most of them, did not die calmly at 82. Fascism, by virtue of being a death cult, means being ready for death. And if you're not, you can't be. Do you think Miller would fit in that category? I'm talking more about, like, what is materially possible, not so much people's personal individual ideologies. I think what I'm talking about is that in the developed world, materially, original paleo-fascism isn't really possible. So MAGA's not a death cult? No, they're still a death cult, just in a different way. Soy death cult. Very soy. Anyway, I shouldn't speak too hastily. It's a complicated subject. I don't want to give people the wrong impression. Could a real scarcity of resources change that dynamic? Yes. And we might be heading towards that. Real fascism will probably get more and more possible the closer we get to climate collapse, yeah. The more people are fighting over food and water, the more likely it is that we revert back to older pre-globalization notions of tribalism. What do you think will happen tonight? I have no idea. War Minister Korichika Anami tells his cabinet that a captured U.S. pilot has admitted under torture that the USA has 100 atom bombs ready to hit Japan. However, he still opposes surrender. Quote, would it not be wondrous for this whole nation to be destroyed like a beautiful flower? It sounds like the country that gave us kamikaze as a concept. I would say mass shooters fit the definition, though. Oh, kind of, because fascists still believe in building a future. That's the problem with the MAGA movement. They don't believe in the future. The fascists did. Their future was delusional, but they did believe in the future. Nowadays, though, I don't think the average Republican can really envision a future, you know? For a lot of them, for the evangelicals, they covet death. I mean, they want it. They're looking forward to it. They want to bring it about. I don't know. We live in a very fucked up world. Very bad. Very not good. Very not great. Anyway, we're getting a little bit off topic. The on-topic point is, I guess we'll see what happens tonight. People in Congress calling for the 25th just don't want to do anything. This is what I mean when I say that democracy right now is just a legitimizing mechanism for bourgeois autocracy. Calling for the 25th Amendment to be invoked, calling for impeachment, they do literally nothing. All they are, you know, facile, inept attempts at signaling opposition. In reality, we all know that these things will do nothing and that we're all marching slowly to oblivion. We all know that if this were an actual dictatorship with no legitimizing mechanism of democracy, and if this was a foreign country, the answer would be obvious. Imagine America was a foreign country, not our own, and that it was not a democracy, but rather an absolute monarchy. Everyone in another country would know what to advocate for. Popular revolt. Everyone would understand this. It would be unambiguously supported, just as we support protesters in Iran, or if there was a North Korean uprising to depose of there, or in Turkmenistan, or, you know, in many other countries that are authoritarian. But democracy uniquely allows the Mad King to reign with impunity because it is not his will, but rather a complex mesh of bureaucracy that protects him. And all you can really do in opposition to it is wave your hands futilely and scream, the 25th, the 25th, which won't happen, or impeach, impeach, which won't lead to a conviction. And even if it did, he wouldn't leave. What does popular revolt even mean in this context? That just sounds so soy and larpy. Of course it does, because we live in a democracy. Saying popular revolt would make a lot more sense if we were talking about an autocracy, but here in a democracy, we all know we're neutered. Every citizen of a democracy knows that they are at birth castrated, that they can do nothing about the obvious inequities imposed by their government. You can be ruled over by an abstinent class of pedophiles who openly break the law, and everyone gets to just sit around and do nothing because they all know that, well, however bad things might be, at least they follow rules set about in a bureaucracy, right? Like, at least there's a legitimizing mechanism. Doomer? Criticizing bourgeois democracy does not make me a doomer. That's not true, Vosh. We can vote. Ah. Masaigu, what do you think would happen if there was a mechanism for a vote of non-confidence right now? Who controls the Senate and the House? The ability to do a vote of non-confidence wouldn't change anything. So does 2028 not matter? I don't know. I don't know what relevance that has to what I'm saying. I feel like we have the same damn conversation every stream now. Yes, we are all in the torment nexus. Yes, Oblivion covets our arrival. Yes, it will suck. Yes, you should buy rice and beans. I don't know what you want from me. You proved this right when you said a while ago that people would give up their right to vote for $10,000. People would give up their right to vote for far, far less than $10,000. I guarantee you. Would you give up your right to vote for $1 million? I don't know. I could do a lot with $1 million, and so far my votes haven't seemed to matter that much, so I'd have to think about it. All right, let me send this off to the editors. How about for Labubu? How about property in Dubai? Sending it over. Price of oil's hit a historical record. Yay. Yippee! Spooky Senpai, the ability for the left to organize right now is unfortunately irrelevant, you know? We're kind of working against, we're working against much stronger tides. Not to say it won't be important in the future, but right now in this exact historical moment, we're kind of facing off against, Oblivion. New info on the meeting that led to the Iran conflict? New reporting from the New York Times reveals how Trump decided to go to war with Iran after a closed-door Israeli pitch despite deep internal divisions within his own team. Prime Minister Netanyahu presented a four-part pitch for regime change, including a video montage of potential replacement leaders such as Reza Pahlavi. J.D. Vance was absent, stuck in Azerbaijan. J.D. Vance subplot. Appearing alongside Mossad chief David Barnea and military officials. Man, if I was president, I would engage in a degree of de-Israelification of America that would make McCarthy look like a fucking dove. Are you or have you ever been an affiliate of Israel? Oh, I would. And that's why you'd never be president? Yeah. They wouldn't let me. Zaid Odrasir, early European Protestants have nothing to do with modern-day evangelicals. That's because early-day European Protestants still believed in Christ and did not worship the devil, whereas modern evangelicals worship only the devil and child rape. Molestation is their god, and death. Molestation and death. They have nothing to do with the original Protestants. You think Martin Luther would look at evangelicals and be like, "Oh, those are my brothers in Christ"? Absolutely not. And the original Protestants were like, I think the church is selling too many indulgences. That seems like a little sacrilegious to me or whatever. That's fine. I don't give a fuck about that. Do you think Epstein's still alive? As long as Israel exists, Epstein will live. In many people's hearts. Please stop conflating evangelish and evangelical in the American cultural context. Yeah, a lot of people actually have gotten hung on this. To be very, very clear, when I say evangelical, I mean American evangelical, like largely Baptist, like the American you can Google it, like American evangelical. I've heard apparently there's like a European term for evangelical that means like something similar, but it's not. I promise you it's not. Okay, this is a largely American phenomena. There are evangelicals of the American sort in Europe, but that's not, there isn't a perfect one-to-one translation. Evangelisch in German is just Protestant. Okay, that would be the disagreement then. I mean American evangelical, which is a very different thing. Very different thing. I did not know Evangelisch meant Protestant in German. That's interesting. But I do want to be clear what I'm talking about, yeah. The president then turned to General Kane. General, what do you think? General Kane replied, Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling. That's true, yeah. And then we did it anyway. The president took the word of Benjamin Netanyahu over over our own fucking Joint Chiefs of Staff. General Kane, insane, amazing digital circus reference. They really do mean everything for Israel. Yeah. Iran cuts off direct diplomacy with the United States. Yeah. After Trump's genocidal threat, Iran responded by cutting all diplomatic channels. So whatever happens, we're hurtling towards it. I don't know why oops, an error has occurred. I'm not really privy to that. AOC tells troops to ignore orders. Yeah. Pretty much the only thing you can really do, I guess, at this point. God. Let's get through these links. There it is, dated Brent, i.e. spot Brent. Crude hits 144 a barrel, a new all-time high. Cool, all-time high. Hitting records. Let's go, boys. Very, very nice. The goats. You're dooming, and Trump just imposed the greatest carbon tax the world has ever seen. IEA chief, current oil and gas crisis worse than 1973, 1979, and 2022 altogether. Cool. The world's never experienced a disruption of energy supply of such magnitude. I think a lot of people really don't understand the gravity of this. Like the demand for petroleum and its derivative products is largely inelastic. Like the world runs in it, you know? It's not like a luxury good like you could intake less I don't know, cedar wood for fancy furniture because fancy furniture gets more expensive. You need petroleum and everything that it produces. The world runs in it. You might have, if you don't have it, like kind of a runaway inflationary effect where everything ends up getting more expensive. This chart is a lie, Vosh. Crude is at 115. You don't know what you're talking about. The chart refers to dated Brent. That's the price that people are paying on the spot for oil. What you're talking about is the future price for Brent, because typically oil is bought in advance. You pay a contractual price for a future exchange of oil. This is what people are paying on the spot. Think of it like the difference between, I don't know, getting a subscription service at a discount versus like running up and getting the payment right there. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, that's fine. It gives me an opportunity to explain the difference, and I appreciate you providing me that framing device, you know? All's well. Yes, historically, the dated Brent and the futures Brent prices have more or less perfectly corresponded. There was no reason to assume that the price of oil in the future would be that different from the price of oil now. But right now, that is not the case because people are still artificially depressing the futures market with short sells and also a lot of market delusion. That being said, that can only last for so long. It's hard to read where the last peak was. 2022, during the inflationary crisis. The specific branch you're describing in the US would be called evangelicalismus. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's only going to get worse. Iran has attacked Saudi Arabia's Jubail petrochemical complex. This is a big one, no? Saudi Aramco? The heart of the kingdom's downstream sector, its Revolutionary Guards said. A $20 billion joint venture between Aramco and Dow that was shut down last week. Whoo! Whoo! Whoo dilly. Is it naive that I'm actually scared now? No, I think that's a pretty legitimate and justified reaction. Unironically, is there anything Iran could do to make you drop support for them at this point in the Hitler War? Dude, I don't know. It kind of feels like they're fighting to save the world right now. They'd have to do something pretty goddamn bad. Like, the Allies committed war crimes when they were fighting against the Nazis, but, I mean, the overall moral over and under on who was in the right there is pretty clear. What if they nuke a desalination plant? Shouldn't have put a desalination plant where the nuke wanted to be. Type shit. What's the actual reason the US and Israel want Iran, though? Israel wants death. That's pretty much it. American evangelicals who control the government believe that the rapture will come about if Israel gets the death that they want. And a lot of very powerful and wealthy people are really invested in kind of a inertial sense. Like there's a lot of momentum building in the continued use of Israel as a forward base for our military and tech-based contracts, you know? So there's a heavy investment in like the continued existence of Israel as a testing ground and an investment platform for their technology and future prospects. So a lot of powerful and wealthy people are interested in this for their own reasons, and also a lot of people, powerful and normal people, are interested in bringing about the end of the world. That's the gist of it. Do Israel people think they're doing the apocalypse stuff? That the rapture business is Christian theology. It's or evangelical theology. It's not Jewish. No. By and large, the Jewish supremacists in Israel aren't trying to bring about the end of the world. They just think that they're just doing Lebensraum stuff. You know, they just want to conquer and conquer and conquer. What pushes Israel towards wanting to kill Iranians, Palestinians? It's a nation founded on ethno-supremacism. That's like the explicit agenda of the state, and also they've been given almost unlimited power by the United States in terms of weaponry, money, and deference from the United Nations. Also, they like rape? Yes, the Israeli national pastime. U.S. and Israeli officials gathered first in the cabinet room adjacent to the Oval Office. Then Mr. Netanyahu headed downstairs for the main event, a highly classified presentation on Iran for Trump and his team in the White House Situation Room, which was rarely used for in-person meetings with foreign leaders. But Netanyahu isn't a foreign leader, is he? He's a joint leader of Amer Israel. Mr. Trump sat down, but not in his usual position at the head of the room's mahogany conference table. No, wouldn't want to assume a position of superiority over Emperor Netanyahu. Instead, the president took a seat on one side, facing the large screens mounted on the wall. Mr. Netanyahu sat on the other side, directly opposite the president. Appearing on the screen behind the prime minister was David Barnea, director of Mossad, Israel's foreign intelligence agency, as well as Israeli military officials. Susie Wiles, White House Chief of Staff, sat in the far end of the table. Marco Rubio took his regular seat. General Dan Kane, Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that's Kane, not Pete Hegseth, who generally sat together in such settings, were on one side. Joining them was John Ratcliffe, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. Presentation Mr. Netanyahu would make over the next hour would be pivotal in setting the U.S. and Israel on the path towards major armed conflict. Isn't it cool how, like 1 month ago, Republicans and Democrats were calling you anti-Semitic if you said we were entering this war for Israel? Have you memory hold that yet? That was a real position. They treated it like a conspiracy theory. If you went on CNN, you could find any number of talking heads saying that it was a conspiracy theory. That was real. That really happened a month ago. Like I said a little while ago in a clip that I'm happy to say got some buzz on Twitter. It's always nice because usually they get buzz from... Usually when I get buzz on Twitter, it's not from people liking me. I'll tell you that much. The position of the U.S. government, both Republican and Democrat, is that American people must choose between the feelings of Jewish people and the future of, I guess, Western civilization, the world. The future of the world, yeah. And when you're forcing people to make that choice, I think it's pretty clear where a lot of people are going to stand, you know, given that opportunity. This account of how Trump took the U.S. into war is drawn from reporting for a forthcoming book. Of course, obviously. Obviously. Regime change inside the imperial presidency of Donald Trump. It reveals how the deliberations inside the administration highlighted the president's instincts, his inner circle's fractures, and the way he runs the White House. It draws on extensive interviews conducted on the condition of anonymity to recount internal discussions and sensitive issues. Always a fucking book. Tapper, you've done it again. And it's the emotions of the Jew they made up in their head as well. Yeah, like I said, that's their argument. In the Situation Room on February 11th, Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. Played a video, including a montage of potential new leaders who could take over the country if the hardline government fell. Among those was son of the Shah, Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. Right. The regime would be so weakened they could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz, and the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries was assessed as minimal. Worth noting, of course, they are lying here. Netanyahu knew perfectly well that this was all fake. He's not stupid. He knew this was a lie. He just wanted to commit U.S. support because he knows that U.S. politicians and media will never, ever, ever turn their back on Israel. You know? They just get away with everything. He knows that Trump is stupid, and he knows that he can do whatever he wants. Besides, Mossad's intelligence indicated that street protests inside Iran would begin again, and with the impetus of the Israeli spy agency helping to foment riots and rebellion, an intense bombing campaign could foster the conditions for the Iranian opposition to overthrow the regime. The Israelis also raised the prospect of Iranian Kurdish fighters crossing the border from Iraq to open a ground front in the northwest, further stretching the regime's forces and accelerating its collapse. Obvious, all lies. Sounds good to me, Trump told the prime minister. Yippee. U.S. officials assessed the first two objectives noted by Netanyahu were achievable with American intelligence and military power. They assessed the third and fourth parts of Mr. Netanyahu's pitch, which included the possibility of Kurds mounting a ground invasion of Iran, were detached from reality. When Mr. Trump joined the meeting, Mr. Ratcliffe briefed him on the assessment. The CIA director used one word to describe the Israeli prime minister's regime change scenarios: farcical. Mr. Rubio cut in. In other words, it's bullshit, he said, knowing that Trump doesn't know what farcical means. Mr. Vance expressed strong skepticism about the prospect of regime change. The president then turned to General Kane. General Kane said, yep, Israelis lie all the time. That's all they know how to do. It's their other national pastime, along with rape. Trump said then, I will ignore the advice of everyone around me and instead do what Israel tells me to do. Yep, yep, yep. Israel really does have videos of him raping children. I really think it's just that people like Dana White and all the evangelicals that are close to him in the office are just more persuasive, you know? People like Lindsey Graham or Hegseth. I just think they're more persuasive. Rubio, Paula White, thank you, not Dana White. I mixed them up because they're both fucking crazy. Paula White. You know, people like Rubio will wave their hand and be like, yeah, don't do it, Mr. President. Meanwhile, Lindsey Graham will like suck Trump off in the Oval Office and spend 40 minutes talking about what a great visionary leader he'll be regarded as by, you know, historians. Like, Trump's already gotten away with the pedo stuff, you know? I mean, gotten away with. It's not like anything could have stopped that. He would constantly ask, and then what? But Mr. Trump would often seem to hear only what he wanted to hear. Wow. Why is Graham such a Holden blood feast? Because he is an evangelical. He wants to end the world. Or at least he's beholden to their interests. I don't know how personally convinced he is. He's part of their bloc. Isn't Rubio Catholic, though? Yeah, but Rubio opposed this war. Rubio just wants to conquer Cuba. Rubio's not keen on Iran. who's the front runner for being the peacemaker. Not a single person in Trump's regime is interested in peace. They're just different levels of convinced by Netanyahu's pitch for ending the world. Actually, Lindsey Graham's a Southern Baptist. Oh yeah, there are no Southern Baptist evangelicals. That's true. Vance the Skeptic. Oh my dude, Vance is going to run 2028 so hard on being like the guy who opposed the Iran war. Left of his ass in the bunny suit. Tucker Carlson as well. Kushner, Witkoff. Yeah, Hegseth's in favor. Levitt is deferential. Kane is unwilling to criticize. Everyone deferred to the president's instincts. They had seen him make bold decisions, take on unfathomable risks, and somehow come out on top. No one would impede him now. Yeah. Well, Alex Jones is now begging Dems to stop Trump Lamau. You shouldn't. All these people who supported Trump but are now offering criticisms are just looking to stay relevant for 2028. They're aware of the fact that Trump's legacy is going to go down in flames no matter what. That's it. None of them believe in anything. They're actually more dangerous than people who are still pro-Trump. People like Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and so on, they are more of a threat in the future than anyone who's still ride or die with Trump, because at least their zeal is a kind of conviction. You got to cover that whole Yedda law story in France. This is crazy. The government's backing a bill to ban criticism of Israel. That's cool. I mean, yeah, you guys have to choose. What do you value taking into the future? The whole of Western civilization or Israel? I don't know. Make that choice. Democrats choose Israel. Republicans obviously choose Israel. The French government is backing a draft law based on the idea that hatred of Israel is inseparable from hatred of the Jewish people. Cool. This is supported by what, 10% of the French population? Maybe? $1,000-year Groiper Reich incoming? Yeah. Under the new Yadon law, you could go to jail for up to 5 years for your famous Twitch comment. I'm not kidding. That's so cool, man. NYT article inside Trump's decision to end the world. Italy's doing the same, and it's already passed in the Senate. That's cool. All right. What's going on over here?
We are just learning of new reports of explosions on Karg Island. This handles almost all of Iran's oil exports, about 90%. If you look at that map, it's actually, you can see it all the way up there at the top of the Persian Gulf. They're just off the coast of Iran. President Trump has repeatedly threatened to bomb or seize the island, and there have been strikes before. Oil prices have been spiking over the last few minutes since the reports have been coming in of these strikes, up about 2 to 3% in the numbers that I've seen. Again, now over 3% there in some cases. Brent crude up more than 1%. Let's get right to CNN's Jim Sciutto, who's in Tel Aviv, monitoring the situation. Jim, what are you learning about this?
Yeah. John, I just spoke to a U.S. official who confirms to CNN that the U.S. struck targets on Karg Island overnight. To be clear, this U.S. official says these targets were military targets on Karg Island, not oil facilities. To your point in the introduction, John, the U.S. has previously struck military targets on Karg Island going back to the middle of March, and that appears to be what they've done again this time. And that's an important distinction, of course, because, yes, the president has held out the possibility of striking oil facilities there, which would have an impact far beyond Karg Island, given that this is where more than 90% of Iran's oil exports.
I'm 50-50 on Trump pussing out on this. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. It's impossible to say. Completely impossible to say with him. I don't see any CNN segments on the it says 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. I don't see any MS Now. Yeah, there we go. Where is it?
We are following a number of significant developments in the war with Iran, which is now stretching into its 6th week. Moments ago, President Trump once again reiterated his threat to devastate Iran if a deal is not reached before the deadline he set of 8 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. The President of the United States posting on social media, in part this: a whole civilization will die tonight.
Kind of small compared to the other stuff, but did you see the new Florida law that allows the governor to personally label any group as a terrorist group and to be able to personally expel students from unis? No, as a matter of fact, I didn't see that. I'll look at that soon.
Never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Trump, however, is leaving the door open for a breakthrough, adding, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. Trump has been threatening this level of devastation for weeks now, repeatedly delaying the attacks on critical infrastructure, like power plants and bridges, attacks that could amount to war crimes. But he suggested in that post, as well as yesterday to reporters, that this latest timeline, his latest deadline, is final.
This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages.
For its part, Iran says it would, quote, deprive the U.S. and its allies of the region's oil and gas for years if President Trump carries out that threat. Meanwhile, Iran this morning is already reporting a series of attacks on key infrastructure, saying airstrikes took out a railway bridge, a train station, and a highway bridge in cities across the country. Neither the U.S. or Israel immediately claimed responsibility.
This doesn't have to be nukes, just massive bombs. Yeah, I don't expect it'll be nukes. If it does happen, it'll probably be a huge wave of targeted attacks on infrastructure.
For the strikes, but the IDF did earlier warn Iranians not to use trains. This comes as the U.S. conducted strikes on military targets on Karg Island. A U.S. official with direct knowledge of these events tells MS Now. This was not an oil infrastructure strike, the official stressed, describing the attack as restrikes on what the U.S. had previously hit. The attack occurred in the early morning overnight hours, East Coast time, Tuesday, and we're now 11 hours from this deadline. Let's just repeat for a moment the President of the United States and his post this morning. That is threatening.
I feel like the outcome of this will be Iran just doubling down on their strikes regardless. Yeah, I mean, they have every moral right to, you know. The global hegemon, the United States, and the vassal states in Europe that back it have basically committed to, if necessary, ending the world, the global economy at the very least, and allowing permanent warfare. Iran has every right to hold the world hostage over this. It's in fact, it's the moral thing to do. You know, you give an inch and take a mile. You can't engage in appeasement. The pressure has to build to a point where the world has to make America stop. It's the only thing you can really do. Otherwise, it's over.
A war crime that is threatening something genocidal if he follows through with this. And perhaps it's just a bluff, perhaps it's a negotiating tactic, an 11th hour push to get the Iranians to the bargaining table. But even just issuing that threat from the Oval Office is a remarkable escalation and something we have never before seen from any president of the United States.
That is true.
With us, we have now MS Now senior national security reporter David Rode, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times, Peter Baker, contributing writer to The Atlantic.
The Europeans are stupid. Iran was very clear. All they have to do is not back American aggression. Plenty of their leaders are doing that anyway, despite it being against their interest. Well, yeah, I mean, European leadership is also enslaved by Israel. Absolutely. As much as they are enslaved by American capital interests, which is to say completely and totally. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. See that fucking French law they're trying to put through? No, not Spain.
Robinson, and contributing opinion writer for the New York Times, Molly Jong-Fast. Our thanks to all of you for being with us this morning. Peter Baker, I'll start with you about the president's post this morning. And we know he is, fond of over-the-top language. He is fond of, fire and fury threats and the like. But this, to me, is something entirely new. And even if it...
Europeans are not supporting America, though? Not the European population, but the European governments. In addition to them offering tepid statements of support to the engagement against Iran, they back the fear-mongering over Iran. They continue to defend the existence of the nation-state of Israel, even as they, consume the Middle East in war. And what's more, if the European Union was actually committed to peace and global prosperity, they would have embargoed the United States a long time ago. It's appeasement. It's appeasement, plain and simple. They have done nothing but continue to pat us on the back as we drive the world into chaos. That makes them complicit. They're not babies, they're developed modern countries. They have both the right and the moral obligation to oppose us as we drag the world into terror.
Does prove to just be a bluff of some sort or a bargaining tactic. This is still a new place for a president of the United States. This is the rhetoric we associate with people like Vladimir Putin, with people like Kim Jong-un, with the monsters of history, and yet we have heard it now from the sitting president.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's using the language of war crimes in a way that no other American president, certainly in our lifetime, ever has. I mean, America traditionally has tried to occupy the high ground. When it comes to wars are fought only out of necessity, not out of spite or out of, emotion.
That's so true, man. Hey, can you tell me what NATO stands for, Mr. Chief White House Correspondent from the New York Times? Can you tell me what NATO stands for?
out of bombacity, and that presidents, when they talk about war, talk about achieving military objectives, talk about targeting military targets, not wiping out a civilization. Wiping out a civilization is the language of war crimes, and this is going to be, as you rightly say, it's you never know with Trump, right? Obviously, this could be just him chest thumping. He likes to do that. He likes to shock. He likes to threaten. He likes to look tough. He's almost 80 years old. He wants to look like a tough guy. But, it's a real test, I think, for the U.S. military at this point, because the U.S. military is bound by law not to follow illegal orders. War crimes, if that's what he ends up ordering, would be illegal. So this is what exactly those 6 Democratic members of Congress foreshadowed when they released that video a few months back, when they said that members of the military should remember that they are obligated under law to not follow illegal orders. They got punished, or tried to be punished, by the Trump administration for it. In fact, the Trump administration tried to literally prosecute them and throw them in prison for stating what the law says.
And it didn't work, so maybe they should be a little bit more vocal. Maybe Democrats should be saying stuff like, just to let you guys know, we're going to win the next election, and when we do, everybody responsible for this is going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Like, the Democrats could do that legally, right? Like, there's literally nothing that prevents them legally or morally from doing that. It is, in fact, both legal and extremely moral. They could simply say, like, how the midterms are going to go, and how the next presidential election is going to go, and when we win, we are going to annihilate the opposition. Every crime committed, we will dredge through. We will make the investigations undertaken into Hunter Biden's personal life look restrained in comparison. Or The Hague. Yeah, we will sign up with the ICC, and we will dump thousands of you at the doorstep of the Hague. Every troop that carries out an illegal order will be court-martialed. We will critically review every order given by the Trump administration, and if any of them are found to be war crimes, every single person involved in that particular dispatch will be court-martialed, and you will not win. They could do that. What stops them from doing that? Can somebody explain to me? Can somebody explain to me? All that's legal. If the Trump administration tried them for that, if they were tried in federal court, they would win. Right now, they would win.
And now, of course, that looks different in the context of what we're seeing today. And the question is, what will the military actually do when push comes to shove?
Absolutely spineless. Right? I mean, like, literally, right now, if Trump just said he's not stepping down in 2028, I truly believe the Democrats would have nothing but a sternly worded letter in response. Reaction to Trump's threat to Iran, saying whole civilization will die tonight. Beyond crude? Really, beyond crude? Is that really the best way to describe it? Beyond crude? It was such harsh language.
Joining me now, Democratic Congressman Adam Smith, ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. Thank you for joining us. I want to first get your reaction to the president's latest threat.
Look, it is just completely disgusting and not something any president should ever say.
Always with a critique of decorum. Disgusting? It's not. Disgust is not even like in the top 5 response. Really? Oh, it's offensive. Oh, okay.
And if Republicans are concerned about that, they should be focused on stopping Donald Trump. I mean, look, whether
they don't and they're not.
Does it or not, the language he has used, the way he has approached this conflict, his complete lack of concern for all of the costs of the war, the people being killed.
Only half an hour ago, you said prosecuting simple rank and file would be counterproductive. The 2 statements I made have not been contradictory. I said that it would not be productive to prosecute every soldier involved in the war effort, because that would involve a lot of people who did literally nothing. But if you were involved in carrying out a war crime, that would be something. Not every sailor aboard the USS Lincoln has committed a war crime, and deployment to Iran is not itself a war crime. But if a person is found to have been a participant in a war crime, then that's absolutely a valid. They had a legal obligation to ignore those orders.
The wild and insulting rhetoric he is using, it has done such damage to the United States of America, to our place in the world.
Oh, that's the main problem with it. Gotcha.
You know, there was the old saying about how America first should never mean America alone. I never believed that, but this is Trump with America alone, and America just, morally bankrupt at this point. So, yeah, those words have done, I think, as much damage to the United States reputation in the world as anything that's happened, since the end of World War II. I can't even remember what. So regardless of what happens at this point, what Trump has done to date has done an enormous amount of damage. It would certainly make it vastly worse if he carries out any part of that threat. But it is time for Congress to figure out every day, how can we rein in Trump's power? He is clearly unfit to lead this country.
Well, as you know, for a long time, Republicans have not stood up to the president because he had so much power within the party. But with the MAGA base divided, his popularity, even among Republican voters, fading, do you sense in conversations that the war, on top of the economy and the impact the war is having on the economy, is maybe driving some Republicans to oppose what he's doing?
Maybe some. I mean, the most hope we can have is with the voters rejecting the Republican Party at the polls. But look, he has the power they gave him. All right. You go back to right after January 6th. There was a clear opportunity for Republicans in Congress to remove Donald Trump from the political world in America. They chose not to. So the Republican Party has a lot of responsibility for this. We can hope that they change their mind and see how terrible this has been on so many levels. I can't say that I'm optimistic. I think we're going to have to go straight to the voters to hold the Republicans accountable who have allowed Donald Trump.
Sorry, guys, it's up to us. Not the elected Democrats or the billions of dollars that they control or all of their connections and contracts. It's actually up to us. If we just vote harder next time, you see? If we just vote harder next time.
Trump to do all the damage that he has done.
If the U.S. Largely could decimate a country in a matter of hours, and certainly even before this threat, that's what Donald Trump suggested yesterday in the Q&A with reporters. What's next? Is there any actual long-term goal, any strategy or plan? He kind of touched on the possibility of rebuilding the country, remaking the country. What's the plan?
Well, first of all, this is...
Contra agrees that we should have just voted harder. I hope this doesn't come across as salty, but I think that, unfortunately, despite having made many great videos, Contra has demonstrated a complete incompetence at addressing the moment with regards to electoral matters. She is a little bit washed, and I'm partial, of course, so I wouldn't, obviously I'm a little biased here, but it's pretty bad. Her big post on Gaza was like, oof, If I will say, if you are a Democrat and you think that we are where we are for reasons that have nothing to do with the malicious incompetence of the Democratic Party, I consider you complicit to the Republicans. If you genuinely think that the Democratic Party has not engaged in so the most charitable interpretation would be a disqualifying level of incompetence, right? Like they should never be taken seriously as a party again. Everyone should be replaced. They are, at least through incompetence, enemy. Like incompetence can get you arrested, If an engineer stamps a blueprint that turns out to be faulty and a building collapses, the engineer can go to jail. I don't know why we don't have this for politicians. There's no real culpability. You can be as incompetent as you want. It doesn't matter. It's just, we just allow it. If a doctor engages in reckless medical malpractice, they can be sued. But with politicians, it doesn't really matter. So the most charitable explanation is that the Democrats are so incompetent, I think they should be thrown in jail. That's the low bar. The high bar is that they're treasonous, that their incompetence is deliberate because they're trying to pursue, in many cases, the same basic policy goals as Republicans, especially with regards to the economy, and they are unwilling to oppose the interests of their donors, and in so doing have aided and abetted the Republican Party in their treasonous activities. Not all Democrat politicians. There are good Democrat politicians where there are no good Republican politicians, but yeah, I don't know, we'll just say half Democrat politicians, whatever you prefer. You can draw an arbitrary line. I'm sure it would all come out in discovery. Anyway, if you don't understand that, I don't think you're qualified to comment on the situation we're in right now.
Part of it that hasn't been focused on, because rightly we've been focused on the pure evil and insanity of what Trump has been saying. But no, we don't have the power to destroy a civilization in 4 hours. Certainly not if we're not going to use nuclear weapons, which I sincerely hope that's not what Trump has in mind. And he hasn't indicated.
Such strong language.
That he does. So no, you can bomb a lot of stuff and not really completely destroy a country or even destroy their capability. And we've seen that. Keep in mind, we've been bombing them for 5.5 weeks now, have significantly degraded their military capability, but they still have missiles. They still have drones. They are still able to attack, shoot down 2 of our airplanes, still drop missiles into Israel and surrounding countries. So no, you can't destroy.
What would the downside be to make it illegal to lie as a politician? The thing that's interesting to me is that over the past 100 years, a politician has become, as a role, more and more technocratic. The job of a politician has less been that of an ideologue who swings the government towards their position, and more of a bureaucrat who just signs off on bills provided to them by special interest groups who run the country, in truth. And despite the job getting more technocratic, we have not yet adopted one of the features of a technocracy, which is a mechanism of accountability for failure, right? Like, the whole point of a technocracy is that you have competent people on the top, and if they're incompetent, there are punishments. Like, what's the point? How can it be a technocracy if a person is equally likely, in a medical role to be a doctor or a charlatan, right? You're supposed to have competent people. So we have a system that's supposed to streamline competence, but in fact has no mechanisms for doing so. It's not great. In my opinion.
Civilization. You can't even destroy a country's military capability with a 4-hour bombing campaign. So the cluelessness of what he thinks this is going to accomplish militarily is another problem.
Yeah, the real problem here is that Trump is unaware of how much power he would have to use to annihilate a civilization, The real issue with a genocidal threat is the logistics of carrying it out. Mr. President, you buffoon, you nincompoop, you clearly haven't thought this out properly. What you're describing is impossible. Eradicate Iranian civilization. I'd like to see you try.
If he launches this 4-hour campaign, at the end of it, a lot more people, a lot more civilians will be dead, but Iran will still be standing. Iran will still have the power to threaten the Strait of Hormuz. It won't even achieve a strategic objective, the strategic objective that Mike Lawler alluded to. Wouldn't it be great if the Iranian regime was gone? Sure, it would, but a rational leader would think, okay, A, can you accomplish that? And B, what is the cost? The blissful dismissal of the cost by Trump and all of these Republican sycophants who are letting him go forward, killing thousands of civilians, the devastation of the global economy.
You can really tell from the way that he talks that he cares about all of these issues a lot, You can really tell. I guess the B-52 video has been confirmed because I see a lot of people talking about it, including some media sources. Neat. Clearly a bird. Oh. The Kuwaiti consulate in Basra, Iraq has been stormed. Why and by who? Protesters? Oh, okay.
I want to bring in Firas Maksad, Managing Director for the Middle East and North Africa for the Eurasia Group. Also with us, Colonel Jack Jacobs, Medal of Honor recipient and MS Now military analyst. Colonel, what kinds of considerations are service members potentially having to make today?
Well, you have to distinguish between the considerations of people at the bottom of the food chain.
What's the context for the video of the B-52? The context is that, as alleged, the B-52s are departing at a time and with a payload that would position them to be able to bomb the fuck out of Iran when the deadline expires. I really don't think we're going to be nuking Iran, though honestly, the way things have gone, I don't want to jinx it, so, you know.
And those who are at the top and who are closest to the President of the United States. If you're at the bottom of the food chain, you need to do whatever you're told unless you're given an order that's immoral or illegal. And for those who are not in leadership positions, that means taking account of the tactical situation around them. And there are some things that are intuitively obvious to the casual observer you're not allowed to do, and who's ordered to do so, you not only can refuse, but you must refuse. However, if you're at the top, if you're one of the leaders with wearing stars, you're an advisor to the President of the United States, you're the leader of your service, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, you have an obligation to make sure that not only don't we do anything immoral or illegal, that we also don't do anything that's stupid. And the consideration of what is immoral or illegal is very much different at the top of the food chain than it is at the bottom. And if we're going to avoid doing something we should not do, the buck
Who is this? A boring old man. My apologies.
I want to bring in MS Now contributor Inzamam Rashid in Dubai. Kevin Barron is president of Elevation Global Strategies, former executive editor of Defense One, and the former VP of the Pentagon Press Association. Charlie Sykes.
Gotta say, dope poster lineup in the back. That's a very nice back corner right there, you know?
Editor of Defense One and the former
Love
VP
the
of the Pentagon
poster.
Press Association. Charlie Sykes is the author of the Substack newsletter To the Contrary. And with me in studio...
Why do Substack writers get to appear on mainstream news, but live stream? I bet you I get more hits than his goddamn Substack does. Put me in there. I'm gonna rack up FCC violations on MS Now. Get me over there.
Now national security reporter David Rowe. David, I want to go to you because I know you've been in touch with some officials in the region. Is there a chance, is there a legitimate chance here that this threat could be avoided by coming to some kind of deal?
I spoke to two Persian Gulf diplomats just in the last hour or so. They are skeptical. They say there's no progress that they see in the negotiations at this point, that, they're skeptical of any deal before the 8 p.m. deadline. One of them specifically cited the fact that Vice President J.D. Vance is in Hungary. President Trump has said that Vice President Vance, along with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, are the prime negotiators with Iran. So the sense I'm getting is that seen in the region is that the U.S. is not serious about this. But just separately, again, two Persian Gulf diplomats saying they don't see major progress and they think the chances are low of a deal before 8 o'clock tonight.
So, Charlie,
Rod apparently has cut off communications with the Trump administration after that threat. So I don't really know. I don't know what the fuck could stop it.
Raises the question, where does it leave us in these hours? Is this where we are? An unpredictable commander-in-chief making threats against tens of millions of innocent people to obliterate an entire civilization based on, he said this in the past, his own gut feelings?
This is the way the monsters of history speak. And we're talking about a man who controls the world's largest nuclear arsenal, bleeding out threats of genocide and war crimes. And the threat itself, I think, feels like a turning point for America's role in the world, where we used to be the shining city on the hill. And I think the rest of the world is going to look at the United States as a dangerous rogue nation. There were people who thought that, oh, don't take...
Okay, hold on. This guy's cooking. I like this guy. Hold on.
Donald Trump too seriously when he was threatening to invade Greenland, and I think we look back on that as the end of the Western alliance. This particular threat, where he's talking about wiping out one of the world's oldest civilizations, whether he follows through on that or not, feels like a turning point in America's 250-year experiment in liberal constitutional democracy, because I certainly can't remember any other time when any leader of a liberal democracy has threatened to destroy a civilization.
Well, I guess, Kevin, then it becomes an obvious question. And the people you're talking to, do they consider this bluster or do they consider this a real threat?
I mean, you have to take it as a threat, but he's known for bluster. Look, I view this in the lens of covering the military for a couple of decades and covering a lot of stories about civilian-military relations. And if you think of the old Hollywood...
We've passed the buck down so far. Everyone has to understand, no matter what happens tonight, the country, the United States and Israel, we need to be put in our place because we have allowed a system to exist which allows the president to make statements like that. Whether or not he does it is almost immaterial, or I would say it's not immaterial, but it's already past the line. We're past the line anyway. Like, the system that exists right now in the United States, it is a machine that produces presidents that act this way. And that means it is a broken system. There's no getting around this, you know? We're not, you know, voting in student council presidents. You don't get to have outliers like this. You can't have the one crazy that everyone laughs about later. The world continues or ends on the whims of these people.
Version of events, it's usually the generals who want to, you know, bomb more, they're more aggressive, they want to go to war, and it's the politicians who hold them back. Here, we're at a place, an unbelievable and remarkable place where I'm hoping, and I'm pretty confident, that the generals are going to save us in a way that, you know, the Trump supporters were angry and upset, you know, in the last time around when we found out the same thing was happening. The Pentagon...
I need to stop you there. I need to stop you there, because are you saying you think that they can talk him out of it, or that if push came to shove, they would defy orders? What are you saying?
No, I say, you know, Politico's own reporting says that the military leadership has created a more extensive target list, hoping that they can make justifiable strikes. You know, they're still going to claim these are dual use things that they're going to hit, things like, you know, the grid and the power plants. But, you know, in our modern era, dual use can be data centers down the street. It can be the electrical pole outside. It can be a lot of things, but like the president was saying. But it's up to the military to pick those targets. And I'm hoping, and I have faith, that those leaders are going to do their best to be precise in what they do. Trump isn't handpicking all these selections despite the bluster. None of that erases the warning. None of that erases all the dire statements the other panelists and I've been hearing all day on TV saying that, yes, this is an unprecedented moment that Trump has brought us to. He's alienated the rest of the world, alienated our allies who are begging him not to do this. They're not following him into the war. They're not following his demands to protect the strait. The United States is alone. I do have comfort, and I'll love you, Charlie, but I don't know that this is the end of democracy unless nobody does anything about it and Trump continues on into the future. And whether that's people...
That guy's on some serious opium. Well, he does have a vote poster behind him.
Changing his mind or changing the target list tonight or voting for a different government down the road. I've come from international conferences recently where people have said flat out, they come up to you and say, I know it's not you. We see the protesters in Minneapolis.
Yes. I'll be streaming during the deadline tonight. I'll be streaming for a long while today. You don't need to worry about that. I will not be absent.
The United States is not all supporting Donald Trump, that this is him. But if this goes through with no...
If there should be laws to punish politicians for incompetency, how would competency be defined? I don't think this is a bad question, but I think it's worth pointing out that the system that we have right now has produced an outcome that is flirting with the end of the world. I am unconcerned with the practicalities and logistics of how an alternative system would be implemented. You know, this would be like not being willing to commit forces to oppose Nazi Germany because you don't know exactly how you're going to conduct nation building after the Nazi government is deposed. The immediate moral impetus is so overwhelming that it kind of supersedes the logistical concerns in the future. You know, I mean, I agree it would be a concern. It's just like, I don't know. We see where this has brought us, right? We already have laws for this sort of thing, you know? Libel, slander, defamation. even to an extent treason, sedition. There are already laws that carve out exceptions to free speech. I really do not think it would be that crazy to implement some kind of restriction on politicians and media men that prevent them from doing the things that lead to the end of the world. I don't know.
Stopping him. Congress isn't stopping him. Well, how can we justify any other opinion, you know?
So, Inzamam, the president, once again...
It's not the end of democracy. It's the end of our moral authority in the world, I think. That's the key point.
I understand.
So let's talk about what's happening in that region, and particularly with the people who would be directly affected and have already been directly affected by this. Inzamam, the president, once again implying he may destroy Iran in his mind to save it, or that with new Iranian leadership, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen, to quote him. Does that make sense to the Iranian people or to people in the region writ large?
I don't think it does. And I don't think much of the president's messaging over the last 5 to 6 weeks has resonated with many of the people inside Iran either. What I think I can tell you is that this evening, with less than, 8 hours to go until this deadline ends supposedly from the president, people inside Iran, millions and millions of people inside Iran, will be living in fear because, yes, whilst the president has mentioned a lot of this previously, this deadline seems very real. And the reason I say that is because of the increased fighting that
They have filed articles of impeachment again? Yes. It will not lead to anything, though.
Had in the last 24 hours. We've seen Israel continue.
There needs to be a separate code public figures are held to, similar to military members than the UCMJ. Military members do not have First Amendment protections. Yeah, I've been an advocate for this for years. It's crazy to me that if you're a rank-and-file grunt whose job it is to lick toilets clean in an army barracks in Kuwait, you have a bunch of restrictions on your First Amendment rights because you signed them away. But you can be the president of the United States and have 1 billion legal protections, special deference from the Supreme Court to do whatever the fuck you want. Even though your job matters infinitely more, there should be much, much, much higher consequences for lying in your case.
To target residential areas inside Iran. We've seen them today strike a railway line, a railway bridge, which has caused significant damage. We've also seen them target the South Pars gas facility.
Even Alex Jones calling for the 25th. Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, all the people like them are just vying for power so they can continue to remain relevant after Trump's legacy is gone and buried. They are dangerous. They do not have a problem with what is happening right now. They just know that it's grown unpopular and they're shifting away from it. That's it. JD Vance, Rubio, they're all going to do this.
And then once again today, whilst they didn't hit the oil facility on Karg Island, they've struck many parts of Karg Island, that incredibly important island, which is seen as the jewel in the crown of the Iranian economy, as it exports 90% of its oil from there. But the people of Iran, the everyday boys and girls, the families, will be living in fear because they've got no ideas what the next 8 hours hold. These talks clearly seem not to be going well, as David Rode mentioned. And on the other hand, you've very much got the fighting that's continuing. And as you mentioned in the opening there, Chris, Iranians are now being urged to go and stand near to some of these energy facilities. We've seen some images circulating online which shows Iranians lined up in front of a power plant to ensure that Israelis and the US won't bomb them, to ensure that the energy facilities don't get targeted. And also this evening as well, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament specifically put out a link suggesting that people of Iran sign up through this website, whereby the regime are specifically asking people to register for self-sacrifice. In other words, they're telling people that they should be willing to die for their country. And the Speaker of the Parliament suggesting that around 14.3 million people had signed up. This was just over an hour or so ago. What's important is that Iran have said that there will be no ceasefire agreement whilst and the Strait of Hormuz will not shut whilst there is no permanent agreement that the fighting will stop. So the Strait of Hormuz tonight very much does remain in Iranian control. There is really no...
It's remarkable how many words it takes for them to say nothing, no?
Evidence that a ceasefire can come about within the next 8 hours, and clearly there are millions of people across that country, and also I think it's fair to say in the Gulf, because of any potential retaliation from Iran that live in fear to see what the president will do.
Kevin.
Here's Brian Tyler Cohen's slight criticism of Israel, saying they would be the only ones happy with Trump's call to... what is he saying?
So it looks like Donald Trump just blinked again after threatening to obliterate the entire Iranian civilization. Here to break it down with me is Brian Tyler Cohen, out with the new book, The Day After: How to Wield Power in a Post-Trump World. Pre-orders available now. So the pattern...
Yeah, those are the people that I want to go to learn how to wield power. Centrist Democrats.
That we see, Brian, is that Donald Trump makes this threat of a genocide, a threat of war crimes, a threat on a massive scale. And then that rattles the markets. He gets called out for threatening war crimes. Let's be clear, he's already engaged in war crimes already, and we should speak with moral clarity when we talk about what he and Netanyahu have been doing. But he then goes to Barak Ravid, the same guy over at Axios, and this just happened moments ago. I mean, my report from 10 a.m. this morning Pacific time was Donald Trump basically seemed to be threatening nuclear annihilation, distant, according to a intermediary coming to us, following Donald.
Something that's especially interesting right now is in the immediate aftermath of Trump posting that genocidal threat, you had a bunch of even diehard Republicans come out and condemn what he was saying. Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Joe Kent, all of these people started calling for an invocation of the 25th Amendment. And I think it's become clear even to, these diehard MAGA or former MAGA Republicans.
They're not diehard MAGA, they're former. You literally just described all former, except for Alex Jones, who's a shameless grifter. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Joe Kent, and Tucker Carlson have all had falling outs with the MAGA movement, and Alex Jones just says whatever and has said whatever for decades.
The danger that Trump poses because he feels increasingly backed into a corner, and when he feels like he doesn't have power in a certain situation, he lashes out. This is something that he's done time and time and time again. He wants to feel like he's got total control, and so if that means he's got to wield the full weight of the U.S. military in order to do that, clearly he has no qualms about doing that. But this is all coming from a position of weakness, not strength. And so Donald Trump coming out and feeling like he has to up the ante every time is not because he's, again, negotiating from a position of strength. It's because that feels like the only thing that he can do to try and get his way. And it doesn't work every single time. And so, of course, he's going to come forward and do the whole taco thing where he eventually kind of relents because, at the end of the day.
Why am I watching? Somebody linked this. I don't know. I don't know what the relevance was with regard to what we're talking about. I guess if there's a central theme to what we're engaging with right now, it's the Democrats' complicity in all this.
If he was to keep true to his promise, I mean, God knows where we would end up at the end of this. I mean, he said he would decimate an entire civilization. What are we even doing here? This is not something that would garner the support of the rest of the world. He would lose the support of NATO. He would basically have the support of, Israel at this point in doing that. And so, of course, this is...
Well, that's all that matters. What is this? The Power of the Jewish Vote with Jamie Raskin and Brian Tyler Cohen?
This is a job
voters heading into midterms. Why do you think that is? Why is this issue so resonant among the Jewish people?
Well, I think it's true for everybody now that it is the leading issue. But for me, Jewish values are also embodied in the admonition of Tikkun Olam, that it is our responsibility to go out and to heal the world.
I don't really care about this. I don't know why it was linked.
Okay, do you think Congress should have a vote if the United States is going to make a whole civilization die?
Again, John, you are parsing here. The fact is we're talking about energy and civilian infrastructure. Mm-hmm. If you look at the role Congress has had a vote, and Congress rejected the push by Democrats, many of whom have previously said that this regime needed to go, many of whom have said this regime could not possess a nuclear weapon.
It's cool how we don't
Congress
have a Congress
rejected
anymore.
the unilateral and immediate
I really like that
withdrawal.
feature of
So
our current
Congress has
government.
already taken action. The president is within his legal authorities to conduct this war. He has taken action to obliterate Iran's ballistic missiles program, their naval fleet. The issue remaining really, is with regard to the Strait of Hormuz and the enriched uranium that is hardened, as you pointed out. So the question is the regime, the remaining remnants of this regime, willing to negotiate in good faith or not? That is what is at stake over the next 11 plus hours.
Congressman Mike Lawler from New York. I wasn't
not even going to challenge him on that. CNN, really? Hey, should Congress be able to like do anything? No. In so many words, no. That's it. Just let him run. Okay, gotcha. Never, yeah, okay. Gotcha. Cool. Phenomenal. Update on a potential deal? A senior Iranian official told Reuters, okay, where's the original source? Told Reuters that Tehran is positively reviewing Pakistan's last-minute proposal for a 2-week ceasefire. If Iran was unwilling to consider a ceasefire offered by America, why would they accept one proposed by Pakistan, a country that's not even currently bombing Iran? Pakistan Prime Minister seeks deadline extension. Trump is aware of Pakistan's proposal and a response will come. If you're just joining us, mixed signals over whether negotiations were continuing. The Wall Street Journal and the New York Times cited Middle Eastern and Iranian sources saying they had broken down, and the state-run Tehran Times reported they were ongoing. An Iranian officials told Reuters messages were still being exchanged with the U.S. via mediators, but gave no over details. Oh, that's just the same. Okay. Protesters break into Kuwaiti consulate in Iraq. Good. Pope opposes. Good. High fuel costs forcing Philippine farmers to abandon harvests. I'm sure that's fine. Oh, right, there was a shooting in Turkey, too, at the Israeli embassy. Oh. Well, I don't really know what Iran's game is here, but I have no idea why Iran would accept a ceasefire deal negotiated by a third party when they have unambiguously rejected those possibilities when offered by America. Hard to say. Also, apparently Iranians are gathering hands around some of the civilian infrastructure being threatened by the regime. Bridges, energy infrastructure. Fox News is calling it human shields. It's human shields when civilians stand around civilian infrastructure. All caps human shields. Isn't the point of human shields that you can't strike them? Well, yeah, historically, yes, but Israel reframed that debate effectively. It used to be that when you saw people being used as a human shield, which is not what's happening here, mind you, but if you did, you wouldn't shoot the people behind the human shield. But now it's just like, oh, well, ah, well. Vosh, come on, this is literally human shields. So to be clear, human shields are when a military or insurgent group, whatever, you know, combatants, hide behind people or in civilian facilities. This is civilians standing on civilian bridges. That's a protest. That's definitionally not a human shield. It's just not, that's not what it is. Yeah, human shields is when America sends its soldiers off of Middle Eastern bases and into civilian hotels. Riza Hafezi says, a senior Iranian official told me that Iran is positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire. Warnock with most tone-deaf post of the year award. I thought that went to Bill Clinton, who posted about sports today. Don't let the president distract you from his mission of funneling wealth from the bottom to the top. Now, that's a true deep state believer right there, but yeah, that's not the right time to post it. Or when an IDF vehicle has a Palestinian strapped to its front, as was done. Yeah, I bet a lot of people don't know that either, that multiple times the IDF literally strapped Palestinian bodies to their vehicles in a ghoulish display of human trophyism to discourage people from firing at their vehicles. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, it's super cool stuff. Surprised the BBC was allowed by their deep state Zionist editors to air it at all. So the difference in these not being human shields is that it's civilian infrastructure? The difference is the difference that I laid out when I explained the difference. I don't know what you mean. Human shields are when soldiers use human shields. It's not human shields when civilians protest at civilian infrastructure. That's not a human shield. If America threatened to bomb a food bank in Cuba, and in protest Cubans showed up at the food bank to protest, that would not be human shields. Not airing it would imply Israel felt bad about it. That's true. They were proud of their ghoulish display. Third way Democrat mad about Trump not getting congressional approval.
Also,
wow, look at that post. 37 likes, 339 comments.
in addition to informing all of us about that rescue mission, is ramping up his threats to bomb Iran's power plants if a deal isn't made to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I'm curious today, as we sit at kind of this inflection point between potential escalation in this war, or do these talks work? Is there a diplomatic off-ramp? Do you think we should continue forward with this war? And realistically, what do you think has been achieved and what can be achieved? What do you think should be achieved?
Listen, I think the ultimate goal is obviously to do everything we can to crush the government of Iran.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you, APAC-aligned Democrat.
And make sure we protect our country from a regime that has really said death to America for decades now. That's their leading banner. And gone after us, our allies, through their terror program, obviously developed a nuclear program, and threatened our security, and killed our servicemen and women in the region, attacked our bases, right, as a real threat to our country. Part of what obviously has been a challenge is understanding exactly what success looks like. We know that they've got a very strong ballistic missiles program, or they had one. Weakening that intensely is critical. How much? Of course, is really the question. Like, when's enough? That we feel like we feel that we've made enough progress. Same thing on diminishing their nuclear program, and of course their terror program. You still have the straits under closed, and 20% of the nation's oil and gas runs through there. We can't leave right now, in my opinion, that in the situation where you'd be continuing to see higher oil prices and gas prices around the world for Americans who are already struggling. So there's still a lot that's got to be taken care of. And then you've heard the president over time and some of his aides talk about obviously changing a regime. And that's another very tall order that I think would...
Didn't he also shit on Hassan? This guy, Gottheimer? Yeah, I believe so, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they all get their marching orders from Israel, right? So it makes sense.
Carry this out much longer. So I mean,
this guy's supposed to be the same party as me. Not only is this guy in the same party as you, but other members of this party who agree with you more on these issues aren't even allowed to criticize him. No infighting in the Democrats allowed. Can't even criticize Schumer or Jeffries.
The real questions are, what's the objective here? When will we feel like we've done enough damage to set back the government here, this regime, significantly, to make sure they're not a threat to our country or to our allies?
And there have been, we've heard from a lot of members in Congress that they're concerned that there aren't clear, like the administration laid out military objectives, which they've tried to achieve. But in terms of the strategic mission, that there are real questions around how to achieve a lot of the things you just talked about there. How confident are you that they can do that?
Well, of course, I think what you're hearing from a lot of my colleagues is that we would like a lot more clarity. Right, I'm on the Intelligence Committee. We'd like more understanding of exactly how they see this mission playing out. And also, as you know, the War Powers Act, which the days are ticking when they have...
Read the section of 2022 on his Wikipedia page. Oh, you mean the redistricting? 5th District was redrawn, giving it a 6-point increase of Democratic voters, making the district safer for Gottheimer. In May 2022, Gottheimer was accused of influencing the Republican primary and helping Pelota receive the 2022 Republican primary. This was common strategy where Democrats boosted far-right Republican candidates, making them easier to defeat in the general election. Yes, it's been known to happen. Oh, he's one of those creeps? Every stereotype. Considered to be a centrist Democrat, describes himself as socially liberal, fiscally conservative, and passionately centrist, in favor of compromise guided by his Jewish values in 2016. He voted in line with Trump more often than any other Democrat in Congress. Big old section here on immigration. Congestion pricing. Opposes congestion pricing, obviously. Law enforcement, climate change. Oh, we know there's an Israel section in here somewhere. Oh, we know. Gottheimer, along with 79 House Republicans and all but 8 House Democrats, voted for a measure that forced rail companies, bipartisan, cryptocurrency, taxes, self-deduction, infrastructure. Stock trading. Been criticized for inappropriately handling stock trades during his time as congressman, of course, obviously, yeah. Trades involving 326 companies and 43 potential conflicts of interest over a 3-year period. Obviously, of course. In February 2022, Gottheimer pledged to establish a blind trust to manage his assets. However, as of August 2022, he had yet to create one. And as of June 2024, the statement that was cited to substantiate this pledge had been removed from his website. Opposed the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, defended Trump assassinating General Qasem Soleimani. Oppose the Biden administration as it attempted to re-enter a nuclear agreement with Iran. Oppose the Iran War Powers resolution introduced by Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. And you'll never guess how he feels about Israel. How's this guy even a Democrat? Because AIPAC needed slaves on both sides of the bipartisan aisle to make sure that they could always get their agenda enacted. Supported the move of the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Gottheimer has stated the security of the United States and of Israel are so intertwined as to be inseparable. Gottheimer's opposed conditions on aid to Israel, stating, I've worked personally against and successfully killed attempts to condition aid to Israel. I'll continue to work to kill conditions on aid to the sole democracy in the region and a critical ally. Made 2 official trips to Israel in 1 week. Introduced legislation expanding anti-boycott laws to include blocking boycotts made by international governmental organizations, stopping BDS. Condemned Rashida Tlaib. Sponsored the Operation Swords of Iron Iron Dome Appropriations Act. Oh, that's a long section. Woo-wee! Look at that. Yeah, AIPAC paid a pretty penny getting him in office, but it sure paid off, huh? Only a couple $1 million and you get a congressman on your side. He wants to send you to jail for 20 years for boycotting Israel, actually. Here's the bill from 2019. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's taking a while to load. Yeah. Is this the final boss of AIPAC? No, there's like lots of people like this, not even remotely the final boss. Yep, I'm speed reading all of this. Well, anyway.
To come to us officially for either a declaration of war or an authorization of force. And so, you've got a lot of things on the table on a tight clock, but also I want to make sure that our country is safe and secure, and that, that to me is the ultimate objective here, and to protect our servicemen and women and our country. So, yes, it'd be good to, I think, part of what you're hearing is a frustration of not getting enough information on the objectives. And the president obviously spoke days ago, laying out to the country, I wish he'd given that speech in the beginning of the conflict, laying out what he sees as some of the goals. But I think that's something we'd like to learn a lot more about in Congress and hear directly from the administration. And I'll tell you right now, it'd be very important that they do that.
Cool. Thank you for your decisive statement on the president threatening genocide in Iran. That was nice. I agree. Yeah, that was super nice.
Well, let's talk about the war in Iran. Do people want that, and do you support that?
I think the government of Iran deserves to be crushed, in my opinion. They're an enemy of our country, the leading state sponsor of terror in the world. They've killed scores of Americans, attacked and killed our service members and our bases and our allies. Their banner is death to America. They've developed longer range missiles, as reported, things that I believe I want to protect our country and against terror.
So you support the war?
So I support going after them. I have been what I've said publicly is you actually have to have clear goals. And part of my concern has been is this administration hasn't laid out their objectives of what a win would look like. There's a big difference between weakening their missile program, which I think is critical, and weakening.
He's actually worse than Republicans. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think it's worse to lie and to support the end of the world from a nominally liberal position than it is to just be openly pro ending the world. Yeah, it's just like traitors are always worse than the enemy, right?
A nuclear program,
And
which
they're
is
all
essential so they
traitors to
can't
America.
threaten our country and our terror. You get into regime change, which I would love to see, but understand once you start going down the path, right, you got to understand who's going to be next, and that's a longer period of time. And we're already seeing gas up significantly, but the Straits of Hormuz closed, right, which is 20% of the world's oil running through there.
Because they're trying to stop the whole thing. I mean, the reason why they closed it, they're trying to stop the war. And here's the question:
the Iranians, of course,
the Iranians. But here's the issue. So now we have taken out lots of upper echelon leaders, and according, if you listen to the president, some second-tier leaders. So, but still, the people haven't risen up to try to take control of their government. So, is regime change even in the realm of reality, given what's happening there? That's been going on in that country?
I think regime change is very tough, right? Not impossible, but very tough. And
you're still going to have to deal with the same hardliners that you've had to deal with all along. So what changes?
But you massively, hopefully.
This is like white moderates and MLK Jr. Yeah, to a large extent. Though I'd argue these people are much more evil than the white moderate. The white moderate you could make a convincing case for the position of the white moderate were one extremely misinformed. There were malicious white moderates and there were ignorant white moderates. All of these people are malicious. There are no ignorantly pro-Israel Democratic politicians. Not one, not a single one. Every single one of them is maliciously evil and covets the end of the world. They're all like that. No one's ignorant at this level of government. You have to talk to so many people, so many policy experts, lobbyists, special group representatives, consultants. You're surrounded by expertise. None of these people are ignorant. They all know what Israel is. They all know what Israel's doing. They know what we're doing.
We massively set back their programs, right? Their terror program, their ballistic missile program, which, by the way, is
But you don't set back their desire to kill Jews.
Of course not. No, of course not. To kill Americans.
And to kill Israel.
Yes. And, by the way, to kill lots of our allies, kill Jews, but lots of our allies, us, right? They're terror proxies through Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. These are people who killed Americans.
Are trying to kill Israel.
Yeah, of course. They have been for a long time.
So despite the fact that you've taken them out and you've taken out their missiles.
You don't think some of them are just useful idiots? Not really, no. No, I don't really think that, no.
It hasn't changed their desire to go after the Israelis and anybody that's associated
not the leadership. But I really believe, and this was the point that you were just, I think, touching on, you've got a groundswell of people in the country. After the leadership there, the government just killed 40,000 or more of their own people, massacred them, right, for speaking out and looking for freedom in Iran, speaking up for freedom. Right, speaking up for democracy and wanting that. And this is who these people are, the government there. They seek to undermine freedom and democracy and attack our country.
Remember that bill to protect kids online? He was the lead sponsor. Yeah, the project to... I maintain that one of the big reasons so many Western politicians support Israel is because it's part of a broader dystopian tech surveillance sort of like front in an effort to like build a post-democratic society. From people who don't believe in democracy, don't believe it can work because it's impossible to justify democracy when the whole point of the project is to give as much money and powerful to the wealthy as possible. So you need to build a society that's stable post-democracy. We've tried dictatorships. They're not very stable. In the long run, they do fall apart. And people want democracy. So why not a managed democracy? Pardon me for the borrowing of the term. But something that is nominally democratic, but one in which you so thoroughly control the media and all intelligence apparatuses, along with social media, that you can control what people think and people will always vote the way you want them to. I think that's the project that they want, basically. A democracy in name only. Managed democracy, I'll remind you guys, is a term that exists outside of Helldivers too. Thank you. It's a term that exists. It has a Wikipedia article. Thank you. Controlled democracy, synonyms. Thank you. There is no history before Helldivers 2. Yeah, well, you know. Anyway, I think that they are advocates for a post-democracy. It's kind of what Peter Thiel wants, right? Like, they don't really believe in humanity. They want, like, humans are slaves to them. Zionists think you're a slave, or they want to treat you like one at the very least.
So we got to protect our country from them. And whether we set, and I think to your point, if we set them back massively, that would be seen, in my opinion, as a win. You know, changing the regime would be an ultimate win.
If Iran's government killed 40,000 civilians, why do the people of Iran pick Iran over the USA? If my government killed 40,000 people to be recruited, well, for one, Iran didn't kill 40,000 people. They probably killed somewhere in the ballpark of like 4,000 to 8,000 people would be my guess. I think that's a more reliable estimate, which is, by the way, a lot of fucking people. That's very, very bad. But also it's worth keeping in mind that even if the Iranian government had killed 40,000 civilians, they would still, in terms of what they represent to the earth, be infinitely less destructive than what Israel and America are representing and doing right now. The long-term economic infrastructural harm, just in terms of, we'll say, famines caused by what we're doing right now in the Middle East, will probably easily eclipse that in its death toll. And that's only the very beginning. I mean, that's just a tiny, tiny fraction of the harm that's going to be done. But that should not be interpreted as a defense of the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime is evil. It's just that the Amer-Israel regime is so evil, so overwhelming, that it's like comparing the light emanated from an incandescent bulb to the light of the sun. You know, it's just, it's not that light's not coming out of the bulb. It's just, you know, you can't even tell, really, when you have it outside in the daytime. So you think it's not important to say there's no good side here? I don't think it's important at all. In a relativistic sense, there is a good side here, and you all know what I think it is. As far as I'm concerned, Iran is fighting to defend the world right now. That doesn't answer the question. What question did I fail to answer? So Iran is based? No. He asked from an Iranian perspective. I don't know. America and Israel must have done something to make the Iranian people dislike them. Though my, I don't know, my thoughts part, I can't imagine what it might have been.
But I'm not sure, you know, that's a much more involved process, and that could involve boots on the ground.
Of course, obviously. Gottheimer on Joe Kent resigning. Joe Kent resigning and immediately pivoting to blaming Israel for everything is as predictable as it is unserious. Scapegoating Israel isn't just a tired anti-Semitic trope, it's anti-American. This is a guy with ties to white supremacists and has Panzer tattooed in his arm, referring to a Nazi tank infamously used in war crimes against Jews. Kent's reduction of Iran to Israel's fault isn't leadership, it's bigoted deflection. ChatGPT. Tweet. Horseshoe logic leading to such gems as Putin is humanity's bulwark. Yeah, the problem there is that that was wrong, and this is correct. Russia is not humanity's bulwark by invading Ukraine, but Iran is humanity's bulwark by resisting imperial incursions by America and Israel. He met with the entire Israeli government. When did they do that for a congressman? That's cool. Ah, recently too, this year. Just everyone? Just got to meet everyone? Thank you, our good and loyal servant. Yeah, man, just hanging out with everyone, I guess. That's cool. Who the fuck thinks Panzer tanks were Czechs notes infamously used in crimes against Jews? That is a very funny way of putting it. You know what I mean? How do you wear a kippah on a bald head? Suction cup. Why doesn't Netanyahu wear a kippah? Because he's not religiously Jewish. Like many people in Israel, he's Jewish in ethnicity and culture only. He's not religiously Jewish. He's a secular Jew. Probably, probably. Thank you, good and loyal servant of Israel. Still remembering how just a month ago it was a common talking point amongst media talking heads that it was anti-Semitic to claim that Israel was the force that pulled us into this war. And now NYT reporting, it seems pretty clear to me. I mean, not that we didn't know to begin with, just, you know, the same people at the New York Times now reporting on the fact that Netanyahu directly pulled us into this war were then a month ago arguing that it was anti-Semitic to claim as such, even though there was evidence at that point even back then. Ay, ay, ay. After clashes with Hegseth, Army Secretary says he isn't going anywhere. Well, I guess we'll see. I don't know. Going to a late stream tonight if we commit genocide? I promise. Breaking, the S&P 500 erases all losses and turns green on the day as Pakistan asks Trump to extend his 8 p.m. deadline by 2 weeks. How funny would it be if it was yet another rug pull? Just yet another one. It would be very on brand, yeah. Kabe, please explain to me why all traders are cattle. That's true. Market will never be real. Never was, never will be. Apparently, Ro Khanna got a Reddit ban for claiming that Trump needs to be impeached. What?
Deadline. And, you hear the pushback and you're part of it there. I guess, I would just ask you where the war crime is and whether or not you think that Iran has been guilty of war crimes, killing almost 40,000 of their own people, gunning them down in the street.
Martha, obviously Iran is guilty of war crimes, but America is different. We don't go threatening genocide. We don't threaten to wipe civilizations off the face of the earth. That is what makes America different. The president doing this is destroying everything this country stands for. We're the good guys. We're the ones who defeated tyranny.
Let me ask you this. So, we've all been watching President
Not banned. One AMA subreddit removed his post because it didn't follow a specific rule. Okay, gotcha.
Trump for a long time. Is that really what you see here? Or do you see this as a way to get Iran to open up the strait, to come to negotiations, and hopefully to have new leadership?
He's such a social democrat. You really have to thread the needle with this rhetoric, because I personally dislike this, where America were better than this rhetoric, because the obvious truth is that we're not. What I do prefer, though, and I think is true, which is that America shouldn't be like this, and the only reason it is because of traitorous fucks like you. Like, my America, the America I believe in, is not this America. The America you believe in is one of war, death, and child rape, and that's why we're going to take it back from you, and you will never have it again. You should be aspirational, but I don't think you can get much... There's not much room for contemporary patriotism, Not right now.
That won't oppress its people, new leadership that won't make children and women line up around energy sites, which is a Geneva Convention violation. I think we need to look at the history of the way that President Trump negotiates these things and to see that, unless you're very clear and you have a serious stick that you're holding over this situation, you're not likely to get anywhere.
Martha, you don't have to threaten genocide to get Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we've lost the plot here. The president has lost the plot. The president went in to say that he wanted to free the Iranian people. Now he's talking about destroying 90 million people.
I was speaking with Nazimonian, and I've spoken with a lot of Iranian activists who want this.
They want him to threaten to wipe out 91 million people?
I think they understand what
this is not,
I don't think anyone's talking about
this. Is not a New York real estate deal. He's the president of the United States. Yeah. The commander-in-chief was saying we're going to kill 91 million. I guess the question is, what do you suggest?
Notice how that rhetoric right there is identical to liberal IDPOL rhetoric. Well, the president's call for genocide is justifiable because this ethnic marginalized community supports it, Well, if you defer to the lived experience of the Iranian diaspora, it's identical. It's always a tool for oppression. There's no, if there's a good argument for a policy or belief, you can just defend it on its own principles. If the only thing you have to say about it is that X minority group supports it, you probably don't have a real argument in favor of that position. Not to say she's telling the truth. Possible tacoing? All right, let's see. Trump speaks to Fox News just minutes after Pakistan's request for a 2-week extension. Trump refuses to comment on ongoing negotiations, declines to address. This isn't anything new. We already knew the White House has heard this request. Iran is ready for both peace and war, said Iranian official. Okay, gotcha. We'll see. 3.5 hours to the deadline. Was getting told I was wrong to support Tallarico because black women support Crockett and they're the most progressive bloc of voters. I mean, the opposite's true within Democratic primaries. It is funny though. Oh, man, I wonder if I retweeted it. I saw a post. Apparently, people's support for Tallarico was extremely conditional on his opposition to what Israel is doing. Like, contrary to what Democrats want you to believe, Tallarico having criticized Israel was a big part of Democrats' support for him. Duh? Yeah, duh to us. Yeah, here we go. 40% of Tallarico voters said his criticism of Israel was important to them and swayed their vote for him. Over 1 in 5 voters said reducing support for Israel was a top 3 factor in their vote. That's huge, man. That's fucking huge. I'd love some coffee. Okay, I don't have a cup here. Could I have the full coffee? The fancy coffee? Is that okay? They're still mad from earlier with me needing to have 60 seconds of dead time while they explain something that chat can't hear. Say sorry. I'll say sorry later. I'll say sorry when the coffee comes in, okay? Let me see. Let me see. Did you explain yourself to your neighbors after stream? I'm not entirely sure if that was necessary. 6 days ago, MS Now reporter chased by Israeli settlers while reporting in the West Bank. I don't know if I saw this. That's a funny title.
On March 22nd, a little after 2:30 in the morning, a group of Israeli settlers came up this road and into this village, Jalud, and went on a rampage. They firebombed businesses and vehicles. They firebombed this local government building.
This was one in a wave of similar attacks.
Wow, that's cool. It's like they're animals or something, you know? Like, they're literally the Ku Klux Klan, except rather than wearing hoods and operating at night, they just run around whenever they want, and the military gives them guns.
Followed the death of a young Israeli settler in a vehicle collision. And those attacks are just one part of a recent explosion in settler violence meant to push Palestinians off their lands. We went to the West Bank to speak to victims of settler attacks in 3 different villages. And we encountered a group of settlers ourselves.
The West Bank has been like a night of broken glass for fucking years now, especially since October 7th. It's just been a non-stop, continuous night of broken glass.
Jalud, one of the fires set by the attackers, destroyed this newly installed medical clinic. And according to villagers, attackers also tried to burn down this home with a family inside, and wrote graffiti in Hebrew on the wall reading "Death to Arabs." The head of the local village council told us that settler violence, which first escalated after October 7th, has gotten dramatically worse since the beginning of the US and Israel's war on Iran. Israeli human rights group Yesh Din says there were at least 10 daily incidents of settler violence.
Worth noting, by the way, that Democrats support this. Democrats have the ability, or I should say the United States under Biden had the ability through the United Nations to issue essentially nonstop condemnations to Israel, along with the other things like conditions or retraction of aid based on the illegal settlements in the West Bank and the behavior conducted therein. There are a million legal avenues by which the United States, following their own laws and existing international law, and Democrats have continued to turn the other way all the time, every time, basically no exceptions, no stops in what Israel can do. Dems are fine with it.
West Bank in the first 25 days of the war, with 6 Palestinians shot dead by settlers and 5 more killed by Israeli soldiers. Officially, the Israeli government condemns this violence.
I can't accept that. That's vigilantism. I'm taking that out.
But
meanwhile, people directly under Netanyahu go there grinning and give them guns. Yeah.
Palestinians and human rights groups say that the perpetrators are almost never held accountable under the law. In July, Saifullah Musallet, an American citizen born and raised in Tampa, was beaten to death by settlers near his family's land in the West Bank, according to eyewitnesses. Another young man named Mohammed al-Shalabi was shot and killed in the same attack. Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, called for accountability for this criminal and terrorist act. But the attackers haven't been identified, and Saifullah's father, Kamel, says nobody has been arrested or charged for the killing.
It was almost his birthday. He was shy of 2 weeks before he was 21. He was happy like he's going to be 21 years old. Yeah, right. He said, because I'm a, official.
To be fair, Biden did issue some sanctions. So this is the problem. And I mean, I acknowledge you're providing nuance, and I do appreciate it. But the problem is that for Biden and the people around him, the furthest they've ever been able to go is issuing sanctions on the specific people who are like, very to the front in leading these settler actions, whereas legally under international and American law, the the Israeli government support of these illegal settlements gives us pretext to a wide variety of nationwide condemnations. Like continuing to defend the state of Israel, even when this meets the legal requirements nationally and internationally for a wide variety of actions taken against the state of Israel. That's the problem, right? It's kind of like it'd be like a white supremacist governor in the post-Civil War South that every once in a while makes a public show of arresting and trying a Ku Klux Klan member, but only the most egregious of them and only the ones that get caught, while allowing every structural force that allows them to propagate. Hold on, my love. Thank you for the coffee. Also, I'm sorry for telling you that you were providing dead air on stream earlier. Also, you look very cute. They seem unconvinced, but they had a smile on their face. I suspect they might be yanking my chain a little bit, but what do I know? What about vigilantism? Yeah, this stuff is definitionally not vigilantism. The settlers are being provided aid by the Israeli government. Do you know how rare it is for a settler to be convicted? Like, Israeli settlers in the West Bank rape and murder with complete impunity. They are almost, even when charges are brought against them, which is vanishingly rare, they're very rarely convicted. Whereas basically any time a Palestinian is brought before a court, they are convicted, often for terrorism when they've done no such shit. Specifically military courts too? Yeah, military courts.
Adults in the States.
In the U.S., right?
Yeah. I feel that the Israeli settlers are taking advantage of this war now, and they're going into more areas, and they're trying to take more land because nobody's stopping them. You know, as we speak right now, as this interview is going, Israeli settlers are still on my land. I haven't
remember when Biden cracked down on campus protesters who spoke out against this? Yes, I remember when Biden and most of the Democratic Party accused thousands of college students protesting genocide and apartheid by calling them anti-Semitic. I remember, yeah. Was it Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, who compared them to the Ku Klux Klan?
To the place where my son.
Am I remembering that correctly?
You haven't been able to reach that.
I can't reach there because it's dangerous for me to go there. If I go there, settlers will come and most likely attack me.
We asked Kamel to take us as close as we could get. Leaving him behind, we walked up the hill, making sure to stay far away from settlers.
Kamel's village is over there, and basically this whole valley is their land, including land that he personally owns, and now it's been taken over completely by Israeli settlers, including the ones that we see over there with that flock of sheep.
Within minutes, we saw a van coming our way. Knowing that settlers have attacked journalists in the past, we left to avoid a confrontation.
Super normal, by the way. Oh, Israel, our ally. That's just normal. There's just a place. There's a place in Israel, many places actually, that you can't go because the Israelis with weapons given to them by the IDF might attack you. That's so interesting.
So we saw the guy with the flock. He immediately went up the hill, and now there's a car speeding towards us.
Okay.
Yeah, they come. They're running.
Fleeing for their life from Israeli Jews. Not from Arabs. Not Palestinians. Israeli Jews. The real threat.
We're far.
Like, to give you an example of how bold these people have gotten, when the Red Cross visited Nazi Germany and visited the death camps, Nazis rolled out the welcome wagon and gave them a big show and dance about how not genocidal the Nazis were being. Even the Nazis understood that it would be bad for them to attack the Red Cross directly.
They're still running behind us? Let's see.
Reviewing our footage, we noticed that several of the settlers who chased us armed with clubs and stones appeared to be minors. After a few minutes, they returned to the valley.
That's what hurts you the most, they're here every day, living on your lands, living in your home. These houses that the people from our village built, they might be the same exact one that hit my son, beat my son. They might be the same exact one that shot his friend. They knew you guys were press, but they didn't care.
They're not afraid.
They're not afraid. It's the impunity. We keep saying it over and over. They know they can get away with it. Anybody that goes up there gets attacked.
David, that was incredible reporting, and thank you for doing
What's
it.
stopping people from bringing a gun, picking them off? Because Palestinians there don't have guns. It's an apartheid system. Also, if the Palestinians ever even slightly defend themselves, the IDF comes in and razes them to the ground. Every time the Palestinians have tried to defend themselves legally, self-defense against Israeli settlers, they are eradicated by the IDF. Also, the reason those young boys were carrying rocks and clubs and not guns was probably because they wanted to savor the death up close and physically. It's not like they don't have guns. Every Israeli settler has guns aplenty. There are no Israeli settlers without guns. They're given them for free by the government. And I guarantee you they give them to their kids too. If American rednecks give guns to their children, I guarantee you settlers do. They probably just wanted to, personally bludgeon them to death.
The complaints that I've heard and in other of these incidents is that while these attacks, obviously, physical assault is illegal under Israeli law in the occupied territories, which is under military jurisdiction, that there just has been no accountability, no prosecutions, no arrests, no investigation.
Everyone has known this for decades. Again, there are no clueless idiots in media, okay? Everyone already knew this. Everyone already knew this. For decades and decades, everyone has known how the West Bank is operated.
Have there been any developments in any of these cases that you've covered that show some kind of wheels of justice turning?
Well, Chris, the case of Saifullah Musallet that you heard about at the end of that story there is very illustrative because Saifullah is an American citizen. Usually having a U.S. passport brings certain power and privileges. It even gives the U.S. government jurisdiction to investigate these kinds of cases directly, but that hasn't happened here. I reached out to the Israeli police to ask them if there were any updates on the investigation. They said that they hadn't yet received a criminal complaint in this case. The family's lawyer pointed out that it's strange for a police department to require a criminal complaint to investigate a murder. And
what do you think happens when a Palestinian in the West Bank issues a criminal complaint to the IDF? Just think for a second. What do you think? What are you, fucking stupid?
I should also say, Chris, that although
if anything, it probably gets the Palestinian killed faster. You fucking kidding me? You're a shop owner in 20 Chicago and some mob guys rough you up, so you report them to the mob boss? Well, oh yeah, that'll work out great for you.
Law applies to Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. For Israelis, including settlers who commit violence, they are under civilian law. So it is, in fact, the Israeli police that's responsible for investigating and prosecuting.
Democrats will unironically argue this is not an apartheid system. Gavin Newsom called this apartheid, and then every fucking Jewish group in California reached out and said, you can't do that. You can't do that. You're not allowed. And then he hastily retreated from that position.
Cases.
David Noriega, live from Haifa in Israel, where he's been doing amazing reporting. I really appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much, David.
Gavin, I revere the state of Israel Newsom. Yeah, that was a super normal and not awkward, hackneyed, forced, or planned line. So what do we do about it? The only sane answer to that question is that Israel needs to be occupied by the United Nations and dissolved the way the state of Germany was after World War II. That's not a Fed post. It's unironically the only way forward. And I think if you don't agree with that, I think you're insane. I not only I think you ideologically disagree with me, but I think that if you agree that what's happening right now is bad, which almost everyone in the world does, and you think there's any other solution than that, I genuinely would like to hear it, because every single solution I've heard that isn't that has come across as hopelessly naive, if not maliciously misrepresentative of the situation, you know? Of course, the UN won't do that, so. If the UN won't do that, then what's the next best solution? I don't know. I don't know. It's like you're asking me in 1938, and I'm like, appeasement won't work. The only thing that would stop Nazi Germany from invading the world is being crushed. And you're like, well, that's not going to happen, you know? That's just not going to happen. I'm like, well, I don't really know then. I guess it happens or it doesn't. Either they lose or everyone dies. I don't know. It's just a matter of time, really. They lose or they conquer the world. It's pretty much it. And I don't think they're going to conquer the world. So eventually they'll lose. It's just a matter of how many people die along the way. And mind you, us delaying with Nazi Germany ended up costing millions of people their lives when it didn't have to be that way. If it wasn't for fucking Chamberlain and the broader strategy of appeasement, then that shit would not have gone down. And not to absolve the Soviet Union for their guilt in the early years of the war, because I do not buy that tanky argument that they had no choice but to sign the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. But if the European powers had been more conciliatory and willing to work with the Soviet Union back then, even though they were icky and communist, The Nazi Germany probably would have been squashed much earlier and with like 10 million fewer deaths. Not absolving the Soviet Union here, but I do think that is true. Do you not buy the story that Chamberlain was buying time as Britain wasn't ready for war that scale? No, not even remotely. And I think that's completely ahistorical. The idea that that Chamberlain was like buying time while rearming is just not, it's just not true, you know? Chamberlain and the people around him were genuinely hoping that Germany wouldn't be crazy enough to start another world war after the, you know, the Treaty of Versailles. They really thought that, or at least they hoped that. Which didn't work. That is not correct. All right, well, take it up with your damn history professors, okay? I think that history is borne out that appeasement was not an effective strategy. Also, I'm not gonna lie, man. They should have seen the writing on the wall from 33 and onward, okay? It's not like Hitler went crazy in 39. In 33, they were talking about Lebensraum and Aryan supremacy and so on and so forth pretty early on. I feel like I feel like the writing was on the wall pretty early. Like, the signing of the Enabling Act should have been the firing of the starting gun that told France, not Germany, but France, England, so on, that they had to be fucking ready. Should have stopped when they remilitarized the Rhineland. Yeah. I guess what I'm saying basically is that I really do think either Israel loses or the world does, and I think that every year we delay, we potentially set them up for a bigger. I mean, like, let me put it this way: if the United Nations had done something about Israel's obviously agitative role in the Middle East back in the 1960s, they wouldn't have been able to get nuclear weapons, and this would have been a lot simpler. If we had done it back in the early 2000s, I think it would have been a lot simpler. Now? Well, anyway, sorry. I'm lost in my alternate history timeline in my head. Either Israel is stopped or the world ends. And I don't think the world is going to end. Type shit, indeed. Indeed, absolutely. You all mind if a white boy takes a quick piss? 1 second. I kind of like this look with the white t-shirt sleeves peeking out underneath the cuffed sleeves of the work shirt. It makes me feel like I'm doing the American workwear equivalent of like the scene wearing a long sleeve striped t-shirt underneath a regular t-shirt. You know what I mean? I kind of like it. It's very 50s greaser. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah. You know, you look like you know how a carburetor works. Well, it is a work shirt, you know? It is a work shirt. I like this shirt a lot. It's partly made of sugarcane fibers. It's a, I believe, a chambray weave, and it's the warp and the weft are two different fabrics. One of them is the sugarcane and one of them is cotton, and they're dyed in different shades of indigo. No, one of them is indigo and the other one is just blue dye. So the indigo will fade, the blue dye won't. So over time, it'll get this weird, like, striped. I don't know if you can see it, but it has a really interesting, it's not, I think it'll become more apparent when it's worn in, but the striping will get more prominent as the indigo fades, but the blue dye doesn't. Thank you, Bottling Sunshine. Yeah. I agree, Thana. I agree. Oh, also the buttons are aluminum with like rainbow paint printed on it. Why did they do that? I don't know, but I do like it. I do like it. I do like it. Oh, Uves, I love persimmon dye. I love it. I love it so much. The Queen, please God, no fucking joke links today. I beg of you. Persimmon, it's another natural dye you can use. It's not a jokey day. Yeah. Yeah, it is a serious day, unfortunately. Oh, I know. I love Capital. And all their business. Did you see this Derek guy thread? Okay, hold on. We are doing, yeah, I saw the thread. We are doing some stuff today, though. We are covering some stuff today, even if it's just us grimly waiting out everything. Okay, Reuters live thread. What do we have? What do we have? Are we streaming through the deadline? Yeah. Yeah, we are. I'm afraid so. 3 hours till the deadline. I think we can fill that time. I don't think we're going to run out of stuff to talk about, at least. Games? No. Watch a more Perfect Union video? Honestly, I think that's a good way to realign my neurons a little bit. Are there any good My Perfect Union videos up right now? Why the Boston Red Sox suck now? Nice. Poisoning food. Real reason Gen Z wants to be trad wives? Oh no. Secret reason you can't buy a house. Miracle last. True cost. Nah, I'm not really feeling it right now. There's one about scamming retirees. But I want to scam retirees.
I'm sorry, but we cannot respectfully have media on the property.
There's something the private equity owners of this mobile home park in Central Florida don't want you to see.
We have to refrain from filming, photography. No activity may proceed until our communications representative has contacted you.
Can we get your contact information?
Absolutely.
I had been filming conversations with residents of this park who have seen massive rent hikes. So it more than doubled.
Scamming old people is the only ethical use of AI. That's true. You know, it's fucked up because the boomers still have a ridiculously disproportionate amount of wealth in the United States, and a lot of people delusionally think that wealth's going to trickle down when the boomers die, as opposed to what will really happen, which is all of it will get bled away into overpriced end-of-life care. The only sector that is growing right now, and they are growing fast, is the like old person medical care, like service and medical care for old people. So like half of the country's economy is going to be siphoning away all of the wealth of boomers, so it goes up to the top. You're not seeing that money, motherfucker.
$125%. That's crazy. As I was walking around, this corporate representative tried to shut us down. So I tried to ask them about some of the issues the folks I was talking to had raised.
Isn't it just healthcare in general? Old people represent a overwhelming percentage of healthcare expenditures in the United States. You know, like if we stopped providing healthcare to everyone 65 and older, and it was only for people younger than 65, I think that would be less than 20% of total healthcare expenditures. It might be less than like 15%. I could be wrong on that, but I think I remember it being that skewed. Like an overwhelming majority of our healthcare expenditures are done to old people. Yeah.
We're trying to get answers from Legacy about why the rates are going up so dramatically.
So they are conducting in a lawsuit at this moment, so there's nothing that I can talk about with that.
This whole incident got me wondering, what do these companies have to hide? So we kept investigating.
Florida has some of the worst tenant protections in the entire country for tenants and renters of all kinds.
They don't treasure their older people. They just put them in places and let them die.
My parents died a few years ago. 90% of their estate was eaten by healthcare fees. You're absolutely correct. I'm really sorry to hear that. And also, yeah, that's kind of how it works. The point of like we are in the private equity stage of capitalism. We are in late stage capitalism. Nobody is interested in generating wealth or productivity. The only goal is for private equity to siphon wealth off of existing systems. If boomers have a disproportionate amount of wealth, systems will be set up to siphon all of that wealth from the boomers. It will not trickle down. The money is not going from the wealthy to the poor, and it never will again, at least not the way things are going right now. It's just, you're just taking as much money as you can out of these pockets. It will not get better.
I want to tell you about 3 mobile home communities where private equity came knocking on the door, because learning from each one might help us figure out how to protect some of the last affordable housing in the country. I'm here at the Highlands, a community with some 550 residents, because I heard about how people here can't afford the basics like food, medicine, and some elderly folks have had to go find a job to try and pay for the massive rent increase.
Sure. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, so this is where the community gathers?
Yes, this is the clubhouse. This is our library. Then we have our card room, men's poker, mahjong, and they have a singles night and they play cards in here.
Charlene Cribble moved here in 2021 to enjoy her golden years after a 3-decade-long career in property management. Her husband is a U.S. Air Force veteran. Just a year after Charlene moved in, the park was purchased by Legacy Communities, a real estate investment firm with private equity backing. They own over 70 parks across the U.S., with almost half of them in Florida. And last year, residents got hit with a massive rent increase. When you heard that your rent was going to go up that much, what went through your mind?
I have to go back to work. I felt like I needed to at least make up the difference of the rent.
There will be no dignity. There will be no retirement. You guys have nothing to look forward to, I promise. If you're young now, I hope you stay young. I hope you defy time. There are no more guarantees. Nothing is left sacred. You can't save up for retirement. If it is found the average American is saving up a comfortable amount for retirement, the system will shift to ensure that the amount you have saved is not enough. You will always work and you will always have your wealth siphoned.
$700 a month.
The rent hike forced Charlene to give up her arthritis medication because it cost $270 a month.
This is my fist. This is all I can do. So
Nothing
that's
but
why
death
it's hard for
awaits
me
you.
to work, because I can't grab. Like if you gave me a pile of change, I wouldn't be able to hold it.
And massive rent spike. Also, we're not paying for your arthritis medicine. Just death. Just wait for death.
And if you were taking the medication, would it help you?
I had a little more strength and I could close my fist.
What does that feel like to know there's medication that you could be taking, but you can't afford it because of this real estate company?
Sometimes I cry about it. It's sad. It's sick.
Charlene explained Legacy's tactics.
Will Europe go down this road, even though most countries have free healthcare? They don't, man. The European social welfare programs have been getting gutted for the past 80 years as well, just like ours. It is happening there too. Yeah, we're ahead of the curve though over here in the U.S.
To me in detail. She's the HOA president, so she knows her stuff.
There was a one-time assessment charge notice Legacy had sent us. They did not explain what it was for except for those words. We all were baffled about the assessment. There was a committee that was formed to pursue.
An underreported story last week was the SEC starting to change 401k rules so they can be invested in private assets, bad debts, and private equity scams. Yep, the #1 retirement program for Americans is to pay into a fund where, with no control of your own, your money could be invested in bad debt or private asset vehicles, so that if the market crashes or these companies crash, these assets crash, you lose everything. You just die in a gutter, I guess. But the people who actually orchestrated the scheme get golden parachutes. There will be no accountability.
Mediation. Legacy took away the 355744 charge, but they also took away our CPI.
CPI, meaning their Consumer Price Index rent escalation clause, where rent increases are tied to inflation.
I think the committee was manipulated. I don't think they understood.
Who does she vote for? Okay, I want to make it clear. A lot of these elderly people have voted for Trump, and for that reason, it is true that they deserve nothing. However, the Democrats are also facilitating this scheme. The long-run deregulation of the market, along with the over-financialization of the economy, is a bipartisan consensus. I don't expect the average person to have enough economic know-how to understand how this is a bipartisan issue. However, I do expect everyone, even the most brain-melted boomers, to be morally conscientious enough to not vote for Trump. Of course, many of them did anyway, so you can morally write them off for that reason if you'd like. But yeah, this is a bipartisan problem. Even if only Democrats won from now on, this would still continue to happen.
What CPI meant without knowing the details. I think they were pressured.
Legacy agreed to cancel the $3,500 fee, but only if the committee agreed to go to market rent. Residents are now in the middle of a lawsuit over the validity of the agreement, as hundreds of retirees saw their rent more than double overnight.
They know that the judicial system works slowly. And corporations oftentimes exploit that, but they know that by the time the legal system catches up to them, they already got away with it.
Community members are up against investors who are determining the value of a park.
What does this have to do with Iran? The people who are doing this are the reason why we're at war with Iran right now.
Not based on its current lot rents,
all systems
but
are
instead
interlocked.
On how high they think they can push them. Legacy Communities is a major owner and operator of manufactured housing and RV communities, and almost half of the parks they own are in Florida.
It is a David and Goliath story, and it is incredibly predatory. I think the ugliest thing that we see is swift retaliation against residents who are trying to organize their communities.
It's just not fair. It's not right. People that only have one income coming in and paying that amount of rent, it's not feasible. I think
our rent costs affecting the war in Iran. The process of private equity acting as the long arm of capital, siphoning wealth from every community, including the wealthy, is directly responsible for the geopolitical situation that led to a handful of billionaire oligarchs, pedophiles, and Jewish supremacists controlling a series of decisions that would eventually lead to the Iran war and the explosion of the global petroleum market. There is a direct relationship between these things. All of it comes down to capital, or even more fundamentally, hierarchy. We've built a system where some people have an enormous amount of power and no accountability. Everything that has happened has been a cause of that.
They're just money grabbers. I don't know. I mean, it's a retirement community, 55 and over. Where do they think people get the money from?
Gail Berghold lives around the bend from Charlene. She lost her husband 2 years ago.
I have a car payment that I'm 2 months behind on already, so I don't have the money left in my account to pay it. A lot of people in here are just living on Social Security. It's just not right what they do.
And that's where private equity has people trapped.
Legacy's basically cut the legs right out from under us in terms of what home values are. We have no ability to sell. We paid $180,000 for our place, put another 40 in it. I'll be lucky to get 30, 40 cents.
Note you, a lot of these people entered retirement with quite a bit of money. Like, these are not poor old people. These people were entering into what was supposed to be their just reward. They had the money. Remember, the first family we looked at, that woman had a 30-year career as a property manager. The husband was an officer in the military.
On a dollar.
Why is the value of your home half of what you paid?
Because of the rent. Because the rent doubled. We would love to sell it and get out, but we can't sell it because people are giving away their homes.
Charlene and her community have spent more than $50,000 in legal fees trying to fight legacy. But the lesson here is that residents aren't giving up. They're organizing and fighting back. And increasing rents and depreciating home values aren't the only issues that mobile home residents are facing.
Yes, she's my roommate now. She pays a certain amount, and I cover everything else.
I saw this ad in the next door publication.
76-year-old Tony Corbett lives in Gulfstream Harbor, a mobile home park in Orlando owned by Sun Communities, a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange, valued at over $16 billion. Residents have seen their lot rent go up almost 50% since Sun Communities took over the park in 2014.
Oh, she's going to come right to you? Okay.
Tony ran her own limousine service called West Wing. She laughs about how she somehow fit the stretch Hummer limo in her driveway.
Did you think that this was going to be what life was like at 76?
I gotta say, the stretch Hummer limo is depreciating my sympathy a little bit.
Absolutely not. I mean, nobody thinks like that. I was in business till I was 69, and then I sold my business and came here to live, and it's been hard struggling. And they keep saying everything's
Anyway, just pointing out that these people have more money, or at least had more money than you do now, and when you retire, you will not have as much money as they did when they retired. So you do the math and how you think your end of life is going to work out at this rate.
going down, but it's not. Everything we see is going up.
With residents like Tony at Sun Communities feeling so hopeless, I wanted to know if any park was having success taking on these private equity companies. Which brings me to the third mobile home park I want to tell you about, 1,400 miles away in Brunswick, Maine, where residents got wind of their park owner's intent to sell to private equity and faced a crisis over what they could do to stop it. Janet Fournier is one of the community leaders.
Hey, Janet, how are you? What went through your mind when you heard that the park was going to be for sale? What was the worry that residents had?
For me, it was like, how do I fix this? Because that's who I am. I knew that if an out-of-state conglomerate came in and bought this property, that there was a high chance of many of those folks having nowhere to go because they wouldn't be able to afford the increase in rent.
The root of the problem is when private equity comes knocking on the door of mom and pop park owners who are ready to sell to the highest bidder. And in most cases, residents never even hear their park is for sale until the deal is closed. Luckily for Blueberry Fields, the timing was...
Everything on earth will be stripped for parts. These private equity companies are not interested in building new retirement homes, even though there is a great demand for them, only in buying up existing ones and cranking up the rent. Capital is completely disinterested in building new things. Nothing new will be built. Everything existing will be strangled. This is a consequence of financialization. The profit margins are much higher on turning the cranks in existing systems than they are on building or providing anything new.
just right.
As residents, we had 90 days after the owner's notice to make an offer and to secure funds to purchase.
The state of Maine strengthened its laws in September 2025 to give mobile home residents the right of refusal, giving them a real shot at purchasing their mobile home park instead of private equity. I asked Janet how residents on fixed incomes were able to afford to buy their park for over $26 million. She told me they got a loan and support from state and local governments, along with...
Do you do your rice and beans in the same rice cooker? No. I rarely make my beans from scratch, even though you can do some wonderful things with that. I usually just have canned beans because I find in a lot of cases I prefer the speed. But no, I just heat up the beans and add a bunch of spices. And I add a lot of spices. Please don't cook beans in the rice cooker. Beans need to soak and cook for a while.
Community organizations.
It gives us peace of mind. We're in control of our own destiny.
Do you think that the new laws in Maine have discouraged more private equity companies from coming in?
I think so. I mean, it makes it more difficult for them. They've got competition. They can't just come in with their checkbook and walk over folks.
While lawmakers in Maine have stepped up to help protect residents, Florida leads the nation with the highest number of mobile home parks that have been purchased by private equity firms and
69,000 home sites. Cool.
Out-of-state investors. Florida has no cap on lot rents or how often they can be raised. And a Florida law passed in 2023 prohibits local governments from being able to implement any kind of rent control measures. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in on it too. His campaign
responded, quote, lol lamau. Yes.
Has raised millions with major support from private equity, including the owners of the parks we visited. I asked the residents at Legacy Communities Park directly about the DeSantis ties.
Residents were frustrated by the governor's lack of response to their concerns.
I've never heard a word from anyone. Nothing in email, writing, nothing. Phone call, nothing.
And ironically, DeSantis is putting huge sums of state employee retirement money into private equity firms that have donated to his campaign.
There is a real conflict that the public employee pension funds, unfortunately, are not looking at how their investments contribute to that.
This has only emboldened private equity firms to go to even greater lengths to turn a profit. I wondered what lawmakers in Florida are doing about the crisis that is affecting so many of their constituents.
Hey, how you doing?
At the state government level, not much. But some national lawmakers, like Congressman Maxwell Frost, are paying attention.
Congressman.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey,
yeah.
nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
Welcome to Orlando.
Thank you.
Part of the issue here is that residents are kept in the dark. They don't know what's going on. And there's also a bunch of rules and regulations that government has put into place that actually makes it damn near impossible for them to even put up a bid as a community. That's wrong.
I met up with him at the Sun.
So all of these are like, Band-Aids on a festering plague wound. Oh, they should have right of first purchase. Okay. Does that fix it? It's like trying to turn the tide of a river by walking into it and pushing upstream. It's pretty obvious what the problem is. It's I'm not gonna say the group of people responsible for everything being enshittified. It was the capital class. I know. You need to do something fundamental. But they're not going to challenge the market.
Communities Park in his home district in Orlando. He's recently introduced a federal bill that will give mobile home residents around the country a chance to buy their parks like they did in Maine.
What our bill does is give states large sums of money through federal grants and says if you are able to increase the number of manufactured communities that are owned by the people who live there, you're able to qualify for these big sums of money that we'll give you.
When doubters in Congress might say, this is a stretch.
I say the only reason it's a stretch is because you just said it is. We're literally the ones writing the legislation. We're the ones here writing the rules for the nation.
For residents I met already under private equity control in Florida, they know it's an uphill battle and long for better days that existed before private equity took over their park, but they aren't giving up.
What do you think would solve this?
This makes Legacy honor our original prospectus. CPI plus 2%. Okay. That's it. That's what we all signed for and agreed to. Do what you said you're going to do. That's all.
Both Sun Communities and Legacy are two of the 6 private equity firms named in a congressional probe launched by New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan into the business practices that are having a harmful impact on residents nationwide.
Okay. See ya. I'll see you after a while.
Going to book club.
Okay, going to book club. Bye, Ellie.
Spending your golden years in the sunshine used to be an iconic part of the American dream.
Wait, so you're saying we can just write laws without consulting billionaires? Crazy? Unfortunately, it's really just not going to do much. This is such an overwhelming problem. The problem being the siphoning of wealth without the creation of anything new. And that's not, again, we're running up against the edge here, you know what I mean? We did so a while ago, before FDR, and now it's been postponed for some time, and now we're back at it again. Yeah, I don't know. Though the capital class is much more entrenched now than they were back during the Great Depression, unfortunately. All right, that was fun. Stupid.
Welcome back. President Trump's grip on the Republican Party will be tested in the coming weeks with a handful of primary races in deep red states, including in Louisiana, where the president has endorsed Congresswoman Julia Letlow in her challenge of incumbent two-term Senator Bill Cassidy. Senator Cassidy was one of 7 Republicans who voted to convict President Trump of incitement of insurrection during his second impeachment trial in 2021. Speaking at a town hall in Louisiana last week, Senator Cassidy told NBC News he believes he can still win despite the president backing his opponent. Joining me now here on set is...
Okay, this is news for a different time.
Let's get right to breaking news on the war with Iran. 2 officials now tell ABC News some progress is being made in negotiations as President Trump's deadline for a deal or destruction is now just hours away. The president warning, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight if Iran doesn't agree to his demands, including fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz by 8 p.m. Eastern. Overseas, new video appears to show Iranian civilians forming human chains on bridges and the regime in Tehran urging young people to act as human shields. ABC's foreign correspondent Britt Clennett is in Doha with the latest. Britt, so far Iran doesn't seem deterred by President Trump's threats.
Yeah, it doesn't seem deterred at all, and it's still firing towards Israel and Gulf nations, including here in Qatar. We just had an alert here and heard about a dozen thuds of interceptions over the last 20 minutes or so. Also, the UAE is reporting it is actively engaging in shooting down missiles from Iran. And we also heard from the Iranian...
Hold on 1 second. I'm seeing something that's making my conspiracy brain tickle a little bit. This is in reference to a tweet from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, right over here, talking about the ongoing diplomatic efforts to secure a 2-week ceasefire between Iran and the United States. Ryan Grimm quote tweets, "This is unbelievable. The edit history on this tweet shows that Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif originally copied and pasted everything he was sent, including draft Pakistan's PM message on X. Now, obviously, Sharif's own staff don't call him Pakistan's PM. They would just call him Prime Minister. The US and Israel, of course, would call him Pakistan's PM. Yeah, that makes sense. So what then? He was given this message by Trump or Netanyahu in an effort to boost the markets and do another rug pull? It is true that it seems extremely unlikely that Pakistan's prime minister's staff would refer to him as Pakistan's prime minister, you know? Like, no information sent to Trump from a White House staffer would refer to him as United States president. That would never happen. Why would that happen? The Pakistan PM is basically a US puppet. So we're sock puppeting the whole world right now? The whole world except for Iran, which is why they're the good guys. Draft Pakistan's PM message on X. Jesus. it would say POTUS, but that's different. Yeah, but POTUS is an accepted acronym in the United States. Pakistan does not internally refer to Shehbaz Sharif as Pakistan's PM message on X. This was given to him either by Israeli or U.S. officials. Probably U.S. That would be my guess. Pakistan has always been subservient to us. Or, well, not always, I guess. At the very least, they have a shared interest right now in doing our bidding, at least in some cases. Yeah. That's really funny. Jake Tapper said Iran killed 45,000 protesters. It's 45,000 now, yeah. Gonna be 50,000 soon. Pakistan's a weird case of joint vassalage to both China and the USA. Yeah. The reason I'm not sure what to believe about this peace brokering with Pakistan is, again, why would Iran be amenable to peace brokering when a third party is suggesting it, especially a U.S. subservient third party like Pakistan, when Iran has said themselves that they are not willing to have a ceasefire? Like, what possible conditions could Pakistan offer that would sweeten the pot for Iran enough that they would consider it? Iran's now discrediting the Pakistani PM. This is from 20 minutes ago. A senior Iranian official told me this proposal floated by the Pakistani PM for a temporary ceasefire is essentially the same as previous Trump attempts, which Iran's rejected. Okay, then why is the Reuters, the Reuters correspondent acting as though Iran is considering it positively? Okay, now, and I'll trust Dropside here, I guess. Senior Iranian official tells Dropside that Pakistan's 2-week ceasefire proposal mirrors earlier U.S. efforts to Iran's already rejected. Yeah, so what? So what? It's just the whole thing. It's literally just another rug pull. Jesus, I think it might be. Like, the source we have on Iran being amenable to the proposal comes from Reuters, if I remember correctly. And Parisa Hafezi, Iran positively reviewing ceasefire request, source says, but that's all the information we have. Parisa Hafezi. International news and views from Reuters. Chief Iran correspondent. Yeah, she reports it here, but like I don't like what source is there on that? Why wouldn't Iran immediately respond by disproving all these allegations and spoiling the insider trading scheme? Because I assume the like banter, the negotiation banter is often pretty complicated. I don't know. So it kind of does seem like this whole thing is made up. So we are on track? I wonder if Trump is going to take this and just run with it, and he's going to back out and pretend that this is a big win for him, you know? Like, CNN is also reporting that it seems likely that some kind of deal is going to be reached. But I don't know. I don't know what source there is for that other than the Reuters source. It's CNN, though? Yeah. White House says Trump's response to Pakistan's 2-week extension request is coming. Who the fuck cares what the White House wants? Do you think that Trump is going to back down by saying, like, we have decided to be amenable to Pakistan's gracious request and have extended the deadline for 2 weeks? There's just going to be another, like, pushback? This isn't sustainable for geopolitics. I hope Iran fucking nukes Saudi Aramco, dude. I hope. Oh my God. Meanwhile, like, the war continues. U.S.-Israeli missiles strike Iran's largest aluminum producer, Iraq Aluminum Company, or Iralco. Could be a fake off-ramp. Yeah, like, I understand that a lot of this is just rug pulling, but, like, to what end, you know? Or I guess I should say I know the end, right? Profiteering. But, like, eventually, the market catches up to you eventually, man. I just... No, take a look. That's not very informative. What do you mean, no, take a look? They'll figure out the end game when they get there. Yeah. May the Strait of Hormuz be impassable for 1,000 years. God willing. Yeesh. All right, well. What happens if we do a ground invasion? I don't know, but that's not what's on the table today. All right, hold on. I feel like that should go out soon, too. Can we get another segment out? Is Trump seriously trying to back out? Is this another rug pull? Something. The most typos. Most recent segment. Ah, I can't type. Ah, he can't type. He doesn't know how to type. It's a skill he never learned. Types like a chicken pecking at feed on the ground. Okay. MAGA will think he's a genius, whatever happens. Yeah, I mean, definitionally, MAGA refers to people who support Trump, but, you know. Oy, oy. Brent just dropped nearly 4.5%. The ceasefire deadline, no doubt. It's still at 105, and even then, we're still talking about futures. Dude, market fucking cattle. Jesus Christ. Hate these fucking people. But it's a good indicator of mental illness, yeah. Yeah, the brief drop's probably irrelevant. It'll climb back up soon. Also, no matter how much the market hypes or unhypes or worries or doesn't worry, nothing changes the fact that the oil is still not getting through. It's a physical commodity, not a speculative asset. The demand for petroleum products are fairly inelastic. The price is going to go way up. Yeah, you can't, gravity exists. You know? Gravity exists. It's like watching a person jump off a building, and then in the moment while they hover in the air before gravity starts to take over, you freeze time, and a bunch of hyped up commentators start talking about all the phenomena that might cause him to float instead of falling. Time's paused, or at least moving very slowly, so anything could happen. You know, you could argue about it, you can place bets, you can talk it up, you can invent new theories. It doesn't matter, man. As soon as the clock continues to run, they're headed on a quick trip to the ground. You can bet on it all you want. Drop Sites Skahil says he has confirmation from an Iranian official that the Pakistan proposal is a no-go. Yeah, we just saw this, yeah. Key physical marquee, yeah. It's Brent is up to a 144. A world record. World record. Yes, sir. Yep. Is that spot price? Yes. The self-hate inferiority complex of Zionism. 200 a barrel looking even more likely than before. Oh, in my opinion, the spot price of Brent oil is guaranteed to hit 200 at some point. I think that the conditions of again, it's like a man jumping off a building hitting a ground. I would be shocked if it doesn't. We've not even come close to the beginning of the reckoning we're going to have when the prices hit. You know, prices are going to remain elevated for a long time. It could go well above 200 too, potentially. Whether futures will or won't, I can't tell you, you know, because that's speculative. What is this?
Zionists looked at the Jews as ugly. Jabotinsky, one of the early Zionists, who Benjamin Netanyahu considers his mentor, quote, "I have no doubt that I am a Zionist because the Jewish people is a very nasty people and their neighbors hate it and they are right. Its end will be a Bartholomew night." Yosef Chaim Brenner, one of the big Zionist intellectuals, said, quote, "If the tables were turned and others were like the Jews, wouldn't we have good cause to hate them as well?" Uri Tzvi Greenberg as to why religious Polish Jews were persecuted, quote, "Those loathsome Jews are vomited out by any healthy collective and state, not because they are Jews, but because of their Jewish repulsiveness." Ben-Gurion referred to Jews as parasites. Some statements by Adolf Hitler calling Jews parasites, and Ben-Gurion, it's hard to know who said which. The ultimate goal of Zionism is to purify the Jews and to rehabilitate the Jews. They wanted to fix the Jews. The Jews were disgusting. They're going to change the Jews from a religion into a nationality.
That's all. Yeah, that's all unambiguously true. Yeah. Yeah, Zionism is extremely anti-Semitic. Israel, as a social project, has been transforming Judaism from a marginalized religious and cultural community into a hardline white supremacist ethnic fascist state. Totally true. Totally true. Yeah, a lot of Zionists were assimilationists, like hers wanted the national language of Israel to be German. That would have been funny. Who's the guy talking? Didn't it say? Didn't it say at the beginning? Did it not? It says he's a rabbi. Rabbi Yak something? It's something. Talk about fertilizer? Yeah, I mean, petroleum byproducts, not just petroleum, right? Carney is a cuck? I could have told you that. Don't let Masaigu know.
Good morning, Carly Thomas with CBC News. This morning, President Trump posted on Iran saying, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again." What's your message to Trump, and do you believe this rhetoric?
The first is that Canada expects all parties in this conflict, in any conflict, to respect international laws, the rules of engagement, and that means not targeting certainly civilians or civilian infrastructure. And we urge all parties in this war to follow those responsibilities.
Really passionate stuff in response to a call for genocide. Yeah. You have to be really stupid to actually believe he's going to destroy Iran. Yeah, but that's setting the goalposts a little high, huh? I mean, yeah, it's true. No one has ever in all of human history managed to, in a single night, eradicate a population of 100 million with a bombing campaign. That is true. I think that'd be kind of a high bar to pass. Doesn't really matter what he actually does. The threats are, to my mind, passing the bar enough as it is. But whatever he does, you know, whatever civilian infrastructure he targets, even if he doesn't target anything at all, the threat is sufficient. Demon country. Iranian ambassador to Pakistan confirms negotiations have progressed, but no deal's been made. Vosh, we are extending the deadline. I would not be surprised if Trump extends the deadline with absolutely no concessions offered by Iran, just because Trump is desperately trying to aura farm and he doesn't want to, you know, doesn't want to meet the consequences of actually committing to that. If he does it, he's cucked too. Trump has always been enormously fucking cucked. He's the most cucked man alive. We're literally in this war because he's servile to Israel. Iranian media reports attacks in a petrochemical facility in Mashhad. Yeah, I think I agree with this assessment. The fact that the Pakistani prime minister's message was likely given to him by Americans probably means that the U.S. drafted this in an effort to give Trump some kind of out for the deadline. I think that's most likely. Has the Zionist lobby ever had this much influence in the White House? No, of course not. This is as bad as it has ever been. Hair on my glasses? Hello? Yeah, the "and powerfully" makes me think that it was vetted by Trump himself. I think it's very interesting that mainstream media doesn't seem to be picking up on the idea that the Pakistani effort to broker a ceasefire is illegitimate and probably fronted by the United States. Again, it folds back into that idea that the media might be willing to criticize Trump, but they will never address the underlying forces that have brought us to this point. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want to give away the game. They don't want to give away the fact that it's all kayfabe. They'll acknowledge that Trump is bad or crazy or whatever, but they won't acknowledge that the entire system is farcical. I've seen the Pew Research poll on Israel. More than a quarter of congressional Democrats have called for Trump's removal from office, either through impeachment or by his cabinet stripping him of power through the 25th Amendment. Fucking crazy that it's only 1/4 of congressional Democrats. You'd think that would be like a basically 100% across the board position. Everyone but Fetterman. Iranians in LA watch Trump's threats briefly. Hey, I know that street. Ugh. Shiran S. Nazarian's neighborhood in West Los Angeles is the largest community of Iranians outside their home country. A few weeks ago, people there were dancing in the street after Trump reported that military strikes had killed the Ayatollah Khamenei, longtime Iranian leader. On Tuesday, the president's ominous post to Truth Social saying that a whole civilization will die tonight unless Iran meets his demands left her fearful rather than joyous. Fell for it again. Fell for it again. This only achieves his goal if the goal is to confuse the whole world. Miss Nazarian, a philanthropist and political scientist whose Jewish family fled Iran nearly a half-century ago, she worried that Trump's ultimatum would only embolden the current regime and endanger Iranian civilians. Yeah, that's the problem. I wish this president would talk less. Russia and China veto UN resolution to open the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, they're turning the crank. You think there's a specific presidency where the Zionist influence got noticeably worse? Honestly, Biden. Obama was actually not that beholden to Israel. Biden, however, leapt on October 7th and gave Israel every kind of permission imaginable. Really, like, Trump has not been much more subservient to Israel than Biden. If you consider the fact that Trump personally enjoys bombs and war and so on, I think you could actually argue that he's been less subservient. Trump has allowed Israel to do more than Biden has, but if you consider the contrast between Biden and Trump's nominal values, I would argue that Biden's deference to Israel represented a greater departure from what he was supposed to represent. Biden was meant to represent, I don't know, liberalism a little bit, whereas Trump is a fascist, so you would expect a greater degree of cooperation there. Has Israel always been like this? Yes, but it's been getting worse. I mean, it's always been like this. Yeah, it's just a matter of it worsening. There's never been a point where Israel was a normal country, if that's what you mean. Though they have been getting worse. Iran's ambassador to Pakistan said in a social media post on Tuesday that diplomacy to stop the war had taken a step forward from a critical sensitive stage. Statement came after Prime Minister of Pakistan, an acting intermediary, appealed to Trump. No mention of that goddamn post. Taking a step forward from a critical stage sounds incredibly vague. Yeah, not really elucidating much there, I'd say. Trying to see if there's any more up-to-date information that I can find, but at the moment, I cannot. Guess we're all just waiting. I don't get the perception that China's winning this. It doesn't seem like anyone's winning anything. Well, China is winning in the sense that global distrust of America means that more people will turn to China for economic cooperation. It's already been happening. Canada, the European Union, they've both been softening their rhetoric on China and opening up trade deals with them because it's getting harder and harder to justify their allegiance to Pax Americana. Even South Korea and Japan last year were doing trade deals and negotiating with China. And I mean, they've got a lot of bad blood over there. Blood. It is also true that China is best positioned of any country on Earth to benefit from a long-term oil price spike because they are the ones leading in solar technology. Now, immediately, in an immediate sense, China will hurt very badly from what is happening here. But in the long term, they stand to gain from it. That's the kind of long-term thinking that America is not capable of, but China is. If I remember correctly, more Canadians perceive America to be a threat to them than China. Like, over the course of Trump's second term, this perception, there was a massive shift for reasons that are pretty obvious. More Canadians now think that America is a threat to their interests than China, so, you know. And Canada was one of our biggest trading partners. I don't know, seems like there's a lot of upsides to having a one-party state, just saying. We do. Look where it's got us. Yeah, this was pretty shocking. And also an example of how China is benefiting from all this. Look at this, man. Approval of Chinese leadership versus approval of U.S. leadership. And as you can see, China is on the up and up. This is global, by the way, not in any particular country. But in terms of approval, China has now shifted above America, which is not great. You might, I mean, same thing during Trump's first term, but the gap is more significant now. And it's only going up. The trend is continuing. Why is it the world hates America during GOP administrations? We might never know. Same thing happened during Bush, yeah. In terms of disapproval, the U.S. has spiked, and there is a general upward trend. An Israeli. Long past time for congressional and DOJ investigations into the foreign ties of drop site news. Here's what we know. I will never in my life hear and take seriously complaints about foreign interference from an Israeli. As far as I'm concerned, they shouldn't be allowed to speak on U.S. politics at all. Whatever complaints I might have about Russian interference in U.S. elections, they can be reflected against Israel 100-fold, easily 100-fold, not even close. They gloat about it. It's not even a conspiracy. You don't have to do a Senate investigation. What's drop site news? It's a place you get news from, I'm told. In Germany, China earns higher approval than the US. Sheesh. In Germany. Man. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's The Intercept. It's Ryan Grimm moving off The Intercept. It's campus, but you know. Kosovo remains the most positively aligned country to the United States. Got their Bill Clinton statue over there. Then Israel, Poland, Albania, and the Philippines. That's funny. Whereas most aligned to China, Hong Kong, Singapore, Tunisia, Pakistan, and Russia. Phew! Look at that. Would you do a donated message fit check if I promised to not kill myself if you criticized it? That is exactly what a person who would kill themselves if criticized says. Nice try, buddy. Nice try. Masaigo, I think you're correct in that nobody really wants to replace Pax Americana. China is not looking to replicate what we are, which is a, I don't know, epicenter of global financial scheming, but rather to remain an industrial base, which is probably better in the long run for its country. I don't think anyone wants to replace. Well, America is engaging right now in what is effectively civilizational suicide. We're only 30 years out from the height of American power. We won the Cold War. We were the world police. We basically led NATO and the United Nations. We had infinite power, wealthiest country on earth by far, unbelievable power and influence, and we've bled it all away. And how? For nothing. We were on top of the world. What has happened since then? What foreign force, what influence? COVID hit, but COVID hit the whole world. 2008, that was our fault. We deregulated our financial markets. We deregulated Wall Street. For what? Why are we, how in 30 years did we go from the most powerful country on earth, winners of the Cold War, leaders of the, I mean, not just the free world, I mean, we ran the world, to falling apart? The Roman Empire, it took centuries and centuries. For us, it took nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing even happened. The Romans were invaded. They had lead in their pipes. What happened? Everything was self-inflicted. The system that we built, the incentive structures that we built, that we designed, were to the benefit of a very, very small group of people, the bourgeoisie, and not at all to everyone else or to the continuation of these civilizations. So, I mean, who would seek to replace us, right? Who would want that? Why would China want to follow in our footsteps? So what? So they could die in 30 years? No, no, no. What side will you take in the balkanized U.S. Civil War? New England. After New England is done purging Vermont, sorry, not Vermont, New Hampshire, they turn outwards, an unstoppable bulwark, and the center of American Ivy sartorial sentiment, you know? Not Cascadia? You know Cascadia, like, by land area is 99% chuds, right? What, you keep Seattle, Portland? You know what Idaho is like? Fuck off. But land doesn't vote? No, but corn farmer girls do make do. Mm. 2 hours. Trump will probably back out.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York with the fate of tens of millions of humans right now on the knife's edge because if nothing changes in the next 4 hours and Donald Trump follows through on the things he said out loud, his public threat, we may all soon be witness to a military...
As long as the Senate exists, land does vote. This is another thing that American liberals are going to have to reckon with, but the Senate was just a bad idea and it shouldn't exist. We need a unicameral legislature. It's just, that's it. It's there's no version of America where you can have a functioning Congress in a polarized country where if you proportion out the votes flatly, so it's 50% Republican, 50% Democrat all across the country, Republicans easily win the Senate every time. You can't do that. There are just too many shithole Republican states with a population of like 2 million or less. You can't do that. You just shouldn't have the Senate. Or strip its ability to block bills. Every other country with an upper legislature doesn't let it totally stop bills. I mean, you can reform it all you like. Something has to change.
Assault so generationally and intentionally brutal that war crimes aren't just possible, but they become U.S. policy. But again, that is only if you take Donald Trump at his word. That's risky. In the lead up to his 8 p.m. Eastern deadline for Iran. In a morning message, wholly unlike anything ever uttered by any American president under any circumstance ever, Donald Trump posted this, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. All caps, who knows?" That message, which is in and of itself crazy and contradicts itself over the course of fragments and sentences, did have the impact of sending a tremor across the globe.
I appreciate that. I don't know. So many talking heads just brush by Trump's insanity. I guess I prefer the honesty and sincerity of a person looking at the message and going like, well, okay. You know, like there's not really like a calm way to engage with any of this, I don't think.
The aftershocks of which we're still registering as we come on the air.
Guys, nothing's going to happen tonight. I want to make it clear. Even if Trump backs out, something already did happen today. Like, I know it seems as though, again, most people only noted the downfall of the Russian Empire, not Russian Empire, my apologies, the Roman Empire, when nobody showed up to fix their broken bridge, like years after it broke, you know? That's it, right? It seems like everything's moving in slow motion because you're experiencing history from the present. But from the perspective of future historians, everything will have happened very quickly. Pax Americana fell. Not to say it took only a couple of years, but like the worst part of it seems like it's accelerating really quickly over the span of a couple of years. The worst part of it for now, at least.
First, as it relates to the possibility of a peaceful resolution, the Wall Street Journal cites Middle Eastern officials in reporting this, that Iran cut off direct communications with the United States of America over that post, though talks with ceasefire mediators continue. A state-run Iranian newspaper is denying such reports, although two diplomats from the region tell MS Now that the chances of the U.S. and Iran reaching a deal before tonight's deadline today are low, and that the two sides remain far apart in the talks. As embassies across the Middle East urge American citizens there to take care, hundreds of Iranians are assembling at sites of major infrastructure. They're forming human shields at the behest of some Iranian officials in front of power plants that could be the targets of U.S. strikes. A separate Iranian news agency reported earlier that air defenses have been activated.
There's an old Hemingway quote that's attributed to the fall of empires. They fall slowly at first, then all at once. I feel like that's how it is with everything. Bridges slowly crumble over decades and then fall in minutes, you know? An elderly person slowly gets in worse health over years and years, and then over the course of 1 month, they go from walking around to being dead. It's kind of how it works with everything, right?
Over Tehran, with fighter planes flying low over the city. Meanwhile, U.S. Central Command published this video earlier. It's a video of Navy jets taking off from the USS Abraham Lincoln in the region. Again, Donald Trump has created a worldwide tinderbox, and the most optimistic interpretation of all of it is the taco thing, that Trump is simply indulging in a style of negotiation.
I really do appreciate the fact that this lady here does seem like genuinely in disbelief. I don't know, it's her affect, I guess, after so much smarmy Tapper-esque, one eyebrow cocked, DreamWorks face. Oh, it's happening again. It is nice to see a person who seems to recognize what's happening.
For which he's advocated before. It's also called the madman theory, a geopolitical strategy that elevates unpredictability above other infinitely more reasonable orientations. But whether or not Trump follows through or punts the deadline or finds an off-ramp or strikes a deal, we should be clear-eyed about what is an historic nexus today of bright red lines that have already been crossed. For the Iranian people to threaten that, quote, a whole civilization could, quote, die tonight? For Donald Trump, who put that in writing and posted it? For the people around him who let him? The president constantly campaigning for peace prizes? Crucially, for some of Donald Trump's characteristically unwavering supporters, people who hung in there with him after January 6th, after COVID. This afternoon, some of those very same people, some of the loudest ones, are spending the final hours before Donald Trump's promised assault pleading with Donald Trump. The only way they know how, over the airwaves. Here's Trump loyalist Senator Ron Johnson.
I am hoping and praying that President Trump this really is bluster. I do not want to see us start blowing up civilian infrastructure. I do not want to see that. We are not at war with the Iranian people. We are trying to liberate them.
So they're the Ron Johnsons.
Trying to survive re-election after Trump's out, yeah.
But they're also the Tucker Carlsons, conservatives, going so far as to publicly urge top officials at the Pentagon to consider refusing Donald Trump's orders should he advocate for the...
All of them are just trying to hold their footing in 2026 or 28 or even beyond. We all know how this is going to end, and it's not going to be with Trump being hailed as a popular president. We all know how this is going.
Use of weapons of mass destruction? Watch.
Unless somebody puts the brakes on right away, we're going to wind up in a place that we can't even imagine. Not just Iran, us and the rest of the world. And so that means, because this is obvious to anyone who's paying any attention, that if you work in the White House or in the U.S. military, now it's time to say no, absolutely not. And say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. And if given the order, I'm not carrying it out. Figure out the codes on the football yourself. Because everything hangs in the balance right now. This is not hysteria. This is 100% real.
This is not hysteria. This is 100% real. Quote from Tucker Carlson.
He's been right too many times. Tucker Carlson has never once said anything correct that was not a mainstream position on the left. Every single time he has ever been correct, it is because he has cynically hawked a left-wing position. And every single time he has been incorrect, it has been because he has adopted the position of his constituency, his base, his viewers, his supporters, and the politicians that he worships.
Now, even if the situation doesn't rise to that level, and Americans of all political persuasions, people around the world certainly are hoping that it does not, as we said, a lot of damage has already been done. In the words of historian Timothy Snyder today, quote, whatever happens tonight, the president, by saying such things, has already changed the world for worse, has already made acts of mass violence more likely. If we are Americans, he has already changed our country. He has changed us because he represents us. We voted for him, or we didn't vote for him and allowed him to come to power, or we didn't do enough to stop him. These words are America's words until and unless Americans reject them, end quote.
Clippers?
Honestly, Trump could drop a nuke and I'd still vote Republican over those people because
You're
they want
a Fifth Avenue voter.
In some ways, I really am. But honestly, what they want to do is nuke our own country. You know, it's like the open border, what they're doing to children, all that stuff is still they would do it all if put back in power. And I think most Republicans know that.
Well, at least she's on it. This woman's a pedophile. That is true. She is a pedophile. She's admitted to holding pedophilic positions. Yeah, she defended Trump raping children explicitly. Not like she navigated around it, but she was like, if it's only 15-year-olds. She said that. She said that on air into a microphone. Yeah. She did. Yeah, she did say that. She called 15-year-olds barely legal. Oh, that's true. She did. Incredibly funny. Barely legal 15-year-olds. Jesus Christ. Live UA map Iran. Apparently massive strikes reported in Tehran. Really conducive to securing a ceasefire. Not reported here. Maybe they'll pop up soon. I don't know if this is filler given how much else is going on, but this got published earlier today. What is this? Imagine being the Artemis crew and we use a nuke. If nothing else, if they're in the right place, we will get some historic iPhone photos. ICE arrested more than 800 people after tips from TSA investigation shows. Ew. TSA shared more than 31,000 traveler records with ICE for immigration enforcement. Pieces of shit. Well, DHS workers are DHS workers, I suppose. It's all interdepartmental. Fuck the DHS. The abolition of the DHS should also be a mainstream Democratic position. At this point, it seems likely Trump sent messaging points to Pakistan as Iran was not engaging. Trump declares he's so kind and will delay again because Pakistan asked nicely. Trump will say straight open. It won't open. Markets pop green until end of week. We do the dance again. Yeah, probably. This is right now. This is the most likely outcome. Though, again, it's worth pointing out, whatever this does to the market, it doesn't address the underlying shortage. Plus, I feel like in response to a threat to engage in genocide, Iran has the moral leeway to do literally whatever the fuck it wants. Like, Iran has said they'll retaliate massively if they're strike tonight, but like, even if they're not strike tonight, I feel like they can already do whatever they want. It's not escalating. Trump threatening to obliterate their entire civilization is escalating. If, you know, Iran striking power stations and desalination plants in response is, as far as I'm concerned, self-defense. Iran can get a nuke. If only they had one, none of this would have happened. Imagine being in space and watching a nuclear apocalypse with no way to land back. You know, there's a music video about that. Stuck in the Sounds, Let's Go. Not to spoil the events that take place 1 minute in. Not related, but I found a CBS article that's arguing the U.S. middle class is shrinking because more households are climbing into the upper middle class due to income gains in recent decades. This is, what do you call it, lying with the truth, one might say. The American economy is getting more stratified. The way that it used to work was that you had, and I'm making these numbers up. I'm making an argument of proportion, not of absolutes, okay? It used to be you had some percentage of people who were poor, let's say 20%, 30, I don't know, whatever. And then you have a middle class base, which is a fairly significant chunk of Americans. And then you have a rather small upper class. And what's happening right now is that a significant portion of the people who used to be middle class are getting pulled down into poverty, and a larger percentage of people are becoming wealthy, though even that wealth is nothing in comparison to the people who actually, run the world. I guess it used to be a majority of people were capable of some modicum of comfort, with minorities being either luxuriously wealthy or very poor. Again, I'm making arguments of proportion, not of absolutes. America has always had many poor people, but the striation is growing more significant now, where I imagine that in the near future it'll be more to the point of 90% of the American population will experience some variation of poverty, and 10% will live very well. You can see this in American consumer spending reports. Can I hold on? American consumer spending top 10%. This graph is very, 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 very telling, okay? Very telling. Exceptionally telling. The top 10% of earners over the course of the past 30 years have gone from making up about 36% of all consumer spending up now to just shy of 50%. This is the future we're headed towards. One where the top 10%, 15, whatever percent or so, are better off than they ever have been in American history. You know, you have a larger group of people who are comfortably wealthy, but everyone else goes further and further down. If you want to see a real life example of this phenomenon taking place, take a look at what's happened to Disneyland. Disneyland used to be like the every American vacation destination, Disneyland, Disney World. I mean, you couldn't afford to go there if you were very poor, but it was an expectable thing if you were middle class or of middle income. You could do a vacation or whatever. You know, it was something that you imagined was within your income level. Disneyland now is priced for the wealthy. It's priced for people who have a lot of excess income. Same with Vegas. We've seen that More Perfect Union video, haven't we? On Vegas, how Vegas tourism is way down, but the amount of money circulating in Vegas is way up because it's just appealing towards a smaller constituency of higher income consumers. Can a society even continue to exist like that? A feudal one, maybe. And sure, I mean, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, no kidding, bottling sunshine. You know, my channel does quite well, but I think that were I to go to Disney World, I would be like, fuck no, I'm not buying water bottles at those prices. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I don't I don't know. Me visiting Seattle? Yeah, no kidding. Where is that article? Where is it? Where is that? Oh, the CBS News article. I didn't have it on this screen. Oh, never mind. This might not be lying with the truth. This might just be lying with lies. About 31% of U.S. households earn enough to be considered upper middle class, a roughly threefold increase since 1979, making it the nation's largest economic group. Meanwhile, the share of Americans in the core and lower middle class segments have declined over that time, primarily because more households in these income groups have jumped ahead economically. That's just absolutely not true. There's no fair definition of these class segments that would arrive at this conclusion. People are struggling more with the basics of living now than they were before the 2008 financial crisis, before COVID. That's ridiculous. I mean, based on what definitions? What research? From the nonpartisan American Enterprise Institute. Oh yeah, let me just assist my ailing memory here. Prominent DC-based center-right think tank Founded in 1943 that promotes free enterprise, limited government, and American global leadership. Right, okay, yeah. Nonpartisan. Thank you, CBS News. Fucking Israeli news outlet. Methods. Oh my god, it's a long article. Median family income, adjusted and unadjusted for family size. Let's see, a methodological break to the place. Adjusted for inflation is the PCE pie. We convert incomes into family of 3 equivalents, which under conventional assumption. Oh God, they're torturing the data. We convert incomes into family of 3 equivalents, which under conventional assumptions about how incomes and needs are related represent the same amount of income a family would need to be equally well off. It had 3 members instead of how many it actually has. By our approach, a single-person family needs almost 58,000 to be as well off as a 3-person family with 100,000, while a family of 5 requires 130,000. They're fucking molesting. Dude, we have poverty statistics in every state. It's relative to the cost of living in the state. You have to proportion the data to the local statistics. Jesus Christ, they're fondling the data. They're giving it a little twist. Finally, we compare the size-adjusted incomes with the official federal poverty guideline 2025. The guideline, which is roughly equal to the poverty thresholds for the calendar year 2024, serves as the basis for eligibility for many federal safety net benefits. The poverty thresholds are somewhat more complicated to use by the Census Bureau to compute the official poverty rate each year. We use the guideline for non-farm families of 3 in the 48 contiguous United States. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nationally, only 10% of Americans are in poverty. Yeah, but our internal standards for what is considered poverty are extremely skewed because states use them as the cutoff point for Medicaid benefits. Like this, it is in the best interest of the states to skew that data because it allows them to cut off benefits and thereby save money. Also, this paper has poor at 150% under the national poverty line. Bah. Sorry, I'm Hinkle-pilled. Sorry if everybody already reported was working. White House says they're pondering extending the deadline. Oh, I'm sure. Trump, who was so committed to this deadline that he was prepared to annihilate the entire civilization of ancient Persia, is now considering the hackneyed request of Pakistan, world's most irrelevant nation, literally just worse, more terroristic India. I'm sorry, I don't want to. Don't kill me. Don't get mad at me, please. World's most irrelevant nation with nukes. That is true. It's crazy to me that the media is treating this request from Pakistan like a real thing and not just like America sock puppeting, talking to themselves. Kermit and Jim Henson talking to each other. Like I said, even if nothing happens, something already happened. I need a silver chain. I hope I can find a weight of a silver chain that weighs down my chest hair but isn't so thick that it becomes a statement piece. Poverty line in the United States should be $140,000 a year. Probably not that high. It really, really depends on where you live. However, like, okay, what's the poverty benchmark for, like, just hold on. Poverty line in state of Texas. For a single person, $16,000 annually. The idea that you are only poor if you are making less than $16,000 annually, which is like what, 130 or $1,300 a month, or what, like a little over $300 a week. Like, yeah, where in Texas can you live on $16,000 annually? It's even more ridiculous for a family of four. For a family of four, it's $33,000. A family of four, 2 children, and 2 parents, only $33,000. You are, it's ridiculous. I'm just saying that they cook the numbers. Read Hinkle. Read Jackson Hinkle, or Jason Hinkle, or whatever else. Wrong guy? Hickle? It's Hickle, right? Jason Hickle, that's right. Jabson Stinkle? No, the real guy, the researcher. Just read any Hinkle, doesn't matter which one. On this issue, that might be true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, Eli Breimer is a former major in the U.S. Air Force. He's also a Republican strategist, and he's joining us live from Colorado. And here in the studio, I'm joined by Neha Mousavi, a senior non-resident fellow at the Center for International Policy. She's also the host of the Iran podcast. And here in the studio, we have our senior correspondent, Osama bin Javid. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for being with us. Osama, I want to start with you because I want to talk to you about this note that's come out from Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, requesting a 2 weeks delay for consultations and for negotiations to continue. What more do we know about this?
Well, speaking to our sources, we can now confirm that Shehbaz Sharif is pushing for a last-ditch effort. In the last few minutes, there's been a flurry of phone calls between the Pakistani foreign minister and the foreign minister of Turkey, of Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. This is the Quad.
Mind you, this article says you need $90,000 single to live comfortably in Texas cities. In my opinion, and this varies very much depending on where you live, but the poverty line should be determined by whatever monetary standard you have to meet, whatever like line you have to cross, in order to be able to afford a self-sustaining family unit that can comfortably move forward into the future. And if you can't do that, I would consider that a kind of poverty. So that for a family of four, that would mean everything you're expected to need and have. That would be maintaining 1 or 2 vehicles, payments on those, rental insurance and rent, or whatever property, you know, you have to be able to own the house. And that's a huge part of it because, man, property is expensive these days. Food, utilities, obviously, taxes, school, daycare. Daycare, man, daycare. Fuck, daycare. Plus retirement. You have to be able to save for retirement. If you can't save for retirement on top of all of that, what happens when you turn 65? You just explode. You instantly die. And I think that in most parts of the United States, most people cannot do this. Most people cannot do this. Below 50% of the United States population can meet this standard. And with some leeway given for luxury or purchases of convenience. I don't think that you are not poor if you can afford to buy some toys every year, or if you eat out like a couple of times a month or something. I don't think that if that's the line between you and poverty, then we have far too thin of a line, you know? For all of human history, even medieval peasants occasionally splurged on a luxury. They would buy a tangerine at the market or something. The idea that gets, you know, the definition of poverty excludes anyone who has ever had a luxury purchase is ridiculous. I think that most Americans don't meet the standard of poverty. I think that many people who consider themselves middle class don't. There are people in New York City who make well over 6 figures in a household and do not even come close to meeting this standard.
that has been involved in so much of those negotiations that have been taking place first in Riyadh and then in Islamabad, pushing for these sides to come together. What these sources have also told us is that Pakistan is in touch with all parties to the conflict, and no one has shown a willingness to ditch diplomacy. So there is still a flicker of hope that is available as the clock ticks to this deadline by President Trump. What the Pakistani...
I'm poor, but I also spend around $300 a week in dabs, Lamau. I don't think that makes you not poor, but you should stop that. To be clear, I'm not invalidating your poverty, but I do think you should not do that. You should not spend $1,200 a month on dabs. You might be worsening your state of living a little bit.
Government wants to show is that there are...
At the $300 a week, how could you even work a job when you're that high all the time? How do you... Okay.
Still off-ramps that can be taken by both sides, appealing to President Trump as well as to Iran of possible options. And it is, according to our sources, this is also a message to the detractors that exist on both sides. And according to Pakistan, the biggest detractor on all of this is Israel, which does not want to see an end to this conflict. These sources are telling us that Pakistan wants to shoulder this responsibility. This is not a Pakistan only proposal that is on the table. Pakistan is leading the effort, but it has the backing of all of these countries. And it is in a unique position to push this forward because it has the backing of regional countries like Saudi Arabia and Egypt, of the region, because Pakistan has a border with Iran and Turkey has a border with Iran. So it has the backing of Turkey. It is also in a unique position to have open lines of communication with Iran and with China as well as the United States. So all of this is putting it in a position where it is still hopeful. We've seen quiet diplomacy in the last few weeks, and now it appears that Pakistan is going all out to try and bring, at the last minute...
Trump Truth Social post on this very subject. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested and I hold off on the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Yay! Woohoo! We got there. Yippee! Woohoo! Well, let's continue it, I suppose. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. Really? Does Iran know that? Does Israel know that? The reason for doing so is we've already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-time peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. What? No, you don't. Iran's 10-point... Hold on. Let me get the list here, okay? For Iran's 10-point peace plan that Trump just said earlier today was not good enough. Oh, just list the 10 points. I want bullet points. No one ever wants to give me bullet points. Polymarket gonna have a field day? Yeah. I'm trying to find the 10 points here. I can't find... It says they haven't been published. I swear to God that I've seen them published. Whatever the case may be, Trump has already rebuked them. So here we go. Maybe this is where I saw it. Oh, well, I retweeted it, so maybe that. Guarantee Iran will not be attacked again. Trump can't do this. Permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire. Trump won't do this. End to Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Israel won't do this. Lifting of all U.S. sanctions on Iran. Trump won't do this. End to all regional fighting against Iranian allies. Trump and Israel won't do this. In return, Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would impose a Hormuz fee of $2 million per ship. Iran would split these fees with Oman. Iran to provide rules of safe passage through Hormuz. Iran to use Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. So, yeah, they're not doing that. Anyway. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the U.S. and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the U.S. of A. as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Okay, so in like 30 minutes, Iran will come out and say that no such negotiations have taken place and that no deal has been reached, and the strikes will continue with no stop, and everything will continue. This is, by the way, essentially a message of surrender by the United States. It's just one that's not being accepted by Iran. Then what was achieved with the idiotic post? Nothing, dude. The markets didn't even do anything, man. Like, I understand the point of this constant whiplashing is to give people an opportunity to do insider trading, but look at what the S&P 500's done over the past 5 days. Nothing! Look at this! The market is now completely unresponsive to Trump's rug pulling. Like, he threatened fucking Armageddon, and the market didn't move at all. What's to say they aren't both lying? Who's the they both? What's the Iran lying in this case? Oil futures are down. That's cool. The spot price isn't. You think this means some real fallout if the bag isn't being held anymore? I don't know. I'm sure the people who are doing insider trading are still making some marginal gains. But, I don't know. Iran said earlier today that it shut down all negotiations with Pakistan after Trump's threats, and for the past week they said they'll not agree to the 45-day ceasefire. Yeah, but somebody earlier in chat said that their Iranian friend claimed that Iran has accepted the ceasefire. And I'm not saying that to make fun of them. There were a lot of mixed information, fog of war, etc., etc. Listen, I'll tell you this much, okay? And this one's a fact. This one's free from me to you, okay? A lot of people have said a lot of things. What has actually happened? Bombings have continued in Lebanon, Iran, and Israel. We've continued to pile up troops in the Middle East. The spot price of oil has continued to skyrocket. So even though Trump has proposed, then dismissed, then changed the deadlines on a million possible proposals, the only actual physical material things that have happened have been a continued escalation of conflict. That's it. My opinion is that Trump is making this up, obviously. There's been no backroom dealing with Iran. If there was, why do this bullshit with Pakistan where you fake a statement from another country as an intermediary? And in all likelihood, what's going to happen is that the war is going to continue. America and Israel will keep bombing Iran. Iran will keep bombing Israel and the Gulf states. And then Trump will declare that Iran has violated the ceasefire. This is the same thing Israel's done a million times. And then he'll threaten again, then he'll pull off again, threaten, pull off, threaten, pull off. Forever and ever. Until eventually, inevitably, the economy breaks. Right? I mean, that makes sense. Doesn't it? Did Trump already tacoed? Yes, Trump already tacoed. So 2 more years of this nonsense? No. The global economy cannot survive 2 more years of this. It has been 1 month, And Japan and America and the European Union have already blown through a significant portion of their petroleum reserves. They have already begun disseminating like our reserves are down to critical levels. No, we cannot keep this going for another 2 years, bucko. How much are we through already? U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserves. Doop-a-doo, doop-a-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Current chart. It takes a while to disseminate the, let me see. U.S. ending stocks in crude oil, SPR. No, see, this information is out of date. It only goes up to January 2026, which is, of course, not relevant. What's the actual number? It's hard to find a chart. Not a real date. And nitrogen's not getting in the ground because of the strait closure. Yeah. Fertilizer costs, ammonium nitrate, urea, yeah, all that business. The tweet says, subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the opening of the strait. Yeah, but he went on to say that Iran's been agreeable and that he's been agreeable to the 10-point plan. So, you know, I don't think so. It might not even take, you know, a couple of days for all of this to blow up. So what happened to Trump's ultimate threat? Is that no longer relevant? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know what you mean. You mean to end civilization? Trump was never going to be able to end Iranian civilization. It was just a question of whether or not he would continue to escalate the conflict. Which he will. This is still very much an escalatory period. Nukes? I don't think nukes were on the table. Apparently, Iran just launched ballistic missiles at Israel. That's so fucking based. Mere seconds after U.S. President Donald J. Trump announced what he calls a two-sided ceasefire with Iran, ballistic missile launches against Israel by Iran have again been detected. Let me just... It's a 4.5 on Letterboxd for me. I do appreciate Iran very quickly dispelling the notion that they are interested in a ceasefire. Very nice of them. Live UA map. Kind of interested if Israel agrees the ceasefire. Well, according to the 10 points that Iran laid out, Israel would have to stop attacking Lebanon. And I do not think they're going to do that. Israel can't exist without war. I guess I have to get this out to my editors immediately. 1 second. Another one. Sorry, Lamau. Trump. Taco, Trump. I think taco, it just doesn't feel right to use taco here. Trump backs down, proposes ceasefire. The wheels continue to turn. Pakistan should just give Iran some nukes. I agree. Segment chunk. I just sent. Thank you. Taco's very lib, but we know Trump hates it. Yeah, it's just too lib for me. I don't know. Man, like Schumer really ruined Taco Trump. Ruined it real quick. real quick. Remember, Schumer's use of Taco Trump was specifically in the context of Taco Trump won't go hard on Iran like we will. Taco Trump is backing down and being a beta by doing back deals to secure peace with Iran. Yeah, thereby betraying Israel. Yeah. That's so evil he would do that. He did do that. Yeesh. Bum ba bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Iran's English language site, state news channel. Yeah, I don't think this is credible. Trump has absolutely not accepted Iran's conditions. Get Israel to pull out of Lebanon? Complete Iranian control of the Gulf. Yeah, there's a damn Telegram link. Yeah, I wouldn't rely on this too much. No sirree. Are we backing down? Yes. President Donald J. Trump makes a statement. I like how they dressed it up. Throw on the, like, presidential memo, you know, leaflet paper. Gave it a bit of a sepia tone. What did this war achieve? Why are you talking about it in the past tense? What did this war achieve? The war is literally still on. It is continued. It's still, nothing has changed. Zionist announced Mamdani for attending the wrong Jewish event, apparently. What? Oh, they're mad because he attended a non-Zionist non-Zionist synagogue or organization? Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. Breaking, Iran accepted it. All right, if we're so confident, let's place a bet. Do you think for the next 2 weeks there will be no exchanges of missiles and drones between Israel, America, and Iran? Just answer honestly with me. Do you think that's going to happen? You want to put money down on that? You know how every other ceasefire with Israel's gone? Yeah, no, I didn't think so. See, Iran's not like Hamas, where the only consequence of a disingenuous ceasefire is that people continue to die. As long as the fighting continues, Iran holds the strait. As long as Iran holds the strait, the world continues to grind to a halt. It doesn't matter what anyone says or does. As long as the strait is closed, the outcome will continue. Israel supposedly accepted too. Where are these sources coming from? Israel says they also accept. I don't believe this for a damn second. Iran accepted Pakistan's 2-week ceasefire proposal following frantic diplomatic efforts by Pakistan. Fake. and last-minute intervention by China, a key ally, asking Iran to show flexibility and diffuse tensions, and amid growing concerns about the economy. Source. China wants Iran to back off? Why? No, I don't believe it. It's all so made up, man. It's all so fucking fake. I don't know why you'd ever believe these people. This fucking Zionist rag and the people they lie for. Check the Pakistan tweet edit. I saw. We talked about it, yeah. It's America, Israel, and like 50 fucking sock puppets all talking to each other. Oil markets believe Trump. Oil markets always believe Trump. That's all they do. Again, don't look at changes to WTI crude futures. Look at Brent spot prices, and you'll see they'll only continue to go up. Yeah, buy the dip. Buy the dip. Yeah, keep in mind the poly market bet is not on whether or not there will be a successful ceasefire with no exchanges of fire for 2 weeks, but rather on whether a ceasefire will be agreed to. It's not at all unlikely that the same people that are pumping money into those markets are the people writing these headlines, by the way. Like, we know that happens. We know that the Trump admin is full of inside traders, and we know that a lot of them work directly with the media. It's entirely possible that a lot of these people are just directly trading on the outcome of Polymarket or whatever else bets that hinge on headlines they announce. Oh, guys, Iran agreed to the ceasefire. Whether or not, like, 5 minutes later bombs fall is irrelevant because the bet was on whether the ceasefire was agreed to. Technically, it was agreed to, so, you know. Yeah. Just 3 weeks ago, Trump was calling for Iran's unconditional surrender, but in his new statement on social media, Trump said he was willing to discuss a 10-point proposal from Iran, saying it was a workable basis on which to negotiate. Those 10 points, at least those that have leaked out, did not address whether Iran would give up its nuclear stockpiles and permanently halt all enrichment of uranium. Yeah, it's almost like it's really unbelievable. It's almost like it's very uncredible, like Trump might be lying. Like he has every single other time this has happened, with no exceptions. He has never told the truth. It has always been a lie. Al Jazeera says there's no official response from Iran. Yeah, keep in mind the only corroboration we have to these points are from Iranian officials on the inside. That is the only source we're working on right now. Right now. That's what we have. Iranian officials on the inside. Says who? Says the New York Times. What do the New York Times have to say about Gaza? You won't like it. Yeah, no. Keep in mind that if Iran wants to say something, they have official diplomatic envoys they can say it through. Like, the President of the United States makes his official statements through Twitter or Truth Social or whatever. Okay. Iran has their own channels. If they want to say something publicly, they can say it publicly. I also like the idea that somehow Pakistan was able to negotiate and broker an unlikely ceasefire that Trump really, really wanted, that was clearly facilitated by Trump, but they were able to broker it in just like 2 hours. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I mean, Iran must really respect Pakistan. Oil prices fell sharply. Yeah, I know. That was the whole point of this. Fell by 9%. S&P futures rose. Yeah, of course. It's like every other thing that's happened in this conflict. Every single time. Pakistan gets a little kickback. More money gets siphoned out of the market. Nothing from Iran or Israeli foreign ministers either. In my humble opinion, that's weird. Well, Israel will probably, like, shakily agree to this just because they're part of the whole insider trading scheme. Israel does not like this framework, to put it mildly, but Trump is calling the shots. Source, Yaron Avraham, N12. And where is he getting his information from? I'm sorry, wait, source a journalist? You don't source a journalist, motherfucker. You source the person the journalist is sourcing. Is Yaron Avraham on the fucking security cabinet? Where is he getting his information from? The consequences of following news minute to minute has melted people's brains. I hope that all of you keep with you the skepticism that I am currently approaching this bullshit with. Can you imagine? Like, think in retrospect, if you will. Think in retrospect on the over a year we had to deal with of Joe Biden constantly getting fed up with Israel crossing the red line. How many dozens and hundreds of articles we had to hear about this back and forth, this intense, heated negotiation between Joe Biden, the U.S. State Department, and Israel to secure humanitarian concessions from the Israeli government with regards to the Palestinian people. And what did it amount to? Nothing. It was all made up. All of it. There was never any real back-end tension. The Biden administration was always going to do what Israel wanted them to do. And with very few exceptions, that's exactly what happened. All of it was made up. It was all fake. Everyone involved was lying. We shouldn't take any of these people seriously. Barak Ravid is also an Israeli agent who is in the White House and has been for a long time. Yeah, of course. His job was to string Democrat voters along. The Iranian 10-point proposal includes a lifting of all sanctions placed on Iran by every American administration since the George W. Bush admin, but it's unclear whether the West would want to give up that powerful economic leverage before winning major concessions. Yeah, it's almost like Trump's lying, which, again, the New York Times can't even entertain as a concept, you know? They can't even like engage with it. I wonder if Trump is deliberately lying the way he has every other time. I wonder if it's irresponsible of us to publish the opinion of the Iranian government based on insider information. When Trump is claiming that the ceasefire has been agreed to, wouldn't the Iranian government say it was agreed to then? Why are people taking these comments seriously when there's been no official news from the Iranian government? They're a government. You know how insane it would be to run articles that America had agreed to this incredibly unlikely concession when no statement had been made by a single American public official, not a single member of the U.S. White House? Like, imagine if one that like Russia published, Ukraine has agreed to complete surrender. Russia to annex all of Ukraine, and they published it like a bipartisan agreement, and there was not a single statement made by any Ukrainian official. Would you take that seriously? Then why are we taking this seriously? They appear to have agreed to it. No. This is a Clash TV tweet with a screenshot of an Iranian TV outlet with a, well, we'll say dubiously credible English translation of the content of the screenshot. Is this an official statement from the government of Iran? No, they can do that. They are capable of doing that. Iran has a government. They can make direct statements. I'd also be interested in the specific verbiage, because if Iran was to agree to the conditions of this ceasefire, my guess is that what they would say is, we agree to the conditions of this ceasefire on the assumption that Trump and Israel abide by this 10-point peace plan, which is, again, the explicit thing that Trump has agreed to. But of course, Israel and America won't agree to the peace plan, will they? Israel isn't going to immediately back out of Lebanon. Therefore, like, if the agreement is predicated on the assumption that America and Israel will follow the 10-point plan, which they're not going to, then what's the point? I speak Persian, the translation's close enough. Right, but read it carefully. Trump has accepted Iran's conditions for ending the war. Or in other words, the 2-week ceasefire is predicated on Trump following the 10-point peace plan laid out by Iran. Is that not correct? Isn't that a reasonable interpretation of this statement? Yes, it says that. Yes. Will America and Israel follow the 10-point peace plan? No. Trump hasn't even said he will. Trump has said that he treats it as a starting point for negotiations. But that's not what Iran is saying. Iran isn't saying that this 2-week ceasefire is contingent upon the beginning of negotiations predicated on the 10-point peace plan. Iran is saying it's predicated on the acceptance of the 10-point peace plan. My guess is that Iran is going to wait exactly no time before accusing America and Israel of breaking the agreement, and then the fighting will continue. I agree. I just wanted to confirm the translation. They just didn't make it up. Okay, okay. And I appreciate that. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'll be clear here, in a bad mood over all of this. But like the news surrounding this is so fake. It's so fake. This is why so many people feel like they have constant whiplash. If you cut out the noise that comes from the US-led media and the White House and only focus on things that have actually materially changed, then all the noise goes away. Has bombing continued across the Middle East? Yes. So the war continues. Is the Strait open? No. So the war continues. Is Israel's invasion of Lebanon continuing? Yes. So the war continues. Okay. Then the statements made by anyone, everyone, are immaterial. When things happen, they happen. If they don't, they don't. Oil futures go up, oil futures go down. Market goes up, market goes down. You know what's not going down? The actual spot price of oil. That's only going up. Well, I hope you all understand. And they've launched missiles at Israel? Yeah, I want a confirmation of that. We still have no official response from the Iranian government. We'll see what it is. From the IRGC spokesman? Wait. In response to Trump's statements, rocket salvo launched towards Israel. Perfect. I don't give a shit how legit it is. That's funny as fuck. We have prepared our response. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, that's funny. Besides market manipulation, do you think this is just so the US can procure more munitions from global supply? No, I think they're just flailing. I think they're just flailing. That's it. I genuinely do not think there's a plan. Keep in mind, we got reporting from the New York Times today. We know for a fact that Netanyahu pitched this war to Trump and just lied about it. Like, everyone involved here is some blend of lying and delusional. There's no like top secret behind the scenes strategy. We're just desperately juggling balls until the economy collapses. The IDF says, "Oh, we have IDF confirmation?" Okay, yeah. IDF confirms new wave of missiles 10 minutes after Trump announces 2-week ceasefire. Mwah. Brilliant. Ceasefire's going great, guys. Top reply, yeah, it's pretty funny. I'm putting this out as its own segment called Never Ever Trust the Media. This lesson needs to be learned. Also, Israel still invading Lebanon? Yeah, of course. They want blood, obviously. They have to kill people. They're Israeli. They have to kill people. They can't not kill people. And they're not even Israeli. New York Times is acting like this is a done deal, but Al Jazeera is saying there's been no response. I'm so confused. Well, New York Times is controlled by Zionists, and Al Jazeera isn't. So, you know. Well, actually, kind of. Al Jazeera is run by Qatar, and Qatar is aligned with American interests and American. Al Jazeera English is not pro-Israel, but it's not as though it's without its biases. I'm not sure what qualifies as the media these days. Technically, you're also the media. That's true. And I think for the most part, independent media is bullshit as well. I guess it's, for me, it's a reading comprehension thing, right? It's media literacy. Like everything that I've told you guys right now, it reaffirms my point. It's not about the information itself. It's about learning to read between the lines and learning what is worth paying attention to. So the fact that a bunch of media outlets all at once are like, you know, deal reached. So you have to ask, is this information credible? What's the sourcing? You know, does this contradict previous statements made by parties involved? What are the incentives for this? And you run through all of the logical questions, and then the only conclusion you can arrive at is that it's just more bullshit. In my opinion. I mean, maybe I end up being completely wrong, but on this, I don't think that's the case. I really don't think that we're in for 2 weeks of no fighting, especially considering missiles are currently hurtling towards Tel Aviv. Excuse me. Press TV, Iranian media. Yeah, well, again, this is my point, right? Supreme National Security Council. Iran achieved historic victory by forcing criminal U.S. to accept its 10-point plan. Except, the U.S. isn't going to do that, so the fighting will continue. U.S. has accepted Iran's control over Strait of Hormuz, removal of all sanctions. I don't think that's happening. That's their official takeaway. So both sides are just pretending they won. Essentially, Iran and America both know they're lying right now, but they're doing so for different reasons. Trump is lying in a desperate, flailing effort to forestall the consequences of his threats. He's just desperately buying time. What Iran is doing is boasting. They're saying, "Oh, you want a ceasefire then? Well, then you must have agreed to our terms." Haha. Are terms like, we now control the Strait of Hormuz, you must stop all war, blah, 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 which they know America's not agreeing to. So Trump is lying in a way that indicates retreat from his original positions, and Iran is lying in a way that is posturing. It's lying from a position of strength. Obviously, the ceasefire isn't happening. I'm sorry, but this is really stupid. Yes. Keep in mind that this entire time, Iran's positions, their demands, have not changed. Trump is the one that said in his Truth Social post that Iran's 10 points are agreeable for the beginning of negotiations. He is the one who's shifting backwards. He's the one who's lying. He is the one who is posturing and pretending and going all over the place. Iran has held firm. The only thing the only thing they're doing right now that's dishonest is pretending that Trump is being sincere in his agreeability. Let's see how long it takes for this to fall apart. I give it 2 days. I don't even give it 2 days. How long until the missiles hit Tel Aviv? We saw a coffee cup. We saw. Where does the Iranian government want to go in the long run? I mean, probably a cessation to U.S. and Israeli warmongering in the Middle East, a lift to the sanctions on the nation, a normalization of their global trade relations, and probably from this point forward, control over the Strait of Hormuz. Why not, right? It's just sitting there for them. The poly market bros made their money, and that's all that matters. Yep. How much money in total was sitting in the Iran ceasefire position? This wasn't the only bet. This is less than $1 million. A lot more money than that was riding on this. I mean, the real money's in the markets, not in the poly market bets. So are we saved or not? No. If the ceasefire holds, then Iran basically won, right? I mean, if America follows the 10 points of the ceasefire that Iran has demanded, if America follows those points, then yeah, Iran will have unambiguously won this war. Absolutely. Maybe just came back on stream. Is the plan you stream through the deadline? Are you taking a break? No, I'm going to be streaming for a while, I'm afraid. We have no idea how this is all going to play out. Kind of hungry, trying to work out whether I should wait for you to eat. Yeah, you're going to have to eat on your own. I'm pretty damn hungry myself, mind you. You want me to make you a plate? Do we even have any rice left? No, we finished the last of the rice. No, I made more rice. Could you make me tuna slop? I would love like a protein carbohydrate injection, yeah. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, Chief Prime Minister of Pakistan Sharif and HE Field Marshal Munir for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of PM Sharif in his tweet, dripping with sarcasm, and considering the request by the U.S. for negotiations based on its 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework. Dude, oh my God, they're being so fucking smug. They're being so smug. Let's just read this. HE is His Excellency. Got you. Just read this in your head, okay? In response to the brotherly request from PM Sharif in his tweet, and considering the request by the U.S. for negotiations based on its 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by Trump about acceptance of the framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, I hereby declare, on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Okay, yeah. I'm so confused. Is this them accepting a ceasefire or is the U.S. bowing down? The United States is disingenuously adopting a conciliatory position, signaling weakness but achieving nothing, while Iran is disingenuously accepting a negotiation point that they know America isn't sincerely agreeing to, but they're doing so from a position of strength. Does that make sense? Also, I'm open to arguments here. Do people more or less agree with my logic? I am making predictions about the future here, which normally I try not to do too explicitly, but I feel like my arguments here are pretty on point. I feel like what I'm describing is sensible. Just one. Yeah, for right now. Yeah, just one. Thank you, love. So what if they do bomb? Then the war continues, same as before. I don't think anything's going to change here. Apparently, again, there are missiles like currently headed right now to Israel. I don't think it's. I think everything's just going to continue. Oil and gas infrastructure in the Middle East will continue to be bombed, so on and so forth, yeah. LARPers for both sides on Twitter are claiming victory. It's the whole point of this. Bias Black, I have no idea. I just hope both sides had fun. It's only going to continue. It's only going to continue. In the words of the Associated Press. These terms would represent an extraordinary step down by the U.S. after 47 years of hostility with Iran, starting from the 1979 Islamic Resolution. Keep in mind, the premise of this ceasefire relies on the assumption that the United States will end all sanctions on Iran, end all military engagement with Lebanon and with Iran, and allow Iran to indefinitely control the Strait of Hormuz, including a $2 million toll on every ship moving through the strait. Like, the ceasefire is only authentic if these conditions are met, among others. It also allows Iran to enrich as much uranium as it wants. That's true. That's true. Not only does it remove all sanctions on Iran, it also allows them to pursue the production of nuclear weapons. Iran says its acceptance of a ceasefire does not mean an end to the war. Well, that's rather straightforward. It is emphasized this does not signify the termination of the war, said the Iranian Supreme National Security Council. Our hands remain upon the trigger, and should the slightest error be committed by the enemy, it shall be met with full force. Yeah. Do you think Iran was actually developing nukes? Back then, probably not. They might in the future, though. I mean, the Ayatollah Khamenei, the previous supreme leader, had what, a fatwa against the development of nuclear weapons, whereas the current leader has made no such fatwa. If anything, this whole business should be a reminder to the Iranian leadership that they need nuclear weapons in order to prevent stuff like this from happening. Like, they'd be dumb not to. It's not like America and Israel are going to not attack them because they don't have nukes. Oh, Mehdi Hassan being based. Zelensky. Strait of Hormuz. For Mehdi Hassan, it's astonishing that you, a world leader who many respected for standing up to an illegal attack on your country, now support an illegal attack on another country. It completely kills your credibility. Right now, Iran is Ukraine. You might not like to hear that, but that's a fact. True. True and based. I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. How does Iran pretending the ceasefire deal is legitimate benefit them? Because if Iran rejects Trump's fake ceasefire agreement, it'll make it look like Iran is the one that is insisting on conflict, when it is, in fact, America and Israel that illegally began this war. So by disingenuously agreeing to an American concession, Iran reaffirms the point that it is legitimately willing to see the end of this war if America and Israel agree to their very reasonable points. It puts them in a better position of strength. It also means that it doesn't look like they're the aggressor when they fire on Israel, as is their godly right, in response to breaking of the ceasefire pact from Israel and America. It's just posturing, but it's the smart thing for Iran to do.
Okay, so actually tonight's news is actually bad news for them. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it the way it is. They always underestimate Trump. And as for 2028 Van Halen, who we just saw, he has the charisma of a mollusk. So we were at the precipice here.
Huh?
We had to rewrite the script. Donald Trump continues to rewrite the political script.
What?
Democrats believe they finally had Trump and the entire MAGA movement in a box. But once again, the last laugh will be on them.
This is the point. It's all just narrative aura farming from retards and the subhuman cattle who consume the content they produce. There is no point to it. None of it means anything. Well, I mean, it means the war is continuing. Doubt it'll even last 24 hours. Iran claims victory, says it forced U.S. to accept 10-point plan. Yeah, this will last long. So next time Trump's in front of reporters, he has to say Iran has no sanctions now? Well, I don't know what exactly he would say. I just know this isn't going to last very long. It's not like he's rational. Here, chew on this for a second while I take another piss. Well, you have to play the video for it to work as a stalling mechanism while I heroically evacuate my bladder. No? We don't...
This is CNN breaking news.
And President Trump has just posted that he has agreed to that 2-week ceasefire in the war in Iran. Let's bring in CNN's Kristen Holmes at the White House. Kristen, what's the news?
Yeah, just an hour and a half away from that deadline, President Trump seconds ago taking to Truth Social to say that he is talking to Pakistani officials. And based on that conversation, he will agree to stop bombing for 2 weeks. He also says that Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz for that time period. So I'm going to read part of this to you. It says, he says, subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, so they still have to agree. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. That's also news, Jake. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated
what a good piss.
On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East. It is an honor to have this long-term problem to a resolution. So a couple of things that we're going to still be asking questions about. What is in that 10 proposal? What has actually been agreed to? And I will go back through that language because I said that Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz. It does sound as though he's still leaving it there as that he's only agreeing, if that is in fact the case, that they will fully open the Strait of Hormuz. This, of course, again, coming as President Trump has been threatening to wipe out an entire civilization, saying that he was going to bomb bridges, to bomb civilian infrastructure, saying at one point that the Iranian people wanted him to continue bombing. And we knew behind the scenes that there were ongoing conversations, negotiations between the two parties, Pakistan was serving as an intermediary between the two countries at various times. Now, there's going to be a big question here as to what happens with J.D. Vance, the vice president, who's currently in Hungary. There had been a lot of talk 2 weeks ago about him going to Pakistan to sit for these conversations. That would be the first.
This might be the greatest challenge I've yet faced in my streaming career, having to read all of this. No wonder Iran is beloved by the left. Full text of the statement of the Supreme National Security Council translated into English. The enemy has suffered an undeniable, historic, and crushing defeat in its dishonorable, illegal, and criminal war against the Iranian nation. By the grace of the pure and sacred blood of the martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution, His Eminence Grand Ayatollah Imam Khamenei, peace be upon him, the measures of the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution and commander-in-chief, His Eminence Ayatollah Sayyid Moshtaba Khamenei, may God preserve him, the jihad and valor of the fighters of Islam on the fronts, and above all the historic, enduring, and epic presence of you, the dear nation, from the very first days of the war, Iran has achieved a great victory and forced criminal America to accept its own, Iran's, 10-point plan, in which, again, I should note that this is all dripping with sarcasm. I hope everyone's reading that with the appropriate tone, in which America has, in principle, committed to guaranteeing non-aggression, continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of enrichment, removal of all primary and secondary sanctions, termination of all UN Security Council and Board of Governors resolutions, payments of reparations to Iran, withdrawal from U.S. combat forces from the region, and cessation of the war on all fronts, including against the heroic Islamic resistance of Lebanon. We congratulate all the people of Iran on this victory and emphasize that until the details of this victory are finalized, steadfastness and prudence from officials in the preservation of unity and solidarity among the Iranian people remain essential. Islamic Iran, together with the brave mujahideen of the resistance in Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and occupied Palestine, has over the past 40 days struck blows against the enemy that the historical Thank you very much, my love. Okay, 1 second. There you go. Islam is very Dune-coded, huh? Mm-hmm. The Prophet Muhammad based the religion off of the books. He was a big fan. Have, after a historic battle, delivered an unforgettable lesson to them, and have so thoroughly destroyed their forces, assets, infrastructure, and all political, economic, technological, and military capital, thank you, that the enemy is now on the verge of collapse and disintegration, and sees no path forward but submission to the will of the great Iranian nation and the honorable axis of resistance. On the first day that Iran's criminal enemies launched this unjust war, they imagined they would achieve full military dominance over Iran in a short time. And by creating political and social instability, force Iran into submission. They assumed Iran's missile and drone fire would quickly be extinguished, and they did not believe Iran could mount such a powerful response beyond its own borders and across the whole region. World Zionism has convinced the foolish American president that this war would finish off Iran, and that by eliminating this last bastion of humanity, that they could thereafter freely commit any crime against anyone they wished. They dreamed of partitioning beloved Iran, plundering its oil and wealth, and ultimately leaving Iranians submerged in chaos, instability, and insecurity for long years to come. The brave fighters of Islam and their courageous allies in the axis of resistance, though their hearts were wounded and shattered by the martyrdom of their Imam, relying on Almighty God and following the example of the Master of Martyrs, decided once and for all to deliver a historic lesson to these enemies, avenge all their past crimes, and create conditions in which the enemy would forever abandon any thought of aggression against beloved Iran and taste the full bitterness of humiliation and degradation before the great Iranian nation. Continues below. With this strategy and relying on an unprecedented political and social unity that had formed within the country, Iran and the resistance launched one of the heaviest combined battles in history against America and the Zionist regime, and in this period achieved all the objectives that had been designed for this battle. Iran and the resistance nearly completely destroyed the American military regime in the region, struck devastating and deep blows against the vast infrastructure and assets the enemy had built and deployed around the region over years in preparation for war with Iran, inflicted massive casualties on the criminal American army at a regional level, struck devastating and crushing blows against the enemy's forces, infrastructures, assets, and holdings within occupied territories, and so thoroughly cornered the enemy on all fronts that not only did none of the enemy's primary objectives materialize, but the enemy realized from approximately 10 days after the start of the war that it would have no chance of victory, and for this reason began through various channels and methods to seek contact with Iran and request a ceasefire. The noble Iranian nation should know that by virtue of the jihad of their sons and daughters and their own historic presence on the scene, the enemy has for more than a month been pleading for Iran and the resistance to cease their devastating fire. But the country's officials, because it was decided from the outset of the war would continue until its objectives were met, including the humiliation and exhaustion of the enemy and the long-term removal of the threat of the country, gave a negative answer to all these requests, and the war continued through today, its 40th day. Iran has also several times rejected deadlines issued by the American president and continues to emphasize that it attaches no importance to any deadline issued by the enemy. We now give the glad tidings to the great Iranian nation that virtually all the objectives of the war have been achieved, and your brave sons and daughters have brought the enemy to a historic helplessness and enduring defeat. Iran's historic decision, which carries the unified backing of the entire nation, is to continue this battle for as long as is necessary until its immense gains are consolidated and new security and political equations in the region are established based on the acceptance of Iran's and the resistance's power and supremacy. In this regard, and in accordance with the guidance of the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution, His Eminence Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, may God preserve him, and the approval of the Supreme National Security Council, and given Iran's and the resistance's upper hand on the battlefield and the enemy's inability to carry out its threats despite all its claims, and the formal acceptance of all the rightful demands of the Iranian people, it has been decided that negotiations will be held in Islamabad to finalize the details so that within a maximum of 15 days, Iran's victory on the battlefield will also be consolidated in political negotiations. Continues below. In this regard, Iran, while rejecting all proposals put forward by the enemy, drafted a 10-point plan and submitted it to the American side through Pakistan, emphasizing the following core points: controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with Iran's armed forces, which confers a unique economic and geopolitical position on Iran; the necessity of ending the war against all components of the axis of resistance, which will signify the historic defeat of the aggression of the child-killing Israeli regime; the withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from all bases and deployment points in the region; the establishment of a safe transit protocol through the Strait of Hormuz guaranteeing Iranian supremacy under an agreed protocol; full payment of reparations to Iran according to assessments; removal of all primary and secondary sanctions and resolutions of the Board of Governors and Security Council; unfreezing all Iranian assets and funds held abroad; and finally, the adoption of all these terms in a binding UN Security Council resolution. It should be noted the adoption of such a resolution would transform all these agreements into binding international law and represent a major diplomatic victory for the Iranian nation. The respected Prime Minister of Pakistan has now informed Iran that the American side, despite all its outward threats, has accepted these principles as the basis for negotiations and has submitted to the will of the Iranian nation. On this basis, it has been decided at the highest level that Iran will conduct negotiations in Islamabad with the American side for 2 weeks, solely on the basis of these principles. It is emphasized that this does not mean the end of the war. Iran will only accept an end to the war when, given the acceptance of the principles of Iran's 10-point plan, the details are also finalized in negotiation. These negotiations will begin with complete distrust of the American side on Friday, April 10th in Islamabad, and Iran has allocated 2 weeks for these negotiations. This period may be extended by mutual agreement. It is essential that full national unity be maintained during this period and victory celebrations continue in full force. The current negotiations are a national negotiation and a continuation of the battlefield, and it is essential that all people, elites, and political groups trust and support this process, which is under the supervision of the leader of the revolution and the highest levels of the system, and strictly refrain from any divisive statements. If the enemy's submission on the battlefield is translated into a decisive political achievement in negotiations, we will celebrate this great historic victory together. Otherwise, we will continue to fight side by side on the battlefield until all demands of the Iranian nation are met. Our hands are on the trigger, and the moment the slightest error is made by the enemy, it'll be answered with full force. Supreme National Security Council, April 8th, 2026. So my takeaway from this is that the war is still on. America will, in fact, not agree to these conditions, and also that the Iranian council is extremely funny. and considerably more literate than any American politicians. We're all fair on that? Iran got jokes? Iran got jokes! Iran got jokes, apparently. Update 12 minutes ago. Israel says it detected missile launch from Yemen. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, oh, I'm sure. Yeah. So, yeah. That was fun. They got jokes. They got jokes. I don't. They're bombing Dubai again. Jesus fucking Christ! What was Iran just holding a stockpile of ballistic missiles, waiting for this? I guess they were. They were like, well, we were going to retaliate after Trump bombed us when the deadline expired anyway. So now it would be funnier if we moved the timetable up 30 minutes and just did it now. Trump accedes to 10-point negotiation plan from Iran. Bombing Dubai again. That's right. It's time for Dubai's housing market to collapse by another 10%. Let's go, folks. I want to make it clear, by the way, that this was a ludicrous, over-the-top piece of propaganda, and still, all of this closer describes reality than any Western news source. And I mean that sincerely. This statement from the Iranian Supreme National Security Council is a closer reflection of the actual state of the world than anything in the West currently reporting on Trump or this. 100%. So that's where we are right now. I'm glad they're having fun with it. I'm glad they've got jokes. I guess I'll send another one out to the editors. One more. The most recent segment with the Iranian statement. Please. Poor editors. They don't get a break. Iran declares complete victory over criminal United States. Sending it over. They do get a check though. They do get a portion of the money from the videos. So when I tell them to make the videos, I am telling them to make their own money. It is true. It is true. It's quite a day. Sounds like Uber to me. Yeah, why not? Sure. Oh, man. Okay, I need to eat this food or I'm gonna straight up fucking die. Dude, it's so fucking funny. Just in, missile alert sounded in the United Arab Emirates. Just in, missile alert sounded in Dubai. Just in, Israel detects oncoming Iranian missile. Well, glorious leader, we have these missiles pointed at Israel and the Gulf states anyway. Do you want to just fire them? Yeah, go for it. Not clear what Iran means referencing withdrawal of U.S. combat forces. Not clear if Iran will loosen chokehold on Strait of Hormuz. This is what I mean when I say that Iran is being more truthful in that propaganda piece than any Western media. This is the Associated Press. It's not clear if Iran will loosen its chokehold. No, they said very clearly they will continue to hold the Strait of Hormuz. There is nothing contradicting that. U.S. official to Axios, the ceasefire will begin this evening in U.S. time, but we assess it'll take time for the orders to reach field-level units and the Revolutionary Guards. Oh my God, we're so cucked. As 10,000 missiles hurtle towards Tel Aviv. Well, the ceasefire begins in 5 minutes. And also, like, I figure it'll take some time for them to get the memo. So, like, yeah, no worries about these ones, guys. Ha ha ha! Nice one! You really vaporized that Tel Aviv fucking concrete apartment block. You got it. You know, Israel's so fucking mad, dude. It's so fucking funny. Okay, listen. Very short break. Very short break on the end of the world or whatever. Let's take a look at Georgia's 14th special election, 14th district. This is to replace the seat that Marjorie Taylor Greene vacated, where my understanding is that it's, at least at the moment, a pretty close race, which is insane.
Movement.
That's for one county.
They need more than that to
hold on.
actually have a chance of winning district-wide. Can they get that in other bigger counties? That becomes the question here. So Chattooga, we've pretty much got a complete county right there. Do we have any more vote that's come in, Adam?
No, but an ongoing question throughout the chat tonight has been turnout. And so with Chattooga, you know, roughly at the all-in mark, we're at 34% of the 2024 presidential number for the Chattooga portion of Georgia 14.
What were we in the preliminary?
In the preliminary?
Yeah.
And
let me check.
It was right around the number that we're at now, 3674. I have it for the preliminary.
Okay, so yeah, that was one question.
Was this a Dem district? Dog, this was Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. And it's like 51-48.
Later, who shows up, at least in that county, we are looking at a comparable turnout. I think our estimates today were maybe it might even be running a little higher today. We'll see how that, we'll see how that stacks up. But okay, so with that one sort of completed county there, and again, that's a core Republican county. Fuller moves ahead in the vote count, 1,100, a little bit more than 1,100 votes. That's about a third of all the votes now have been counted in this district. If you're, again, I always just speak to these, we're trying to, there's a lot of questions we're trying to answer, but the bottom line question I'm always trying to answer until we get a call from our decision desk is, who is going to win the election? Is there a chance that the candidate who is losing in the count still has a path to win? I'm always sort of asking that question. So if you're sort of seeing any pattern to the thought process that I'm expressing on the air, that's the question I'm trying to get at here. I'm trying to discern going into the night, knowing this is.
South Korea says North Korea fired a projectile. That friend who always got to be the center of attention.
Are we seeing anything in the results that calls into question those assumptions, and that even calls into question who is going to actually win this race? So that's what I'm still in the mode of trying to attack that, and being in that mode. That's why I'm so interested to know what's going to happen here in Paulding County when we get some vote out of there, because again, it's a big missing puzzle piece right here. Murray, again, these are pretty comparably sized counties. Ton more vote is going to come out of here than is going to come out of here, and this is an area, again, where the Democrats have been doing better. It's still a Republican county, but as we showed you, the Democrats have been doing better. In
this district was 70% Trump in 2024. Wouldn't that make this like a 35-point swing? 70 Trump is plus 40 Trump. If this ends at plus 5 Trump, that's a 35-point swing to the left. Holy shit.
Night where you're saying Harris has a chance to win this necessarily depends on him winning Paulding County. A huge leap for a Democrat based on, the trend's been Democratic friendly, but not that Democratic friendly. He'd have to win it. I think he'd have to win it by a healthy margin. It's a very improbable thing that I'm describing, but as I'm looking at these results, and again, trying to answer that question of, is there any path here for the candidate who is trailing to actually win this thing? It would require something like that. It would also require, obviously, Harris to continue getting numbers like this in Whitfield County. It would require him to get better numbers than this from Cobb County. That would upend everything.
Shame the Dems suck. Yeah, but don't let it get in the way of you enjoying the moment, okay? This isn't gonna be this doesn't look like a blue landslide. This is like a blue fucking solar flare. This is a blue thermonuclear detonation. This is it's a blue, it's a blue black hole. It's a blue hole. Enjoy what you can, okay? Life's hard enough.
Who have Paulding County? Okay, here we go. We got the early, and we got that vote by mail in Paulding County. That adds up to just over 40% of all the vote that's going to come out of there. Harris is leading there in that vote. Call it back up on the screen for you. Here in Paulding County in 2024, Trump won it by 24 points, and this is 0.4, right? So we'll call it a shift right now toward the Democrats of 24 points, right? So, again, their target is 37, and I think this gives us a lot more clarity in terms of that main question I've been asking, because right here, if there is a blue pocket of this district, a most blue-friendly / least blue inhospitable corner of the district, it's these two counties right here. It's Cobb County, it's Paulding County.
Show food, you're not going to like it. It's rice with tuna mixed with some Greek yogurt. It's a macronutritional bomb. I think it's tasty, but I think most people would probably disagree.
Harris, the Democrat, of 25 points. Democrats needing 37. They're 12 points short of it in their best county and next door in Paulding County. Again, we just showed you Trump by 24, essentially a tie right now. 0.4 for the Democrat, a shift of 24 points. So again, 13 points short of that target for Democrats. These are the two places with big populations where Democrats had a chance. If they're going to put the kind of numbers up here to put the outcome here in serious question, these, I think, are the two places where that needed to happen. And they're getting the kinds of improvements there that I could imagine them bragging about coming out of tonight, but they're not getting the kind of 35, 40-point improvements relative to 2024 that you would say you'd expect to see if the Democrats are actually winning this district. So again, see, a lot of the conversation coming into this was about, the idea of this thing would be a suspenseful outcome. What about the margin? Where was that going to land? That's where I'll keep talking about that Vegas point. Am I supposed to talk about, they used to say Monday Night Football, right? Al Michaels would always sneak in the references. Now, look at this. So, again, district-wide now with that big piece of the puzzle now there. But what this means is that outside of Murray County, which is relatively...
Trump posted the statement from Iran. Well, he posted the shorter statement. Unfortunately, Trump on Truth Social did not post the screenshot of the full statement, which is a shame. But he's so stupid, man. Even here, he's saying... this screenshot includes an acknowledgement that the ceasefire is conditional to an acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal, which is not happening.
Same day vote, that more Republican at winning this thing tonight. So it's now three. Again, population-wise, Polk is very, very small. It's nothing on the scale of Paulding or Cobb, but I'm just showing you the pattern there. So again, now that means 40% of all the vote is in here. Fuller's lead inching up here now to 4 points. I expect when you get Murray County, I'll just show you, kind of what the politics of Murray County look like. There's the politics of Murray County. Trump by 69, Trump by 72, right? So I think you know what color this is likely to shade in on when we get that early vote in Murray County, and where it probably will be, where it'll definitely be at the end of the night. So that's the only thing keeping us from getting a complete look at the early vote everywhere. Sorry, I would always show those full results right there. And then the question just becomes, again, that same day vote. Is there any kind of a surprise there? So far, we're not seeing, a huge surprise in those two Republican counties, those two small Republican counties where we've got same.
Would House Republicans lose their majority if this flips? Buddy, if this seat flips, I think that the Republicans are going to lose their Senate majority. The House Republicans are not holding on to their House majority no matter what. I don't think there's any amount of electoral interference the White House could get away with that would stop that from happening. We're looking at like a 40-seat flip potential, just an insane sweep come the midterms.
Waiting for that comparable number. If you add up all the Republicans, add up all the Democrats, was 53-47.
Republican.
Yes.
Right. Good work. And you even accounted for Murray. Appreciate it. So that's valuable information we just got from Adam, right? Like we just.
Oh, you mean right now without the midterms? Because they'd flip the seat? No, then I think Republicans would still be one up, or it'd be neutral. I forget. There are missing seats right now.
The Democratic candidates combined in the preliminary that got us to tonight was 20 for the Republicans, right? So with the comparable vote back in this race, okay, the Republicans had a lead of six points, right? 53-47?
Yes.
They had a lead of 6. And tonight, the Democrats in that same group of vote have a lead of 4. So far, again, this is subject to change, but that is a net shift of 10 points.
Yeah, this is the whole reason everything is happening. Look at that. U.S. oil prices, read speculative prices on U.S. oil futures, are down 21%. Massive decrease in futures pricing. Massive, massive decrease. We'll see how long that lasts. Holy shit, what? Traders are cattle, man. Traders are cattle. Short folks just made a killing? Yup! So, hypothetically, if you were in the Trump administration and you were aware of this scheme to use Pakistan as a sock puppet to advance this fake ceasefire, you could have potentially just made actual capital B billions shorting oil futures. It's a massive swing. Massive swing. And I guarantee you, in just a couple of hours, the usual accounts are going to be posting about unusual trades taking place right before this. Guarantee you.
Democrat, Republican for, it's going to be too, I don't want to waste everybody's time. What do I need here? I got Paulding, right? Give me Paulding.
Paulding is 50.2 to 49.8.
Okay. Give me, I got Cobb, right? I got Whitfield. Give me Whitfield. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Whitfield is 57.2 to 42.8.
Great. Give me Floyd. I think I have 56.44, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Katusa, 32.67.
Katusa, I'm at 41.1 to 58.9.
Right. Okay. Walker.
Walker, 33.4, 66.6.
Okay. Polk, you just showed me. What was it again?
Polk, 31.5, 68.5.
Okay. Murray, we don't have. Chattooga.
Nope. 30.2, 69.8.
And Dade.
41.3, 58.7.
Yeah. Okay. Geez. Okay. So, right. Yeah. I mean, again, if put it this way,
is that a joke? Because I like Kronicki a lot. I like him a lot. I love the cadence. I love the fact that he's basically just live streaming. I like the fact that it's just like two bros in a room. I love their dynamic.
We're we're waiting on same day to kind of confirm what we've long scene here in Georgia. Maybe I can ask you this. Taking a look at Chattooga County, are you able to give us like what the...
Wow, all right. I thought that it would take a couple hours for these to come out, but Trump's insider opened a 52 million oil short right before the U.S.-Iran peace deal announcement. Went all in, made 174 million in just 3 hours. Yeah. So there you go. It's abstract. Is it Barron? I don't know why they're showing Barron here. I think they just put his... I don't know why they're showing him. Do they think he's the insider? I don't know. Must be nice having 52 million to roll around. It's very abstract, but it's worth remembering that every time this happens, your retirement account gets a little bit weaker. Every time. If these people are making money off the market, that means they're siphoning money off of other people's less accurate predictions on future prices, which means that all of the broader accounts that invest in oil futures are losing out on money, which means that, the financial institutions that invest are hurt, which means that your retirement accounts get a little bit thinner. A little bit thinner every time. Every time the money... It's going up. It's not coming back down.
The election day vote looked like there tonight versus in the preliminary.
Yeah, so the election day vote tonight, I believe, is...
Your retirement accounts can't legally be buying oil futures, my guy? No, but the people who do invest in oil futures and all of the companies that, buy and use the oil, the financial harm done to them does affect the broader economy, including the devaluation of your assets in the form of inflationary pressure on the global economy.
Showed you there kind of overall. Adam was taking you through those numbers. Most of what we were looking at was comparing early vote to early vote, and it was running net election day vote. That's the rest that's going to come in right here.
We got a batch out of Floyd.
We got
1,000 votes out of Floyd.
1,000 votes.
Dude, this seat is woke as fuck. They got districts called Harris and Floyd. Do they have a King district, perhaps? Rosa?
931.
Bad joke. Fuck you. Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. 38-point fuller margin in the election day vote that a batch of election day vote that we just got. It's not huge, 1,000 votes, but 38 points. And again, remember, we were showing you Harris leading in the early vote here. So talk about this was where, in fact, I think this was the county.
We're going to give this a pause for a little bit, especially since I'm almost done with my tuna slot.
Are you watching Al Jazeera?
This is about 1 hour ago, so it's not breaking news. Don't worry, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Or not, CNN, actually, CNN.
Just an hour and a half away from that deadline, President Trump seconds ago taking to Truth Social to say that he is talking to Pakistani officials. And based on that conversation, he will agree to stop bombing for 2 weeks. He also says that Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz for that time period. So I'm going to read part of this to you. It says, he says subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. So they still have to agree. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. That's also news, Jake. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed.
Is this Trump ending a civilization? Yeah, Western.
Between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America, as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem to a resolution. So a couple of things that we're going to still be asking questions about. What is in that 10 proposal? What has actually been agreed to? And I will go back through that language because I said that Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz. It does sound as though he's still leaving it there as that he's only agreeing, if that is in fact the case, that they will fully open the Strait of Hormuz. This, of course, again, coming as President Trump has been threatening to wipe out an entire civilization, saying that he was going to bomb bridges, to bomb civilian infrastructure, saying at one point that the Iranian people wanted him to continue bombing. And we knew behind the scenes that there were ongoing conversations, negotiations between the two parties, between Pakistan was serving as an intermediary between the two countries at various times.
I'm sorry. What is Trump saying here? The alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud, as CNN well knows. The false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria and, of course, immediately picked up by CNN, blared out as a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth Below. Is he off his fucking meds? What statement is he referring to? He's not. What CNN World News? Can somebody find me the statement he's saying is fake news? He's not even. What is he referring to? Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN World Statement, or was it a sick rogue player? CNN is being ordered to immediately withdraw the statement with full apologies for their, as usual, terrible reporting. What statement is he referring to? I can't find anything, dog. Is he actually just straight up losing it? Tel Aviv hit by a cluster submunition missile. Oops. Sorry, we accidentally hit the cluster munitions button after the ceasefire was announced. My bad. Finger slipped.
Senior White House official telling our Elena Treen that Israel is part of this ceasefire, that they have agreed to suspend its bombing campaign while these negotiations continue. Now, of course, we don't know where that ends. We don't know if that's for 2 weeks. It's not specific, but Israel is part of this starting point, which is this ceasefire. So all three sides are participating. At least that is according to a senior White House official. Now, back to what your point is about the 10-point plan. I mean, we've been hearing about a 10-point plan from Iran for weeks now. The idea was that the United States presented a 15-point plan, that several of the points on that plan, Iranian officials were saying were unrealistic, they were impossible to meet, and they came back with their own plan. We are still at a loss as to what exactly was in that plan.
Do we suddenly not care about using cluster munitions on civilians anymore? I mean, it's kind of like the bombing of Dresden, I guess. You know, Israel and America have made it clear that they will adhere to absolutely no restrictions on munition or behavior in their attacks on Iran. So I guess, I don't know. I mean, it's callous, I suppose. I think that in a good world, this wouldn't be an issue. But at this point, I don't really give a shit what Iran does. They're engaging in a legitimate war of self-defense, not just for themselves, but for the future and spirit of all of humanity. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they have been given we'll say, a significant degree of moral leeway. It's like getting mad at Ukraine using cluster munitions on Russia. Yeah, which, I mean, in fairness, at least to my memory, I haven't done. War is awful. I mean, I guess it would be nice, like, maybe if we believe in an international rules-based order that forbids the use of inhumane weapons, maybe America and Israel should consider abiding by those agreements themselves rather than tearing them into shreds and ignoring them, you know?
What are the actual points? What exactly is the U.S. now saying that they are willing to work with? President Trump had gone back and forth.
Israel isn't a member of the Cluster Weapons Convention either. Oh, yeah, they're not even part of that fucking group.
on the idea of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Clearly, he has focused on that as a top priority after last week saying he didn't need to reopen the strait as part of a deal to end the war in Iran. So whatever it is, Iran is likely to have said long term the free and fair passage through the Strait of Hormuz, because that is something President Trump just 2 days ago or just yesterday said was a top priority.
Breaking news, Iran's foreign minister just responding to Trump's ceasefire announcement. I want to read part of it to you. He says, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Obviously, those words are crucial there. And the Supreme National Security Council of Iran has also issued a statement that I have here, and I'll just share you a couple of the important lines here. One of them is that the regulated passage through the Strait of Hormuz under the coordination of the armed forces of Iran, thereby conferring upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing, which sounds like in a translation, Iran saying that they see this as acknowledgement that they control the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that's not even remotely ambiguous. They've said that in multiple ways. Yeah.
Go to Zachary Cohen, our national security reporter here. Zachary, what are you learning about this? We're just getting these dual statements, one from Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and also from the Supreme National Security Council that I just shared part of. What else stands out to you here?
Yeah, Aaron, the piece of this about the Strait of Hormuz really is the most remarkable thing, I think, that jumps out immediately and says Pakistan has submitted the same to the American side. Said plan emphasizes fundamental matters, inter alia, the regulated passage to the Strait of Hormuz under the coordination of the armed forces.
Read the whole thing, bitch.
Forces of Iran, thereby conferring upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing. So effectively, that's reiterated in the tweet as well, saying that at least for the period of 2 weeks, the Strait of Hormuz will be open effectively, though with coordination via the Iranian military. And it's important for people to remember that the Strait of Hormuz was not controlled.
Lindsey Graham says Congress would need to approve the proposal to end Iran war. Wait, what? That's his argument? Congress isn't needed to approve a war, but Congress is needed to end a war? It's just crazy. I just can't imagine being this much of a Zio slave. I can't imagine the fucking goodest goy beanie with a fucking propeller. It's unbelievable. It's insane. It's insane, dude. America, the American government doesn't need to confer to approve supporting Israel, but it does need to confer to approve no longer supporting Israel. Oh my God. Israel first. It's okay. The war's still going to go on anyway. From Shael Ben Ephraim, Israel was not updated until the ceasefire was on the verge of being signed. They were not part of the agreement process. It shows a serious and justified lack of trust that Israel would try to sabotage the talks. You mean like they did before? Oh my God. I'm losing my fucking mind.
In a literal sense by Iran prior to those U.S. Israeli joint military strikes that kicked off this entire conflict several weeks ago. Iran responded to those strikes by closing the Strait of Hormuz, and it appears that this ceasefire...
How does one sabotage talks? Well, what we did the last 2 times was bomb Iran during the negotiations.
Predicated at least in part on the legitimization of...
At least Israel was finally snubbed for once. I'm in favor of literally anything that makes Israel upset. Just any, like, across the board. Anything at all. Children not getting raped or murdered? Oh, I know that has them fuming.
Iran's control of that key waterway, and that goes with an implication of if the waterway can be opened temporarily, Iran likely could reclose the strait should negotiations not progress in a way that they see fit effectively. So it also says that talks between the U.S. and Iran should occur as soon as this week. in Islamabad. Pakistan has been acting as the key primary intermediary country between the U.S. and Iranian regimes. A lot to hammer out here, but the Iranian statement does seem to suggest that, in principle at least, the Trump administration has agreed to the broad contours of their 10-point proposal, at least as a starting point for these negotiations. And again, it's hard to overemphasize how important the Iranian control and demand that that control be legitimized of the Strait of Hormuz is as far as a starting point for these talks.
Yes, and that, of course, may be the absolute deal breaker. And I'm just reading the final sentence here of the statement from the Supreme National Security Council in Iran. They say our hands remain.
GA special election looking like it's going to be a right win, but only by 8 points. That's insane. That's a 32-point swing to the left in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. That's insane. 32 points. That's a victory. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect a Democrat to win Georgia 14. That's a Democrat win. That's a Democrat win. I'm sorry. Okay. Israel not backing off Lebanon. No surprise there. Cluster submunitions hitting Haifa port. Ceasefire's going great. Sending some peace rockets westward.
Upon the trigger, and should the slightest error be committed by the enemy, it shall be met with full force. They also emphasize that this deal, such that it is, does not signify any termination of the war. Obviously, we're talking about a temporary ceasefire of sorts. Just sharing this.
Red alerts right now in southern Israel following the launch of ballistic missiles in Iran. Dude, look at all the fucking points. Oh my God. Dude, Israel, right now, Israel is feeling the way it feels to be an American every day. Israel getting left out of the conversation and then getting hit with like 57 consecutive black flashes from Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps as their elbow slips and they hit like every red button they have in the control room. It's funny as fuck, dude. Oh my God. Or U.S. ally. This is how it feels to be anyone outside of the imperial core at all times, or to be an American when Israel is making a decision. Yeah. This is the first time Israel has ever not had its thoughts and feelings considered.
Information, right? So we've got the response here from Abbas Araghchi, foreign minister, and also from the National Security Council in Iran. But two things really stand out here. One, the safe passage that Trump is saying is going to be provided for 2 weeks as part of this, kind of the central part of it, through Hormuz. They're saying is possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces, which obviously implies that Iran controls the strait. And then from the National Security Council, they say this confers upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing in terms of them regulating passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So what do you hear in all this?
I mean, listen, who knows what's going on? Donald Trump lies every single day. Clearly, he's not telling the truth. But if you accept even part of the Iranian statement, Donald Trump has agreed to give Iran control of the Strait of Hormuz. That is extraordinary. If you go deeper into the statement from the Iranian National Security Council, they claim that Trump has also agreed to Iran's right to enrichment, to suspend all sanctions against Iran, and to allow Iran to keep their missile program, their drone program, and their nuclear program. Now, who knows if any of that is true, but if at the very least this agreement gives Iran the right to control the strait, that is cataclysmic for the world. And it is just stunning that that's where we have gotten to, that Donald Trump took a military action that has...
What's the Pakistan angle here, in your opinion? The Pakistan angle is that in exchange for faking the brokering of a ceasefire, Donald Trump gave Pakistan a crispy new $20 bill, which they will then use to fund jihadist groups across the Middle East and South Asia. It'll no doubt be a significant boost to their economy. I think That's basically the gist of it. I don't think there's much more to it. It's not like they have much power.
Apparently, at least for the time being, given Iran control over a critical waterway that they did not have control over before the war began. So it just doesn't sound like there's actually an agreement, because what Trump is saying is totally different than what the Iranians are saying. But if Iran has the strait permanently now, what an error, what a miscalculation this entire endeavor was.
I mean, the day began, Senator, with a post on Trump's social media website that I don't know what you thought when you saw it. I have said that I did not think it was real, and I had to go check it because it was so stunning. But it began with, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. That is how the day began. Of course, this outcome that is not going to happen tonight is one that everybody would want, and yet the path to get here and where we are right now. How do you see it?
Well, I mean, listen, the president has promised to commit war crimes. He's promised to eradicate an entire civilization. We have never, ever seen that in the...
Say something? Sorry, I've been streaming and talking for nearly 8 hours straight now. It has been a long stream. It might continue for a while longer. I feel like so far my predictions about the ceasefire have been correct in the sense that it's eroding before it's even begun. I like being right. I like the fact that Iran is winning, because this whole farce is undeniably a position of strength for Iran. It's also worth pointing out that even as the oil prices have plummeted, speculatively plummeted, in response to this, that only means what, folks? What does that mean? Say it with me. That means devastating rebound. It's already beginning. The price dropped from 108 down to a low of 91. I doubt it's going to go any lower than that. And now we get the cataclysmic rebound. The only reason it's down is because of short positions. It's going to go way back up. It might go up above where it was previously. People got their insider trading kicks in, it's... Yeah, I would never offer financial advice. Right now, I would never do it. I would say, however, that if you were to buy oil futures right now, I think it's reasonable to assume you would make a tidy profit off it. But I can't offer financial advice, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't even know how the fuck you buy oil futures. I'm sure you could Google an explanation for it if you wanted to. Oh, it ticks up even further. I have a feeling that the price is going to almost normalize to here by the time the day is over. Oh, and now it goes back down. Who knows? Maybe not.
History of this country. That's why I and many other people have been talking for the last 24 hours about the 25th Amendment. It does seem that Trump has lost touch with reality. I mean, we just can't accept a president who is literally promising to destroy an entire civilization, to murder hundreds of thousands of innocent human beings. That alone should be grounds for the removal of this president. But he thinks, I guess, that the threat of mass-scale war crimes has achieved some success. But as we're learning in the last few minutes, the success seems to be that Iran has more power over global commerce than ever before in our lifetime. And so the combination of the threat of war crimes along with the outcome of this so-called ceasefire, it's just really hard to get your head wrapped around.
No, it is. And I was saying last summer along the Strait of Hormuz, when the whole possibility was that Iran could escalate by doing something, it still seemed to many, although possible, unthinkable, right? And how the world has changed since then, just in such the reality has changed. I want to ask you about one other important thing, though, Senator, and that is obviously the military operation which was astounding, to rescue the downed U.S. airmen inside Iran over the weekend.
Their
performance and what they did is truly incredible. And I'm sure.
Don't really care. Don't actually care all that much. Man, oh man. Al Jazeera. Man, what a day. What a day, what a day, what a day. What a day. My God. Close this, close that. IRGC painting this as a win, which makes me hope. Oh, yeah, of course, 100%. Absolutely. Ceasefire. Can I get some live coverage? Give me some live coverage. CBS Live.
CBS.
Oh, so they're running the fucking ads right now. Christ. Okay, ceasefire. Live. Do we drop the nuke? Yes. Live CBS News, CNN News. Alan Lichtman promising us the keys to victory in Iran. Live news from Fox. India Today. Mario Nafal. No, thank you. Gotcha. Okay, worthless. Worthless as always.
I want to now bring in CBS News Middle East contributor Courtney Keeley. So, Courtney, what can you tell us about this ceasefire agreement?
Well, I can tell you that really came from the Pakistani side as interlocutors. And while the Prime Minister of Pakistan did tweet this out, that they were speaking and trying to get to this ceasefire, really what my sources are telling me that it was the Deputy Prime Minister and what's called the Field Marshal, which is the equivalent of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and his name is Deputy Prime Minister is Ishaq Dar. The Field Marshal is Asim Munir. And Field Marshal Asim Munir has been invited to the White House before. He does have a strong relationship with President Trump. And so he worked with Vice President J.D. Vance, and so did the Deputy Prime Minister, to really get down to what the details will be. So we're just hearing the breaking news that they've gotten to this point. But I can also tell you that the Pakistanis, according to sources close with the Iranian government, you can talk to them there, say that the Iranians really want this ceasefire. They have a unique relationship with Pakistan as their neighbor, and Pakistan has not only the unique relationship with Iran, but a unique relationship with the U.S. Israel really doesn't factor in this because Pakistan doesn't recognize Israel as a country, as the right, the right to have a country. So Israel and
who is this woman? What's her name?
I want to now bring in CBS News Middle East contributor Courtney Keeley. So
I'm going to spell Kaylee the retarded rural white way. See if that's correct. Courtney Kaylee, CBS. Is that it? Kaileigh. Do I have that? Let me see. Courtney Kaysen, Courtney Cole. Oh no, it's Kaylee Kealy. I don't know if I've seen that spelling before. Middle East correspondent. Iran reacts to the death of Supreme Leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei. Fuck you. Courtney Keeley. Christ, those thumbnails? Yeah, they're not too flattering. Let's see. CourtneyKelly.com. What the fuck is this? Unlock your potential as a powerful communicator. Global on-air career spanning 2 decades, media consultant specializing in profile. It's a goddamn LinkedIn profile. What the fuck? Media services? Public speaking workshop, thought leadership, media training and consultation. Speaking engagements. Let's talk. Schedule a 15-minute phone call with Courtney. Buyer course? Yeah, no kidding. Testimonials. I ain't reading all that. Free Palestine. How much does it? Doesn't list the price. I have to select a date. 7 a.m. Hold on. No, it won't let me see the price without a full booking. Damn. All right. Sorry, I just hate her. I linked her Twitter twice. Her Twitter boss, man. Just some retweets. Yeah, just some retweets. First one's free. I don't know if that's true. All right. Close this, close that. Close that, close this. Okay. MSNBC called it for GA14. It was an 8-point win for the Republicans. So a 32-point swing. That is fucking crazy. Okay. Well, my voice is shot. A little bit tired, I'll admit. Right now, we're in that, you know, interstitial period. You know, we're waiting to see how long it takes before everything blows the fuck back up. I don't think it's going to take long. I mean, as we speak right now, missiles are raining on Bahrain, UAE, Dubai, and Israel. So, yeah, I don't know. Don't end the stream. Well, I can't end it because I've got some donations to read. You know, I've got quite a few donations to read. Actually. They're heading to Iran right now. Goofy, are they? Live UA map. Iran, obviously. Live UA map, Iran. Kuwaiti army. Air defenses are intercepting attacks. Cluster munitions across central Israel. Yeah, okay. All right, 1 second. Oil prices. They're gonna tick back up. They're gonna they're already higher than they were. What were they at last time we looked at them? 94. Now they're at 96. Right? Weren't they? They're ticking back up. Whoop. Almost 97. 96. 97. Oh. I think you're justified in reading donuts tomorrow. Chat, don't kill me. Nope. I'm not putting that karmic debt backwards. We're reading them today. We're going to read them while we watch this number continue to slowly, on average, tick up. Better view of the prices? I don't mind them here. Oh, they're going down. Trump wins. Ah! And wait for the next change. Then I'll do a bid again. Ah, it's over. Oh, wait, that was a big jump. That was what, like 16 cents right there in like 2 seconds? Yeah, it's almost 97. Can we hit 97? Can we hit 97? Ooh. Ooh. Yes! It's over. Pax Americana is done. Freak the fuck out. Sell everything. Pax Americana is back. All right, I'm reading donos. We're back! I'm going to have to read these donos a little bit in a perfunctory manner. I hope you'll forgive me. Semi-Locon, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Beanlord, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I don't fault you for liking NL more than myself. I watch NL more than I watch myself too. Porpy, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Just found this guy on Insta. He's goated with male fashion. Wisdom? You mean Wisdom Kai? I'm familiar with him. I've heard rumors about him. For sure. No, he's goated. For sure. He's goated. Though Wisdom Kai is in the unfortunate position of being so fashionable that he's completely out of reach of normal people. Like he has access to so many pieces and he's so good at what he does that it's like beyond it's beyond most people's ability to understand or replicate. But he does communicate the principles. Yeah, I respect the hell out of it. Beanlord, thank you for the two $10 donos. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Financially secure enough to donate? Nice. Really happy to hear that you've enjoyed my content since that talk with Chris Raygun. Real dono is cat tax. Our Bengal Echo and the 15-year-old scrungly Simba, who we recently adopted from a neglectful home. Oh. Ooh. Beep. Oh my god, it's a fucking tiger. And a little scrungler. A very little scrungler. After shaving matted fur. Oh, so she was like really neglected. I'm happy she's in a happier home now. Also, giant tiger. Naked little guy. Yeesh. All right, back to Pax Americana. You seen Parker York Smith? Yes. Semi-Cortex, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Ivy Moth, the $5 wanted to show off my first finished sewing projects to internet people, if I don't mind. Oh. Oh, that's lovely. Quilted tote bag. That's very, very cute. Well done. Well done. Well done. Noah, too cool for school. Thanks to $5. Any knowledge on how to achieve this sleeve roll? This sleeve roll? Well, it looks like he's wearing a very thin shirt, like a button-up shirt, underneath a short sleeve polo, and he's just like rolling the sleeves up until it meets the cuff of the polo. You would just need a very thin fabric to get it that thin. I think it's all one shirt. Okay, well, if that's the case, I don't know, weird layering stuff. I don't know. Zaid Odrisier, thanks the $5. Star Guy, thank you for the $5. Okay, Court Marshalled. Pumpernickel, thank you for the $15. Thank you very, very much. Bat Nipples, thank you for the $13. Some of our sailors are already experiencing moral trauma after they saw the full extent of damage we've done to Iran. Things are not looking good here. No, I can't imagine soldier morale is particularly high at this moment. Pills 27, thanks the $10. Obligatory but accurate, nice shirt, first comment. League of Nations didn't work, UN doesn't work. Do humans just factory default to war crime? What might work? I mean, my default anarchist answer would be, to the best of our abilities, an abolition of unjust hierarchy. But, you know, that's a little bit dreamy, huh? Nice direction to strive in. Every time there's war, it's because some small group of people, well, not every time, but most of the time, some small group of dishonest people stand to benefit from broader conflict in which the lesser powerful people suffer, you know? So the greatest possible reduction of hierarchy would probably reduce the incentive structure for conflict, in my opinion. It's a very broad statement, but it was a broad question. SamFan155, thank you for the $20. Whole civilization will die tonight, me when I'm bored and randomly decide to start World War III or do another rug pull. Holy fuck, just since we started reading donos, we're already up 50 cents. Jesus Christ. Uves, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. With casualty tolerance, wartime economy, and near-peer experience, Russia doesn't have to march in Berlin just 72 hours until in before NATO decides anything. All right. We're not relitigating that argument right now, you goddamn goober. You goober. You piece of shit. Swanson, thank you for the $10. Why would Iran ever open the strait? Iran would probably keep the strait open as a show of good faith if America and Israel really, truly did cede to their demands. I think that Iran, for the most part, has been negotiating in good faith. It's in their rational interest to do so. What do you make of Tucker's take on all of this? I think Tucker Carlson is a shameless, grifting Nazi piece of shit who recognizes that the winds are blowing in a new direction and will adopt, like, hackneyed borrowed leftist talking points as a way of earning legitimacy to try to appeal to low IQ, politically undifferentiated viewers. Discombobulated algae, thank you for the $5. Gotcha, the 401k update. Gotcha. Snowy Cat, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. I'm the great benefactor of VGG chat. They will sing my name in the halls of Valhalla. Everyone praise Snowy_cat for the great honor they've bestowed upon you. 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Purging the white names. Thank you. Praise be. All hail. Tender Teal, thanks for the 2 tier 1 subs. Can we get a Trump always chickens out emoji? No, I'm sorry. The Taco Trump stuff to me, just Schumer really fucking killed that man. He really did. I can't see Taco Trump or hear Taco Trump without thinking about Schumer sitting in that fuck-ass chair. Taco Trump doesn't even want to do war with Iran. Fucking... How do you get a gifted sub? Lucky or either lucky or someone likes you. Why open the Straits of Hormuz when you can open the gays of Hormuz? Well, I don't know about Hormuz, but I think that opening up gays is a good pastime, yeah. Go into the bathroom at my local Waffle House type shit. Are you buying the dip? I'm actually the one who shorted the price of oil. I'm the one who did this. This was me. Already made 200 million. I take donos from you just to make you poorer. It's not even a rounding error in my balance sheet. I burn the money after. Yep. Yes, sir. Gives you my 199 made shorting oil today. Based. Distributing the wealth. When you short, you don't want it coming back up. No. But you do a short sell like here, and then you timed it for here. Yeah. So depending on when they timed the short sells, it's possible. It's possible they timed it like on the assumption that the oil prices would be at their lowest 5 hours from now or something. So they end up like barely making any money off the trade. They probably know what they're doing. They're better at insider trading than I am at anything. So, who knows? Okay. Crispy Bacon, Elliot Donahue, and Glormy Orpheus, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Abdullah Nasser, thank you for the $10. Me having an existential crisis, my loved ones all saying goodbye because Bahrain is in the middle of a crossfire. I hope you're doing okay, Bunny. But Vosh not having his heebie-jeebie shirt recognized as the real tragedy. Okay. Well, at least you're in Bahrain and not South Sudan, you privileged piece of shit. Or your loved ones, I mean. At least your loved ones aren't something. Fuck you. Hope they're doing okay. Red Baron and Enter Chasman, thank you for the $2 and £2. Millions of Dead Raccoons and Sergeant Duck, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you. The Cynical Optimist, thank you for the 40. Don't read this. Oh, okay. Thank you. Shikigami-chan and Sergeant Duck, thank you for the $5 both. Do. You should get back on panels. I have no interest in panels at all. Talking for like 20 seconds before I get interrupted by some troglodyte who gets paid $500,000 a year by Israeli-backed interest to lie. I have no interest. I have no interest, none whatsoever. I don't want to. There are ways of engaging that I like and ways that I don't, and there's just no crossing that bridge, really. I would crash the fuck out. I don't have the emotional temperance. To me, you're the troglodyte. That's true. Thanks. Mods, can we get the Chud tag back on Beloved Partner, please? Shikigami-chan, Red Baron, and Red Baron again, thank you for the $2 and pounds. I really appreciate those. Abe Lincoln, Paloma Del Mar, thank you for the $5. Red Baron, Greg Cacharo, and Red Baron again, thank you for the £2 and $2. CJ Young, thank you for the $10. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5. Justin Kosick, thank you for the $2. Okay, remove the chud tag. I feel bad. You know, they actually were upset the other day. They petitioned me off stream time, and they were like, "Can you make the trash can go away?" Shanty Clips, Bobby Ellis, Amir Ashori, thank you for the $5, pounds and euros, all not necessarily in that order. I really appreciate that. Been panic spiraling today over this shit. Anything to make me just be able to go outside and relax. You can go out and relax anytime, buddy. Listen, everything's going according to plan. I don't know if you noticed, but we're back up to fucking 98. Like, the market is rebounding so quickly that even in the span of me reading donos, it has gone from 91 from the low point, but back up to fucking 98. Like, it's so... Whew. Where's Poochie? Thank you for the 7 Canadian. James, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Neutron John and Altina, thank you for the $5 both. Likewise, Ghost of Avalon, I really appreciate that. This is late, but retirement sounds like 40 years of purposelessness and physical decline to me. 40 years? You plan on living to 105? What worries me is being punished for being unable to. Listen, can I be real with you guys? If you get into reading, you will have something to look forward to when you're old. I'm being so fucking for real. Like, the average TV show is made for mentally disabled 5-year-olds, and the average movie is not far behind. If you get into reading, you will have a lifetime, an actual you could read a great book a day and have more forever. You will never run out. I'm like, genuinely, you know? No matter what happens to your body, you will always be able to read until your mind goes. But after your mind, you know, it's a whole other deal. I'm sorry, my voice is so gone. I've been shouting for a while. What a exciting stream. Abe Lincoln and Mr. Bombadil, thanks the $2 both. Mr. Bombadil, thank you for the 5. Akeem Perez, thank you for the 2 $10 donos. I really appreciate that. I make $109,000 a year and I'm feeling it right now. Yeah, depending on where you live in the United States, $109,000 a year can genuinely be like working class. Like if you live in most of New York, San Francisco, many parts of Los Angeles, Seattle. Yeah, for sure, 100%. Absolutely. It's fucked up and it's not fair, but it is true. I know there's a temptation to ridicule people for saying that, but like, it's just how it is, you know? Astro Thunder, thank you for the $10. Iran, please do something. I'm holding oil fund options overnight. I mean, at this rate, price is going to climb up to above what it was before by the end of the day. Old Schoolist and Speaker Wigan 49, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That's possible, yeah. Lorena Majas, thank you for the $2. Starry Dreams, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Yes, we very much enjoyed the Iranian Supreme National Security Council response, didn't we, folks? Oh, we really liked it. Yes, sir. May Bonnet and Grander Standing, thank you for the $2 both. Genuine question, why do you use the word retard? For the same reason I use stupid and idiot. It's a emphatic word that communicates my intent, but the honest to God reason is just the words that you use are kind of a byproduct of your culture, values, and intentionality, and I say retard in my day-to-day life, so I'm probably going to say it here too. But I don't think that retard carries any more negative sentiment than the word idiot does, and if someone disagrees with me on that, I think that's fine. I've made my arguments before. But it's not, I don't want to pretend that it's some hardline ideological free speech position that I'm holding. It's just like, I just talk that way, you know? Pimp named Slickback, thank you for the $5. Mika Gelfan, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Nothing's been settled at all. Why would Iran ever seriously negotiate in good faith with the U.S.? Even if the ceasefire is real and holds, it's a very unstable situation. What a clusterfuck. Yeah, it's a joke, and it puts America in a very difficult position in the near future as well. Because inevitably this is going to blow up in their face, but, you know, could be fun. Why did it dip? That's what it does. It always does that. Up and down, up and down. Wait, what just happened? No, it's up and down, up and down, up and down. It's always waving. Up and down, up and down. There's a lot of market volatility right now. Up and down, up and down. Ooh, way down. It'll go back up. Up and down, up and down. Yeah, but that's far down? Yeah, but sometimes that happens. It'll probably go back up over the course of us continuing to read donos. Awesome Gaming and Ghost of Avalon, thanks the $5 both. Sheepish Wolf, Akeem Perez, and Greg Wright, thank you for the $2 all. Victorious Gardenosaurus and 021 Gaming Dude, thank you for the $5 and 5 Canadian. Why did Iran strike Israel when they agreed to the ceasefire deal? I'm confused on how this weird ceasefire is going on. Genuinely, I think you will have to look at a little bit further back in the stream or one of the segments that's come out from today, because it's a lot. A lot has happened, but the gist of it is that it is a fake ceasefire. It's fake and gay. And Victorious Gardenosaurus, you don't need to... Don't pay any attention to the Charlie Kirk, whether or not the bullet matches the gun thing. It's not as interesting as the news media suggests. It doesn't indicate anything. Thoughts on Emu's design? Good on you for assuming I'd read it. It's good, though I don't really think that... I'm sorry, man, but like for the most part, One Piece has been on a solid decline since the time skip, but especially since Egghead Island, or whatever it was called, in my opinion. Solid decline. It's like someone told Oda to wrap it up, clap their hands. I just don't. I think that One Piece pre-time skip is incomparably better than post-time skip, with the exception of some key parts, like almost all of the Big Mom arc and parts of Wano. You need to reread? I have reread. I promise you I'm not reading that shit weekly. That's just nostalgia baiting? Oh, shut the fuck up. Should we watch it then or not bother? I don't know. That's up to you. What do you mean? Dressrosa? Parts of Dressrosa, yeah. I think the setup in Dressrosa was not nearly as good as its payoff, which is less common than the opposite, but... Punk Hazard is not great. That is definitely true. Yeah. Oiko is the $5. Can we watch my friend's video about his life in Palestine? I believe you've asked that before, but I'm really sorry. I can't watch random videos at request. It opens up dangerous territory. You know, people link videos. I look at them for a second, I leave. But if it's like, oh, I commit to watching this video, you know, what if it's long or I don't like it? I can't give up, you know, editorial control like that. It'd be insane to. Linko Productions. I hope your friend's doing well. Linko Productions, thanks to the $2. Is it alcohol time for Vaush? I don't have the calories for that. Nathan the Creator, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Excuse me. 9 minutes? 9 minutes till what? The deadline was 51 minutes ago. Wisconsin Supreme Court polls closed? Oh, man. Iran finally gave the order to stop barraging Israel. Dude, they're so fucking funny. They fired off a final gigantic salvo before finally saying, all right, give it up, guys. This is not the end of the war, but all military branches should follow the Supreme Leader's order and cease their fire. Dude, they're so funny. And just to let you guys know, we're taking a little pause. Just a little break, you know? God. $97.63. Yeah, you were all panicking about the price dropping back down, but look at how little of a difference that is on the graph right here. You see? Look at this. Look at this tiny little, like you were all freaking out over this one little blip, but there's a million blips of that size all across the chart. Just a dead cat bounce. Yep. Yes, sir. Well, I think that about does it. You know what you should be freaking out over? The fact that my voice hurts? The tongas? Yeah. All right, everyone. I love you all. Take care. I imagine that I will see you tomorrow. I can't imagine why I wouldn't. It's probably going to be a very funny news day. Going to make a prediction on the headlines for tomorrow, okay? America, Israel, and Iran all accuse each other of violating the ceasefire, missiles being exchanged, oil prices have skyrocketed back up, and everyone in the media pretends to be confused by all of it. Just a guess, you know, just a guess. Keeping track of the Kirk details seems like too much of a pain in the neck from the start. It's funny, Kirk's assassination reminds me a lot of President Shinzo Abe's in the sense that it happened and it was a huge deal for like 5 minutes and afterwards life continued on and everyone just made jokes out of it, you know? Does Vosh normally stream this long? I'm new here. Are you actually new here? Let me see. You actually are new here. Okay, all right, okay. You know, often people say that as a turn of phrase. I appreciate your sincerity in these dark times. No, I don't normally stream this long. All right, folks. Everyone take care. I'll see you tomorrow. All right? Keep an eye on those oil prices. They're not going to go back down. Not for a while, at least.